Get him.
Shalom Kulam. Hello everyone. Welcome to this video where we're going to be learning and sharing the prayer month. One of the most famous important prayer. We say every morning. I try to pray every morning when I get my feeling. It's like a Jewish blessing, ritual. We'll see what it means. I'm going to pronounce it slow.
Get him.
Baruch Shem Od Malchuto Leolam Vaed. ואהבת את אדוני אלוהיך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודיך. והיו הדברים האלה אשר אנוכי מצווך היום על לבביך. ושיננת לבניך וגמרת בם בשבתך בביתך ובלכתך בדרך ובשבתך ובקומך ושמתם לאות על ידיך והיו לקדחות בין עיניך ותתקן על מזוזות ביתך ובשעריך אם שנוע תשמעו אל מצוותיי, אשר אנוכי מצווך היום, לאהבה את אדוני אלוהיכם, ולעבדו בכל לבבכם ובכל נפשכם. ונתתי מטר ארצכם בעיתו, גורר ומלכות, ואספת גנך ותירשך ויצערך. ונתתי עושר ושדך לבהמתך, ואכלת ושבעת. ושמרו לכם בין משתה לבבכם, וקרתם
I had a dream I was scoring the NFL, and I'm pissed it didn't come true. It affected the fantasy football scores. I did it for the Rams. It was 100 yards. I was so tired by the end I had to run backwards. It was a pass.
ועבדתם מהרה מעל הארץ הטובה אשר אדוני נתן לכם, ושמתם את דברי אלה על לבבכם ועל נפשכם, וקשרתם אותם לאות על ידכם, והיו לפתחות בין עיניהם. ולימדתם אותם את עיניכם לדבר בם, בשבתך בביתך ובלכתך בדרך, ובשבתך ובגבולך. וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובשעריך, למען ירבו שמכם בימי בניכם על האדמה אשר נשבע אדוני לאבותיכם לתת להם, מימי השמיים על הארץ. ויאמר אדוני אל משה לאמור, דבר אל בני ישראל ואמרת עליהם, ועשו לכם ציצית על כנפי עזריהם לדורותם, ונתנו על ציצית הקנה ציל סלת, והיה לכם לציצית, וראיתם אותו וזכרתם את כל מצוות אדוני, ועשיתם אותם, ולא תפורו אחרי לבבכם, ואחרי עיניכם אשר אתם זונים אחריהם, למען תזכרו ועשיתם את כל מצוותיי, והייתם קדושים לאלוהיכם. אני אדוני אלוהיכם אשר הוצאתי אתכם מארץ מצרים la fe de Elohim. Ani Adonai Elohim. Amazing. We did it. Might have been a bit long, but we said all of this in Hebrew. You can stop it, pronounce it with me, and we have the translation of it. Gonna break it down word by word later on. So I'm gonna make this perfect so far. Thank you so much for watching, and very excited to our Hebrew community where we learn Hebrew twice a week, every week, live classes, or watching anything. And you know, you can help us. Check it out. It's a 7-day free trial, and you're all invited. I'm looking forward to see you there. Have a blessed day. You don't go to class. You don't go to class. Focus on the yellow. Focus on the yellow. It's safe. You see it, right? Shalom, everyone. Welcome back to another video of YouTube edition. Time we're going to learn 25 essential words of Hebrew. It's going to be easy, simple, good taste, and we can just get started. Are you ready? Let's do it. So the first one is shalom. Of course, the easiest word. Shalom is hello. It also even means goodbye. Okay, so the second is or sometimes people say, Todah Rabba. By the way, very much. So we had Todah, and there's Todah Rabba. Third, you're welcome. Someone says Todah, I say Todah. How the fuck can Ozzy not understand his goddamn word he says, but he sings like a fucking bird? How the fuck did that ever happen? You can't be fucking bad in the bones, Jack. I'm sorry, I cut you off. Shabbos does Lama is we really want to say things for one of the part of the entire story. Yeah, my friend Shabbos does Lama is we really want to say things for one of the part of the entire story. But we'll consider the last stories that were family and friends. One of these stories, no matter our background, learning experience, ever had here, as long as we need to find it, we are in time. He was on the way to do it. She owns a bunch of country bars, and she decided to get a manager, and she bought it from Sandy Marks, and Sandy and her husband's the one who started the last time, and then Sandy sold her, she wanted to get out to this lady. So it was all people in the yard started with $150 million more. She owned like women's clubs, she owned the biggest country bar, she had the majority of the and this woman had so much fucking money, this was just one of her things.
Tomorrow.
She would come in, and then so she had
Come on, Wandale. Dude, what is there a fucking obsession with this guy? Wandale. Love this coach. Look at bullshit. This coach sucks. Yo, dog. Auntie, how old are you? How old are you? Maybe. Every time I come here, I gotta tell you this. The other day, I was turning on my TV, and I get this new fucking visual in Nashville. You just, I thought it was Steve TV, it's like from Xfinity, but you just hold on to what he's saying, and I go, I love Josie Wells. Boom, I love Josie Wells. You didn't tell me fucking water. Boom, for free. Right, listen. When he's talking to fucking Tin Mans, what he's talking about, that's the most, okay, go fuck yourself, these people today, alright, you Kevin Costner and all these assholes, go fuck yourself. You want to take acting schools to what but that's also very now make a big deal about it. What he's talking about today is with the candles and keys and the fucking anybody in the internal beef. Every single fucking defensive city talk about that. They want to see how defense traps all the time. And a lot of times they keep that break out. I go for a straight like in 3 months. Where it comes to it's
Look at this athleticism, folks. It's really unprecedented.
There was two asses.
Come on, you little bitch. All right, come on. Wildrow. What do I have to do to summon you, dog? Wandale fucking Robinson. Did they give it to this Scataboo dude again? Wandale Robinson. Wandale Robinson.
Church communion over here for the first time. My tour manager been smoking a cigarette, drinking water. You know how I'm feeling about it. Don't wonder. Don't wonder. No one's doing water, okay? Yeah. He's always on the first time. I don't know. Find a couch. Might light something you motherfucker wants. Yeah. It's like, hey, so what do you want to do? It's a channel factory. He didn't take glasses. He got on the fucking boat and fucking just hit it. Oh, yeah. He's got OJ in there. If they gets out, one point, a guy with a camera walks up to him and why are you after the cops? Like, I give the camera. The guy's supposed to say he's got a gun. And you're fucking around with the camera, you dumb fuck. And where are the cops? You fucking badass with a bandana. He's like, right there. By the guy. What the fuck up? What the fuck up? The bass and it fucking gets your heart going. The drums kick in and that fucking the horse tranquilizer, the fucking drums in. That's when the shit goes, Jack. You gotta be ready. You gotta be on the train and you're left to the station. That's all I'm saying, right? That's why it's like Shark Week. This is like Shark Week. We gotta go where the fuck it's at. So much ass to stop. You have ice ass. You gotta point towards me. What you drop? Flavor your falafel. Alright, they're gonna give you this shit straight from fucking Hebron or whatever that is. Actually, where'd you pick up from?
Wandale Robinson. He sucks, dude. This guy's awful. Wandale. 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 This guy sucks.
Everybody's fucking looking at me, and I'm like, God damn it, talk about my teeth. Oh my God. We all
Rondale. Come on, motherfucker, give it to him. This play call sucks. Here, listen to this one.
That's what makes you great. He's trying to make this one. Holy shit. Oh my God. This shit was so fun. Coco with Jacob and chips. That's the best time I've done. And the most I swear to God, be watching a movie. Hey, Rob, you want something for the kitchen? Get a glass of water. Okay, you were fire, see, you were on the
Wandale. Come on, baby. Are you fucking serious? Quit with this asshole. Yo, what up? Wandale. Wandale Robinson, come on, baby.
I'm not saying fucking ghosts or, spirits and shit.
What if I have a little
I'm
bump in the road?
out as fuck.
I don't know. That's all part of the
For some reason, I can't take a deep breath.
What if it's
I'm off this week.
4, 5, 6?
I always seem to forget that. Like I always,
Don't step on it.
when I go to Nashville, when I go to
But then
cities,
you're above, not above, confused.
when you work, you work, man.
And therefore, you
I'm a grown fucking man. I get tired. Those fucking early morning flights kill me. So I'm fucking off. I'm off.
Right. So to a holy ground,
I jokes, I send my emails, I take care of my business.
holy ground,
But I'm off. I'm not drinking. I'm not drinking or anything. The table, anything. That's the most distinct thing from my fucking
later on,
life. I'm off. I'm
it's
gonna do a podcast on a Wednesday night with 2 fucking sandwiches. That's it.
that's water. That's
Let me get some shout outs before I forget.
it's considered something like
Some bad motherfuckers.
The question is, why is it so well, the first part I can explain is the part of the concept of the water, because some people use it in the summer. I don't think in the winter it's not considered part of it. That's why it's so the second time.
Jericho Jones, Brandy Lynn. I'll see you in Minneapolis in 2 weeks. Trevor Lupton, Remedy King,
But why does it say
Benny,
surrounded by
Moreno,
lemons?
Jay, Juanito, Smokey, Smokey, Girl, Alex, what's happening, you bad motherfuckers? There you go.
Hold the ground.
Well, hey, okay, good. So I gotta tell them about the thing. I love these guys, man. My buddy Enforcer, he's homeboys down in Little Rock, fucking, he's a member of the church. I want to give you a shot and watch you fucking get all fucked up on that, okay? But Paul's fucking great. Also, I heard today Rick Cruz out of Florida. This boy's out of the hospital. This boy had a sinus infection, and when he took it to the doctor said, "Oh, it's a virus." The sinus infection got so bad, it was an abscess in the boy's sinuses. This boy's 7 years old, and so the little boy had to go to the ICU for like 9 days. Had to have surgery. Okay. And he does all this, and I'm talking to him, I'm like, look, what that means is very good, okay? I said, everything's okay. And he goes, I'm used to the bird. And he myself or something. I said, that kid ain't what kind of language I said him everything. And he goes, all he wants is a Lego. God damn it. That part, he's still won't die. They're so close to the bones. So close to the brain. And this dumb fucking ER doctors who don't
What
get
happens
it
if you
to
have
shit.
an
Let's take a look, take 5 minutes. Look at the kid. Right? What's the color of the snot? Okay. He's 7. Let's give him antibiotics anyway, just to make sure. Okay. Alright? It's fucking Miami.
That's pretty unreal.
Alright? He's like, but he'll still need. And it's like, that little boy, we're thinking that we're working together. We're in West Palm. And he left every day, and he was like, and fever, spikes,
Giants are in tremendous position. Their problem is they couldn't make a field goal. I don't think.
Wandale. Well, that was cool. Wandale. How about Wandale? Fuck Malik Neighbors. Wandale. OJ McDuffie was amazing in Miami. Wandale. Why would you do that? Wandale. This team is awful.
Another thing that I said is, yesterday we had learned that a rightness is eternal. In other words, it's also what you say about the issues around making the purposes, which is just the rabbanon, like the seed, the family, the smallest, that's a fun. She's telling us kids and their parents, that's all the what is this number? That would consist of 0, 0, and 0. It's a double safeguard. A paradise is a safeguard that you want to carry this around. So that's one safeguard. One thing the person don't carry something for around because you don't carry it around. That's one safeguard. So what if you don't have before I tell you what, I have this thing. That's only if you want to be proud. And there's a contradiction in the Bryces. One Bryce says that a Zohar that has a mission, and he wears a pouch, a kiss, a diaper, to see whether or not he has additional mission. It's possible for him to walk out like on a Shabbos because it's not the way to walk around with pouch. And if he does, okay, it's awesome. It's awesome. No more than that. The other Bryces says not only is it awesome, it's kind of perhaps we can reconcile the Bryces and say, Bryces says that it's also very important that you, this particular person, it is his right to wear. And therefore for him, it's also considered the direct to wear it. The other Bryces doesn't want to be married, it says, since most people don't wear couches, it's possible. Says about it, either a mayor agrees that it has to be that no one wears something like this. If some people wear it and some people don't, the professionals do wear it, then they will agree that it's awesome. Or if somebody drills a hole, or a professional usually drills a larger hole, and he drills a smaller hole, I think this guy is probably, of course not. Therefore, what guy says, we're talking about one Bryce, a sub, and some two-sided. And in order for him to be a sub, don't be two-sided. So for him, it's necessary to wear the couch. That's why he's saying. The second Bryce is talking about that we already had, we rejoice, and it's a bad day. So therefore, the couch doesn't really accomplish anything. That's why it is public. The fact that the couch prevents his clothing from becoming dirty, that's not considered enough of a usage of the term. Therefore, it is pucker and a wonderful difference.
You play nice. Like not for nothing.
Get him.
By the way, the word says that person feels.
Sunday Night Football is brought to you by Monday. Welcome to more of the all-new Monday Battle Sale. Buy NFL Sunday ticket for
I will also
TV.
sing for us and sing to us. Without him, no one would score to the investment.
Big winning awaits.
Gave him 300 barrels of
This
oil
is
and
Johnson
7
Farms, 20 minutes from Casey Belton, Missouri,
rectified
celebrating
all
the engagement of the tradition Taylor
safe for
Fort
us.
Mays style. As you can do
The Lord confused
in America's heartland.
great detail. The
Makes
rest
better
of
than Chiefs needed for the moment after a
tears
turbulent
are
first half
today.
of KC.
They say,
10 searching for
healthy,
number one on the
healthy
season.
part.
Carson Butker just sucker popped to kick that off to Devin Singletary with the return across the 30 to the 32-yard line with the Giants take over. All right, let's take a look at our next gen stats power by
Who's that saying?
He has been something in the first half. The first 2 weeks, 3 total missed tackles forced. He was in the NFL. Let's get to hole number 44 out there. 5 in the first half. Into the first half. And 1 back left to go along with it. We didn't see any of those the first 2 weeks. Maybe he's the secret sauce here.
No, it's Wandale Robinson. This guy sucks. Wandale. Wandale.
There just aren't many guards in all of football that can handle this big guy. He has been their best player on defense for a long time. John Runyon that time. And you know, first half of the year, he is almost relieved. And this is a team that's built for tonight. Get all the sacks.
Wandale Robinson, dog. Oh, are you fucking serious?
The Chiefs have it going. And Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs have it going on offense like they did on that last drive. It won't matter if it's one of the 10 or the 15.
This is the worst. Wanda Robinson, I'm gonna trade that. Thank you. Cut me.
that in them. But they really got 2 power bags and Pacheco and Blood. And they don't need a couple of free yards in the running game. Just the easy play, right? Where a guy makes a miss like a That's one of the things that Rick Beach Chiefs has done so well. And a veteran Robert Street that might get a guy from somewhere to fill out a role. And they have after the season good plays at Joffrey. Well, and what they really need is more diversity on the offense amongst the receivers. They get your big guys that they do get back. It's going to look like a different football team. They just want to be in position to make plays.
Oh, this is the worst.
The way it went, his full generation, like 79 before Melbourne Ice,
This is the worst fucking game.
It's a monster. Says it's worse.
Wandale.
From 98 till when my father passed was me becoming a man. And the last straw was my father passed. I'll make you a man until you don't know you're a man until your father passes. You're no longer something to that's a point. You don't have responsibility.
Who the fuck peels grapes? Wandale Robinson.
That's really what they've been reduced to here tonight. They're just basically taking away Malik Neighbors, and every time Russell Wilson gets impatient and tries to go there, all of a sudden he ends up with one intercepted. So if the Giants are going to make a comeback here, it's probably Darius Slayton, it's probably Wandale Robinson, it's Theo Johnson, because they just have been unable to get Neighbors even started. By the time that Russell Wilson got that audible out, then you had already seen Nick Miller. They're blitzing, there's no question watching. Now they're going to run back out of there. It's just going to give a little space over here to Neighbors. Once you cross the 50, you can expect runs. That's the chase. Neighbors also shaking up as well as they were both everyone trying to go up and get it. And that is a big issue right there for the New York Giants. Two white players for each team. But the safety Neighbors the receiver here did get kicked by Neighbors accidentally. Neighbors with the right shoulder. See Neighbors getting up for the Giants. And the Trades have the Chiefs continue to look. This started safety point.
The choices that we make can change lives. We still healthier women make a healthier world. But that doesn't mean taking care of everyone else. It means taking care of you.
If there are no clouds in the sky, everybody that's not in the country, you have to as long as capture the water. So where is the situation with the water right now, wrong side, so then the shelter remains, and therefore this water where they still not considered completely safe. And the halacha is like the Shabbat because it's not the Shabbat or still that's not one of the things. In fact, that looks like this. What is one of the things? The fact that all even once they open, I can still be the scope of the girl under the feet of the soil is heavy from the so not supposed to be. Therefore, they consider the whole
That house has been taken away in this country. See, that was a house, that was a way of life. Guys like Ralphie, neighbors, guys, they figure out a way how to make a great living and not bust their hump. So what job that they worked 8 months of the year, but in June they were guaranteed laid off. They would collect unemployment till October. And the whole summer, they lived in
Job is not anxiety.
cash from
The person
unemployment.
with the pain, any
Plus
vessel,
30 grand a
they
week.
hold it over the dead body.
For selling
That
something.
becomes coming as a
But you can buy electric wheels and sell them at the bar in one day.
However, if you want something to do,
So it's $200 for 100 wheels.
in other words, any under the same city
All you gotta do
the city must be
is this quick. Break it
wide
down.
with their the 18
You come to my house at 6:30. You come to my house at 8.
There's a lot of like
This one of my daughters.
if you're
You come to my house at 8:30.
in other words, a Margaya,
The good news is both players got up and walked off. It's starting up. What's the great ideas? Running cook walking off
Wandale. If you give it to Scalaboo, I'm gonna be so pissed. He was down. Down.
There's another
60 to 70
there's a down. If you harvest grapes,
McDuffie clearly has been a pretty dominant player in the secondary for this Chiefs team.
consider
But right now, for the New York Giants, it's just one of those moments, right? You got plenty of time in this game.
That was a fun
Go down and push points.
they'll probably say that
At this point, that's how he's lost his patience a few times, taking all these shots and really should not have been taken. There's standards to say we want to
it was like a big like stroke. You should have listened to Iron before, but good. It's like so shit. It's still they embarrassed them.
And I still to this day, out of all the shit I do, there's two things that I sit back and get.
Another episode that he can walk us through said the name of Bloody Greenbone. It says the name of Schroeder.
And Sundays, I look at those
That's
around.
if they fight instead
Tim,
of
the preseason probably is showing the really breathing what's going on with CFC at this
Wandale. 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 Wandale.
Oh, Wando did get something.
Ordinarily, it's Dexter Lawrence who's delivering big hits on the quarterback, but not against the Kansas City Chiefs. They have had him bottled up all night long with double teams and running at him. Just hasn't really had a chance to get jump started at all. He had an issue with his elbow last year. Then you see the two big guys that race with Reed Humphrey.
Yes, we've been watching it down here. Giants have been able to send so much pressure after Mahomes as they've been playing a lot of man coverage on the back end. And sometimes you get confused and you see somebody in the secondary giving up a pass that time with Devo. But these guys have been under a ton of pressure because they have no choice. They have to get hits on Patrick Mahomes.
decimating enemy forces. Even just target by the same amount of time. However, that's not taking time. Also themselves.
Come on. Dude, they're fucking obsessed with this asshole. Their coach deserves to be fired. No passing game. Five minutes left. Russell Wilson sucks. Look, Wandale. Wandale. Oh, that's what we really about. What you really give a shit is whether this motherfucker's having fun on the scout team. Not why aren't we getting the ball to Wandale Robinson? That's the question that I have for them. That's the fucking question that I have for them. Wandale Robinson, you're the worst. You deserve to be fired. Wandale. He's open. Just throw it to him. Dog, he is so shitty.
And the Kansas City Chiefs defense is fantastic. And their early schedule is really, really tough. So at what point do you want to put in a Jackson Hart? Even if you did want to put him in, you don't want to put him in.
Why would you hand the ball off? Under what fucking situation?
Comes a point in the season where you pick a soft spot, you get him in, you try and make it all look good. But going against Steve Spagnuolo and this defense, it's hard for the rest of the
Wandale. What the fuck was that? Dude, Russell Wilson, he sucks so much dick. Wandale. If they hand the ball off, they deserve to lose. Every game this year. Oh, Wandale. Wandale. What the fuck is that? Wandale. Wandale. This guy is so bad. Wandale. Wandale. Are you fucking serious?
Even though I haven't seen him in 8 years, he was like, that's so like, you know what I mean? Just we were down so much, you know? Like, so I'm like,
The Giants ran the ball fairly well tonight, but they should have because of the defense that was being played with those deep safeties that take away neighbors. And they didn't run it well enough, consistently enough, all the way down the field to be able to make the difference and score the touchdowns they needed. And you know, the Giants defense played pretty well tonight, and they did okay and hung in there with Patrick Mahomes, but in the end, the Giants just can't put offense and defense together. They just can't do it.
Basically, the Chiefs have won. This was an important game. They get on the board. They don't fall 3 behind the Chargers. They've already lost to the Ravens next Sunday at Arrowhead. Then they go to Jacksonville. Jacksonville will get there. We'll see them against the Lions coming up on a Sunday night in Week 6.
Olive oil, and now it works. Well, it's close. As much as use the olive oil. Scripture reveals that.
Timeout.
Looks at our puzzle.
2:18 to go. Speaking of the Chargers, they are here. Coach Hart says the Chargers do 3-0. They come in, and then the Giants will go to New Orleans. The Saints took a point by Seattle this week. Philly twice in 3 weeks. The Broncos lost the undefeated Niners, and it's a brutal stretch for the Giants here to start the season.
It is. And also, I think a lot of the Jackson Dart discussion is partially based on that, right? You might remember that Saints game ago. There's a we go give him a shot there. The Eagles got to play with it, I know things, right? So at some point he's going to be, somebody was not panic over it. I know he's going to play. I do think there's something to, and it'll be, just be Brian Daboll's wouldn't be manager, it'll be the general manager. It's the point that will be made this year. And I wait till they get it right. And put on pressure on Brandon.
Give him. Intercept it. Wandale, if you give it to Scatterbill, oh, I'm gonna be so pissed. Wandale. Russell Wilson sucks in the pocket. Wandale. He is so bad. How many fucking sacks is he?
Performances by the Giants were bad defensive performances. Randy Reed, a sigh of relief, right? I mean, they just needed a win. There was a for the New York Giants to win this football game tonight. There really was. And the struggles early on in that first half for the Kansas City Chiefs, and they came out, I don't know what Andy said or did at halftime. They came out that first drive, and it was like a magic wand was made. It was like, oh, the Chiefs are back. Somebody turned on the light here, and then all of a sudden, everything was fine. Mr.
Joey, and I was shook up, man. I'm like, Kelsey, I love when Melissa asked Avery what it was. If you're upset about something,
Travis up the base, but the couple says, but just like you're not allowed to do this, so we're being honest, you can't have a moment of force being fair. But when honest, so you're not like the layer of another famous savior of conscience. And spoken to this, that's how we can help it. Because it says, oh, great, it's empty and it doesn't have water, it's the double language, where it says, yes, it didn't have water, but it has things, it's working. Travis says that when you let the layer make sure that the layer won't come up into the doorway, not further away, because people don't realize that you are the one that places it. The Bible says you keep the layer on the right side of the door, Rothschild says put on the left side of the door, and this you have, this is on the right, and the layer on the left. Rabbi Rothschild says that the tree and the layer would be spent. Even a very simple task as counting money should not be done by the life of the layer. Where we see this from, he said that I mean, obligated to cover the blood of a chaya and a bird as a shepherd, not of it. You should sow with your hand, and the shepherd animal rather than your foot. Kicking dirt is a good sign. But Joseph, maybe sure the lady asked, I don't know if you not benefit from sugar decoration, let's see your fingers and eat it. You learn this from the menorah. Says Rabbi Yosef, Marida Avram, as we would say in our days, Rabbi Shalom, the master of Avram. It's the first of rice that you can't use sukkah decoration. Hanukkah is not. Rather, the part of this halacha is from Kisei Hadam, and we learn sukkah and Hanukkah from Kisei Hadam. In all of Shas, when Rabbi and Shmuel argued, halachas like Rabbi and Shmuel. But the following three halachas, Abai is read, Rabbi was custom like Shmuel, and that is that you are permitted, according to Shmuel, to light one candle, others are permitted to untie your tzitzis and place them in another baguette. And the halachas like Rabbi Shimon, according to Shmuel, big grade, that you're permitted to drag a heavy object on the ground, even though it might create a furrow in the ground, as long as you're not mechaven to make that furrow. Now, what is the issue with having a nail and net lighting one way from the other? One Adonai says this is the Zion of a mitzvah. Should not be using a mitzvah to light a match to light another candle. And the other Adonai says it's you're taking away from the original mitzvah. What says that? You're using some of the oil of the first candle. What is the difference between the in a case we go directly from wood to wood. In that case, there is no Zion. It's go directly from the wood rather than the wood. However, it's still a mitzvah. It looks like as if you're using some of the oil of the first. So you want to ask a question from my teacher. The person has a lot of fruit, which needs to reach Yerushalayim he's permitted to redeem all of his fruit onto a coin. A coin becomes Kaddish. Now I want to take that coin that's Kaddish and use it as a counterweight to weigh another coin in order for me to use that other coin for Meiser Shein. I want to go mitzvah with it. And right now I'm doing a mundane cash. I'm weighing with it. The halacha is you're not permitted to do something. We must explain, in order to explain Shmuel, that the reason why it's also because we're worried about the outcome. What if you find out that the weight of the 7 point is not adequate? It's too, it doesn't weigh enough or weighs too much. You're not going to use that coin. Therefore, you're weighing it the first time. You're using a Kaddish coin to do a thing that never had a good outcome of the missile. But in our case, when you take a match and you light one candle, perhaps that's okay because the chances that you're not going to use that to light another candle are very
Hi,
slim.
Miss Aquarius.
Gemara tells us that
How are you, madam?
Okay. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Are you ready for me?
Yeah, let's play. Before I go to bed, I gotta get up in the morning.
You have something in the
Yeah,
morning?
get my better.
What do you have in the morning?
Hair's done. And then I gotta go to the woman doctor about my mammogram. I gotta go to the mammogram place. But
Okay.
I'll get my hair done.
Alrighty.
Let's go. Let's go. Yay.
That's good. You've got these three. No doubt.
Oh.
Beautiful spare. Perfectly placed.
Thank you. No, you got this. Thank you.
Oh, for sure. No doubt. They shouldn't even make me do this because they know I'm going to get it. Get it, baby.
Yay.
There we go.
Oh, come on, let's go. No. You got it right out of this one. I got the opportunity now.
Give it to me. I'm going to get these 4. Or they're 5. I'm going to get these 5. No doubt. Are you serious? How does it slide like that?
No.
That's garbage. You got it.
Right, me? Me, I got it.
Oh, no doubt.
You got it.
Did you go? Oh, there you go. This is a tough split, Miss Aquarius. Get 2. The goal is to get 2.
Girl, I keep missing it. Okay, you got it, Rabbi.
No doubt. All right, I'm going to get these 2. Then I'm going to celebrate. Get it. Yay.
It did. Here, come on. Yeah.
Now that makes it interesting, Miss Aquarius.
I know, right? Come on, come on.
Oh, no. Oh, how hard is this?
Oh,
2 strikes in a row. Miss Aquarius is making an amazing comeback. Oh, get it, get it, get it. 3 in a row. That's a turkey. It's over. Four in a row. That's a record for Miss Aquarius, everybody.
Oh, my God. Yes. Come on, Rabbi.
You took the wind out of my sails. You got 4 strikes in a row. That was amazing. 4 strikes in a row. Bravo. Yeah, that was amazing. I'm not going to stop talking about that for a long time. 4 strikes in a row. Get 5 here. Get 5.
Come on, Rabbi. It's your turn now.
No, it's not. It's your turn.
It's your turn, though. You gotta get it. You gotta win.
I don't know if I'm getting 4 in a row. That's not what we want. But I'll take it because I'm gonna get these 3.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Were you in bars and restaurants, Starbucks, grocery stores?
Actually, I could have read. I have a great story for you. I was thinking of this over the weekend because I meet people. You got it. You got it. Right now is walking down the street and
Get it.
come on, right.
Okay, I'm gonna get these two now. No doubt.
Yeah, no doubt.
Got it.
Especially if you happen to be wearing their team. Is it a Yankee hat?
I wear Dodgers hats. Like, and this is the thing is I wear Dodgers hats in New York, and so either they love the Dodgers and they're stalking me for that reason, or they're stalking me because they have something to say about how much better the Yankees are than the Dodgers. It's okay. Rabbi, I want Rabbi to leave. Come on, Rabbi. Right, Rabbi. Right.
There we go. That's a big lead.
Yeah, that's good. That's very good. I like that. I like that for you.
Miss Aquarius making the comeback.
Come on, Rabbi. Got it. Do it again.
Oh, what is that?
So let's talk about your book. You have a book coming out soon called Dating Disability: 15 Stories of Dealing with
Get it, girl.
Building Confidence.
Get it, girl.
All about your life.
You got it this time, Rabbi.
Miss Aquarius. Get it.
You got it, Rabbi. You got it.
Oh, no
Yay.
doubt. No doubt.
Come on. Strike again. Strike again. Strike it. Strike it. Oh, it should not that one.
I am in agreement. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Miss Aquarius, that was amazing. You got 4 in a row. That was a night to remember. Beautiful job. Best wishes with your appointment tomorrow.
Yeah, I know, right?
Absolutely.
I know I do fine. Just wait until I was good last. My mom that I was good last. So I know I'm a good dish.
God willing.
God's willing. All right, I'll do that. I love you.
I love you
I'll
too.
see you tomorrow, God willing.
God willing. Excellent job.
You too. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, besides the baseball cap trick, can you share with our listeners another jewel of wisdom that would help anybody in the dating world?
I feel like I could share a lot. I think if I had to pick one, is I don't know this in the book, and this is something I borrowed from my soul cycle instructor, is to focus on getting 1% better. You don't have to get 10% better overnight. You have to get 1% better each day. And that was something I really judged myself harshly. I judged myself very harshly for a number of years, which is not a good thing, and many of us do it. And I remember, when I first started telling men who I was romantically and sexually interested in that, that I felt that way, I was really hard on myself. I'm like, why can't I have this conversation in person? Like, I sent a text, why couldn't I push myself to do this in person? And that wasn't fair. I wasn't being fair on myself, to myself. And I think, you have to remember that particularly when we're have struggled with self-esteem or have struggled with self-worth, that's a lot to come out the other side of it. We're also for anyone who does that. And if you are just taking small steps, like that's okay. You're going to get to a place, where I get, where you're not afraid to just say it on the phone to say, like, I wanted you to kiss me, or I want to kiss you, you're going to get there. But you're not going to get there overnight. And so, yes, I really, that 1% butter applies to a lot of things.
Yes, I think we can all think about just getting a little bit better every single day. Emily Goodson, you said we have very little time left, but you said you have a quick story about a friend of the show here, Dr. Eva Rinfo, who's a psychiatrist in Miami, who we've had on the show a number of times in the past.
I have my portrait has been into her photography, so that's the whole beauty project.
That's right. She runs a charity called the Bold Beauty Project, where she has makeup artists and wardrobe people glam up people with physical disabilities and do a beautiful photography exhibit. I think her most recent one was at UCLA in the spring.
That's right.
Yeah, which is great. Oh, well, I'm going to have to look at your picture there. Emily Goodson, where can people get the book? The book is called Dating Disability, 15 Stories of Dealing with the BS and Building Confidence. Where can people get it?
They can get it right now on my publisher's website.
With the receipts.
Exhibit A, the alleged car chase that they were watching. And right there on the banner below, you can see it started in Temple City, and we saw that. Go ahead, Philip.
Well, I wanted to let you know that President Trump has said Charlie Kirk has died. So that is the breaking news that we are likely about to have with ABC News.
Exhibit B, the giant clocks around their office. Exhibit C, don't worry, you won't have to do the math because I've done it for you. Timestamp time. It is 1:07 and 15 seconds in the afternoon, with the timestamp on their video of 3 hours, 42 minutes, and 5 seconds.
For 3 o'clock at Utah time, which is 2 o'clock Pacific.
Exhibit D, we have a cheering starting at exactly 4 hours, 17 minutes, and 15 seconds, which is a difference of 35 minutes and 10 seconds. So if you take the timestamp plus the clock saying it was 1:07 and 15 seconds, add 35 minutes and 15 seconds, what time would you have? 1:43. So they technically were watching a car chase video. What do you think they were cheering for?
In the back.
In Australia, officially recognized Palestinian state, sparking backlash from Israel, and researchers discover a fish that was thwarted information.
So that the 40 years that Yisrael was in the desert, HaKadosh Baruch Hu lit up and created life for Klal Yisrael. Therefore,
Wanda Robinson
light
did a
help HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so to speak. We benefit from his life. He doesn't need our life. The menorah is a testimony to the nations that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Shechina is sure on Klal Yisrael. And how does he testify? How does it work? Because we use the Ner Ma'aravi to light all the other candles. The Ma'aravi depends. If the menorah is facing east and west, then the second candle coming into the Heichal, that's the one we light. If the menorah faces north-south, according to one Manoma, then the center one, the Emtsoi, that's the Ner Ma'aravi. At any rate, we use that Ner Ma'aravi to light all the other candles, and that's the last one that we clean out. We must explain that the way it worked, it was not that we took a match and went from one to the other, because that would be a problem of using mitzvah. We must explain that the wick was long enough to reach the other cup. Each cup's wick reached the other one. Yet the only issue that remains is if you hold akushim, it looks as if you're taking and diminishing the oil from the first cup. Over here, we still have that problem. Rav Rothschild says, if a cheresh shaita v'katan, people that are not able to light Hanukkah candles, if they lit it, are you yotzei if you pick it up and place the menorah after they lit it in its proper resting place? If you hold hadlaka oisim so that the mitzvah is when you light it, then you wouldn't be yotzei the mitzvah. But if you hold the hanacha oisim mitzvah, then it's fine. Doesn't matter who lit it. The point is, you have to place it in the proper final place, and you are yotzei. So therefore, the Gemara says, I could bring a raya perhaps. If a person lit the menorah but kept on holding the menorah throughout the whole duration, he's not yotzei. Why not? He performed the hadlaka. Shouldn't he be yotzei? You see from here that hanacha is a mitzvah. The Gemara says no. Perhaps the reason why he's not yotzei is because other people don't see the Persuma Misa. They're going to think that you lit it for your own good. So the Gemara will have another raya. What about a case where a person lit it indoors and he brought it outdoors? Allah says he's not yotzei. So why not? If hanacha is a mitzvah, I put it in its final resting place, it should be okay. You see from here, hadlaka is a mitzvah. Gemara says the same answer. perhaps people will say that you did it for yourself. And finally, the Gemara brings a raya. If a person lights a very large glass bowl of oil from Friday all the way to Motzei Shabbos, and he wants to light candles, what does he do? He extinguishes the candle and he relights it. But if hanacha is a mitzvah, he should have to lift it up and put it down again. That's one raya. Second raya is from the fact that we say mitzivanu lahadlik ner Chanukah. You see from here that the mitzvah isn't the hadlaka. We don't say mitzivanu lahaniach ner Chanukah, but rather lahadlik. So from here you see that the mitzvah is lahadlik. Now the Gemara says, since we prove that the hadlaka is a mitzvah, therefore if a cherev shouldn't have gotten lighted, you are not yotze even if you place it in its final place. And a woman certainly could be yotze with the mitzvah, as we're going to see tomorrow. She could also be yotze to your husband, because afhein hoyu b'sanes. Yehudis was the one who cut off the general's head, and it was a terrible decree against all women, all brides. Therefore, they were in the nace, and they could certainly light Hanukkah candles. Have a wonderful day.
Was it helpful for people to come in when you were with your husband?
Shabbos Avchav Gimel, a guest must light Ner Chanukah. And if he wants, he can participate by giving money to the host and being part of his candle. If he's married, he could be soymach on his wife. Women are mechuyev in Ner Chanukah like men because aftein hayu bois hanes. Yehudis is the one who killed the general, and they had other exeris against them. Therefore, a wife can be mighty a husband. Shmuel Levi says the best oil is olive oil. It's clear and it's very bright. It's actually better than sesame seed oil, which lasts longer, but it's not as bright and clear. When you make ink, there are two processes in the making of the ink which require oil. Process number one is you burn oil and you capture the smoke in a glass, and that smoke is soup. You peel that smoke off and you mix that smoke with step two with oil. To make the soup, it's best to use olive oil. But to mix the soup, some say it's best to use olive oil, some say it's not necessary. There's another ingredient in ink, which is the sap of trees. The best sap is a black thorn gum. But the Gemara says you can use any sap you want. As we know, and this comes from Rab, the first night of Hanukkah we make three brachas. Lahadik ner Hanukkah, sha'asa nisim laviseinu, and shechiyanu. On the second night of Hanukkah, we don't say shechiyanu. But on all nights of Hanukkah, you say sha'asa nisim laviseinu because there was a nace on every single one of the 8 nights. If you know for a fact that you are not going to light Neris Hanukkah, you're on a ship, you're on a plane, you see from a distance, you say a bracha just for singing. You don't say lahadlik because you aren't lighting. You say sha'asa nisim laviseinu. And on the first night, you'll also say shechiyanu, but on the second night, all you say is sha'asa nisim. The question is, why do we say in brachas that are on mitzvahs d'Rabbanan, like Ner Hanukkah, why do we say b'tzivanu? You, Hashem, commanded us. Chachamim commanded us. The Gemara explains because it says in Torah, lo yisasu. You cannot deviate from what Chachamim tell us. So therefore, anytime Chachamim give us a mitzvah, it has the power of a d'oraisa. Another pasuk is, Sha'al avicha v'yagetcha, zekinecha v'yaymer lach. The zekin and the Chachamim will tell you, and you must listen. When it comes to the mai, these are fruit that you buy from an Amaretz. You're not sure whether or not he performed Trumas Amaisrus. He separated Trumas Amaisrus. Chachamim are mechayev you being mafresh Truma Amaisrus. Why don't we make a bracha on that? It's the Rabbanon. We should make a bracha just like we make on Ner Hanukkah. In fact, the halacha is you can take this mai and make a bracha on it, make zimun on it, use it as an erev chatzeros, as an erev tafshilin, as a sheet of mavais. You could also be mafresh the Truma Amaisrus unclothed. That shows us that there's no bracha. And the answer is, says Abaya, because it's a suffix Rabbanan. The Rabbanan are not sure whether or not the Amoritz was mafresh Trumas Amaisrus, whereas by Chanukah is a vada. Rabbi says even more. Not only is it a suffix, it's not even a suffix. It doesn't start at all. Because most Amoritz do perform Trumas Amaisrus. It's a chumrah And on a chumrah, you don't make a bracha. But Buddha says that a house that has two front doors, we're not concerned that some out-of-towner that's not familiar with your house will think that two separate families live there and will wonder how come one of the families didn't light their Hanukkah. Therefore, all you need to do is light one candle. However, if you have doors on two sides of your house, let's say on the front of your house and on the side of your house, you're mechuyev to light two candles. We are concerned for the people that live in the city. They might think that since you didn't light on one of the doors, you didn't light at the other door. Where do we see that you must be concerned with what other people think about it? In the Torah, by pay. The Torah says that you have to leave the corner of your field for the poor. You must leave it all the way at the end when you're finished harvesting. Why is that? Why all the way at the end? Why can't I leave the corner in the middle while I'm harvesting? There are 4 reasons given. Well, the reason that's important for us is that we are concerned that other people might think that you haven't given pay, and they'll curse you. And we don't want other people to think bad about you. The other 3 reasons are because if you can give it whenever you want, you wait until the poor people leave, and then you'll make a phone call to your best friend and have him come down and take it. Or we don't want the poor people to waste their time. They don't know when you're going to give it, so they'll sit around for days. Like this, they know exactly when it's going to happen, and they won't waste their time. And the 4th reason is, Torah says, you have a chiyuv to take pay. We don't want you to lie and say, yes, I gave it yesterday. We know exactly when you're giving it. You're giving it all the way at the end. Like this, you won't come to lie. A candle, a lantern that has 2 wicks coming out of the 2 sides. The Mishnah Berurah says, even if it's one long wick, but you don't see it, you just see the 2 ends of the wick. 2 people could be yotze the chiyuv of Ner Chanukah. If you have a bowl with many wicks in it, many people could be yotze the chiyuv of Ner Chanukah. However, that's only if there's a cover to it. If there's no cover, then there'll be one large flame, and one large flame is called a medura, a bonfire, and that's possible for Nero's Chanukah. The Gemara teaches us that Shalom Bayis is the most important. If you have a choice whether to buy a candle for Shabbos, which is considered for Shalom Bayis, or a candle for Hanukkah, Shalom Bayis comes first. If you have a choice between the candle of Shabbos and to buy a cup of wine rather than making Kiddush on bread, Shalom Bayis comes first. The Gemara just wonders, what about Kiddush, which we do every single week? Does it come before Ner Hanukkah? If you only have money for one. Since Tadr V'Shein and Tadr V'Fayda, the one you do more frequently comes first. Says the Gemara, in our case, Ner Hanukkah comes first because Pirsumei Misa, to publicize the names that Pishbor did for us, comes before the Diros. The Gemara tells us that a person who's careful with Shabbos candles and Hanukkah candles will have children that are Talmidei Chachamim. In fact, Rav Huna walked by Rabbi Oven, the carpenter's house, and he noticed that he's careful with candlelight. And Tais points out that it wasn't just him, it was him and his wife. And therefore, he said, you'll have 2 children that are Talmidei Chachamim. In fact, he had Idi Bar Oven and Chiya Bar Oven because him and his wife were careful. Now, the following story is that Rav Chisda saw that Rav Shizvi's wife was careful with candlelight. And in that story, only one out of the 2 parents were careful, and therefore Rav Chisda promised her a son of Chacham if she had Rav Shizvi. If you're careful with mezuzah, you'll have a beautiful home. You're careful with tzitzis, you'll have beautiful clothing. If you're careful with kiddush, you'll have many barrels of wine. Gemara tells us a story. Rabbi Yosef's wife wasn't very careful with Shabbos candles. She would light very late, not after Shkia, but at the last moment. So he gave her a hint. He said, it says in the we had the leading cloud and the leading fire at night. Because the Torah doubles its language, the Torah is telling us that the fire came into being during the daytime. So she took the hint, and she tried to light candles way before Shabbos. He told her, too early is also not good, because it's not noticeable that you're lighting the candles for Shabbos. Rava says if a person loves Talmidei Chachamim, he'll have sons Talmidei Chachamim. If he gives honor to the Talmidei Chachamim, he'll have a son-in-law that's a Talmidei Chachamim. And if he fears Talmidei Chachamim, he himself will be a Talmidei Chacham. And if he cannot be a Talmidei Chacham, so at least his words will be listened to like Talmidei Chachamim. Shemen Sreifa, says the Gemara, means truma that's tamei, that you must burn, and we're concerned that you might want to burn it on Shabbos and Shemiyata. Because it says we're not concerned that Shemiyata. The concern is that it might be Erev, Yom Tov will fall out on Erev Shabbos, and you're not allowed to burn pachim like we'll see tomorrow on Yom Tov. Have a wonderful day.
Jealousy and anger stop. Just look at ourselves and say, you know what? I'm trying. I'm this is what we do. It will benefit our relationships. So I just encourage you to have really positive self-talk because now we have research to show.
Shabbos Daf of Dalet. Please join us. Our live Zoom share today, we had 110 people that joined the live Daf from all over the world, from New York, from Brooklyn, from Los Angeles, from Melbourne, from South Africa. Please join us, 7:15 a.m. Israel time. The halacha is that we say Ala Nisim in Shemona Esrei because Ala Nisim comes to give praise to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Avodos Lahalam. Where do we insert it? In the part of Shemona Esrei that's praising HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But in Birkas Hamazon, it's not necessary to say Ala Nisim. Birkas Hamazon is the Raisa, Ala Nisim. The Chatzim Chanukah is the Rabbanah. If one insists on saying Ala Nisim in Birkas Hamazon, we should insert it by the part of Birkas Hamazon, by Noidala. And not to insert the Alviyah, which is by Bnei Yerushalayim. Bnei Yerushalayim, like we should rebuild Yerushalayim, and we should have ways that we should be able to bring Karbonos, and that's the tefillah of Yalviyah. Rav says that on Rosh Chodesh, you say Yalviyah in benching. That's what we do today. Why is that? Because it's the Erais, Rosh Chodesh is the Erais. Rav Chanina says, no, we don't say Yalviyah, since there's no Isser to do. The Lacham, work on Rosh Chodesh. The halacha is like Rav because the price that Rabbi Rothschild says, and it goes as follows. There's two categories. The category of days, like Rosh Chodesh and Chol Hamoed, that you bring a Karban Musaf, and there are days, like fast days, that you don't bring a Karban Musaf. The days that you bring a Karban Musaf, says Rabbi Rothschild, the price of, you say Yalav Yava in Birkas Hamazon. That's exactly what Rav says. In addition to that, you say Yalav Yava in Shemona Esrei. I would say, if you forget to say Yalav Yava, you repeat Shemona Esrei. And there's no Kiddush. You don't take a Kiddush cup and make Kiddush on. But the Karban should work for Plague. That's my mother. Those days, you say Anenu. When does the Gemara say Anenu? In Rosh Hashanah, Shachar Shluchim. Rashi brings the Gehaina that we only say Anenu in Mincha like we do today. And the reason is that we shouldn't look like we are lying in Rosh Hashanah. Perhaps a person will have the Gehaina and they'll eat by mistake. It'll be a lie. However, Tosis points out that the Shliach Tzibor should say Anenu. Not the cause for Muslim. There is no Muslim. The other shita is that you do say Ala Nisim because all the other Shemona Esreis have Ala Nisim in them. So we don't want to make Muslim different from other Shemona. The Raya for Rav is from a very similar place. Yontif that falls out on Shabbos. Don't mention Yontif in the Haftarah of Mincha. Those days Rashi says they would say Haftarah of Mincha and they did away with that minhag. But nevertheless, even though it's Yontif, you're not mentioning Yontif because there is no Haftarah because of Yontif. Even though Yontif itself folks Haftarah, not today. So that's a good raya. What's not a good raya is from the other case that Rosh Chodesh that falls out on Shabbos. You don't mention it. That's what we do today. We don't mention Rosh Chodesh in the Haftarah brachos of Shabbos. And the reason is, the Gemara says it's not a good raya because Rosh Chodesh never invokes Haftarah. There is never a concept of Haftarah or Rosh Chodesh. Rosh Chodesh just happens to be today, which is Shabbos. The Gemara says, "Allah will your Levi." Another similar case. Yom Kippur that falls out on Shabbos. By Nehila, we mention Shabbos, even though we never have a Nehila on Shabbos. The whole Nehila is only because of Yom Kippur. Nevertheless, we mention Shabbos. The halacha is that we mention Chanukah. Now, on Shabbos Rosh Chodesh, According to Rashi, we don't mention restriction of fire of course. That's place 7 and halacha places. We don't. And the halacha is that the halacha is not that we don't say Yontif in that third week of Shabbos. But love Shabbos, Friday night is different. Friday night when the Tzibur says Chazar Shal Shabbos, Me'in Sheva, and it's Yontif, we don't mention it. Why? Because the whole reason for Chazar Shal Shabbos by Meir of Shabbos is because of Sefar. The shul was always out in the field, and we're concerned about somebody coming away from the shul, and he's got to leave after everybody left, and he'll be by himself, and the Zika will get it. So they prolong the Meir. On a weekday, people can go to shul those days. So because it's a kind of and olive oil is a mix of diluted fat, of melted fat. It's actually mutter to use. Says the Mishnah. You don't use shemen tzreifah. As we explained yesterday, shemen tzreifah is truma oil that between tummy and you must burn. Allah, you have to burn. You cannot burn it on Yontif, as we had done. Now, shemen tzreifah. Reason why you can't.
And Chin is in Austin. He's always in Austin, so that's, no big change there, right? Big changes here at the desk. It's just us. I feel very far away from you physically, not emotionally. Oh, things are hard a little bit, but we're going to make it work. I took for granted how easy the high fives were when we're but still make it work. How are you, Kevin? What's going on with you? Same old shit, man. Wow. Same old. Just sucking ass, eating grass. Pretty much, yeah. Not much has changed. Yeah, the apartment. So now I have a computer, so I'm going to be distracted, guys. Okay, so I'll just talk. Where's my camera? Which one's my camera? That was my camera? Oh, shit. For the folks at home, if you had to guess how many sandwiches Mark got, how many would you think? I would say one. Yeah, it's just say one. Wrong, you'd be wrong. Sheesh, go ahead and double that number. Whoa, 2. There's some people on the internet that think 1 plus 1 is not 1 times 1 is not 2, like Terrence Howard. Well, he spearheaded that, right? Yeah. So that doesn't count. No? People think it, they're just thinking it because he pitched it, and they're like, oh, yeah, I get that. I have friends. Yeah. And they're like, the crazy part about it is they're not dumb people. They're really smart, but they're like, I can't believe anything. Might blow your mind. Well, they are dumb people. They've just been given the opportunity to expose themselves as dumb. No, my friend, he's really smart. Like, I'm not joking. He's really smart. And I was talking to him the other day, and we started talking conspiracy theories. And I know that he will believe pretty much any conspiracy theory, so I just started going off on a tangent about like all of this crazy shit that wasn't true, and he was like, yeah bro, I can see that totally being. He bought it off. Yeah, he bought it off. I'm like, bro, I just told you that there were aliens underneath the pyramids. Well, there are, and they're made out of ice. They're in ice. Aliens, and when it defrosts, yeah, and we're big trouble. And he's like, bro, that's the plot of a movie I saw recently, where the aliens, they were like, we thought that because there was no sign of them landing or anything like this or anything like that. And then, the guy from Parks and Rec was like, it's because they're from, they started here initially, and ice. Yeah. But how do we know this? We're getting Paris. But Truman says, Paris, plural. Aliens in the ice. Bro, is it tomorrow? That's a real movie. Yeah. What are you doing at home? So here's the deal. Here's my problem. Chin, are you on a call right now, Chin? Chin, turn off your TV. What are you doing? Chin. I didn't destroy it when I was publishing. You can see in the glasses that he doesn't have a source thing. Oh, he's looking at my screen, I think. Yeah, he is looking at your screen. I'm going to put it in Google search so you can say, hey, Chin, start the fucking TV off. He did. he
the
can't
lighter
see
one
us.
is good benefit neutral. Punching has 6 things that make it whereas Truman only has 4.
This actually is pretty compelling. Watching a scene without him knowing that we're watching him.
By punching, we have people.
Oh, well, it's so weird. How about now check his face now? No, you can see in his glasses he's looking at more discreet still.
Outside of it's a lot of time. In other words,
Yeah, but I can still see you in the very corner, and I can hear you
so
finally.
we needed in 2 weeks.
Okay. Oh man, we're saying all type of mean stuff. Yeah, we've been going. We're going.
If
I know.
he's
That's why you say
always
those stuff about me. I used to
a lot of
We
time.
weren't being mean. Did you say that? Yes. I'm listening. I like your outfits. I like your style of things. It's very like graham crackery, like colors and stuff. Graham crackers. Yeah, you look like a s'mores. You look like a s'mores.
Yes, Harris eating a shed.
Oh, thank you.
And it's
Just bland a little bit. And punch of sugar. Because this s'mores has chocolate and mushrooms. They're called marshmallows. I even got them.
Shit, what's your favorite dessert? Your favorite sweet?
Most recently, I don't eat sweets, but I've been stuck on ice cream these days. And pistachio.
let's say,
Oh my god, pistachio ice cream. That's the one.
and it was always as a 12 discussion of our times that
What about you?
participate
I love a good donut, a cookie, and apple pie, and a milkshake. Those are like those are the ones I like. Every dessert. Cheesecake. Oh, that's a white.
Yeah. It's not white yet. Have you ever had good?
Go into any cheesecake factory, you won't see a black guy in there. They don't just have cheesecake in there, they have everything.
That's what I feel. There's more black people.
That's right. He can say the inverse and it's not racist, but if you say, I guess,
give something to the client that he can benefit from. Look, not that he should heat it up and use it slightly, but that he actually can consume it. Here the Gemara refers that you could use. You shouldn't give it to the client, but if he already has it, the client can use it for his own benefit. Use the light and the heat. Rav says that lighting a Shabbos candle, have light in the house, is a mitzvah. In fact, we say it's a chayvah. He calls it, but it's a mitzvah, and we say bracha. It's one of the hatik merit for Shabbos. Whereas washing oneself before Shabbos, according to Rav, is only for rishus. It's not obligatory. Rav Nachman argues and he says that bathing oneself before Shabbos is a chayv. It's a mitzvah. In fact, he proves it from Rabbi Rothschild, the famous Rabbi Rothschild in our Mishnah usually, that he would wash his face and his hands and his feet, and he would adorn himself with a talus that had talus in it, and the Gemara says he resembled Malach Hashem's face. Malach. The Gemara adds that his Talmidim were embarrassed from him, and they would tuck the corners of their beged, of their clothing inside, so you wouldn't see that they're missing the tzitzis. And he asked them, why aren't you wearing tzitzis? Are you concerned about shatzes? There's no concern because we hold like Basila. If you put tzitzis and tailors, which are severed, they're woven together with the beged of linen. And you hold like Basila, you can't. Minimum review by law with concern of exus lighting. At night, you cannot wear tzitzis. You can't wear shatzes, and you might leave that beged on. You might wear shatzes at night. It says that Yirmiyah Novi says, he was complaining that he lost his hope. He doesn't have hope. He doesn't have the peace of his neshama, of his nefesh. I forgot the goodness that he used to have. What did he forget? What is he missing today? Says Gemara, according to Ravo, he's missing their Shabbos. He doesn't have light. I don't have a bathhouse. Rabbi says, I don't have a nice bed with nice linen. Rabbi Abba says, I don't have a mate bed with a woman who's adorned with jewelry for the just thinking, we should be grateful. We have all these things. Yes, we're
and that's all.
we have
That's how it works.
we have a shower.
I was kidding. It was opposite.
We have light. Their showers.
Ah, shit. Well, I Googled, because it's on my laptop now, because I'm
Considered wealthy. The mayor says
so I have a laptop.
somebody
I'm
who
distracted.
appreciates his wealth.
Are we recording the
Darwin says the person has a
so I googled this cheesecake white chip, and it said
way too much. That's a issue.
cheesecake is dessert
It
made
says
from cheese,
person has
not feces.
some good white. No, the nicest. says, give me this.
Well, that's bad on
Basically
that.
says,
Yeah, there you go.
someone who has
What's my sweets, you ask?
this table,
If we're going ice cream out, I like a good Rocky Road. What is that?
Wonderful.
That's a great question. It's I think it's vanilla and chocolate with like nuts in it, and with marshmallows. My nuts. It's ice cream with my nuts. Right. What is Rocky Road ice cream? Rocky Road is a sweet X. It exists primarily between two forms of chocolate ice cream and a no-bake candy bar. This sounds big. No, it's not what I eat. Candy bar in there. Well, what do you think makes it Rocky? Marshmallows and nuts. That's what I said. Yeah. The candy bar is what threw me off. Commonly almonds. Damn, it was invented in 1929. Imagine being at the forefront of the ice cream movement and having an idea for a fun type of ice cream and being like, yeah,
You're not
and
permitted
now
to
that
use
type of ice cream exists and it's just like a benchmark
for
in ice
generic
cream.
shops.
I mean, that's cool.
Since it smells so
What about making
wonderful,
ice cream
one
and then
might
you're
come
just like
to remove some of the oil,
realizing you can put stuff in kind of along the lines of what you're saying.
certain
I wonder if you're like,
causing the flame to extinguish earlier.
yeah.
Another reason is
No
because
pineapple.
gas oil is
No
very
pineapple.
flammable,
Yeah.
and it might burn the
I
house down.
wonder how long after
Or it tells us one of the craziest stories in
like
shops.
putting stuff in
So mother-in-law
You
hated
think
her
they're
daughter-in-law
saying
so much so
take like a
that
month
she
after?
convinced her to use this balsam oil. It smells really good.
You know what I'm saying?
Spread it on herself. Then she tells the daughter-in-law, hey, I think this candle is like the candle. And she went up and
What do you think was the first thing
It's
that
our
you decided to go well in there?
Lord tells us
I
that he
think
sends all of Christ from the
I'm
dollars.
just following
Besides
their
the Hermes and the Yoiku. Harvest of
terminology.
are
I think
those
it was
who
just
know
chocolate chips.
how to harvest a harvest.
Yeah, because they didn't have a ton of shit.
And
back
they
then.
were
They
able
didn't
to
sell like
harvest it
Ben and
from
Jerry's
Ain't
that
Getty
fast.
all the way to
Yeah,
the
like
Los
Froyo.
are those who know how to trap the velocity, the
How long
snails,
after
and
inventing ice
painless
cream did they figure out they could put stuff
from
into the ice
lovely
cream? And well, it's the first
You cannot
ingredient
use
mixed in. I want to be like and
because it's so flammable, it's dangerous. It's certainly not a
Chat
chocolate.
says, hey chat,
You can't use
13 the
oil
web.
that's tebble. In other
Where's
words,
Nick, by the way?
from fruit
Yeah.
that you didn't remove, fruit was
Hey,
a nice
where
thing.
are he's ready?
You can't use it
Oh,
on the weekdays.
so-
I don't know,
That's a great question. It turns out we just
yesterday,
started
my size is plural.
into ice cream porn predecessors, but historians have put together quite a lot
Hard
of
trauma and
got
humid.
the fucking
And just like in
I'll
hard
walk
trauma,
through with
you can't
no
use
say
the
one
fruit.
by one. The first makes
If
sense.
it's tebble, it's
If
also
you want, I
so
can
good.
try to check out the real documented case.
Tebble is
Oh my
also
god,
also
Joe, sometimes I say to
There are some who
ChatGPT,
are
explain
more
it like
mafia
five.
in our
Give
mission.
me the
From Shimon
fucking
Lazar says,
short
"Jack,
answer here.
Sorry.
Update on Nick. He didn't see the Zoom link because it was sent from
can't
him.
use
The link
any
is
oil
not
from
for
that
inside
tree."
the house.
Shmuel says,
Well, it comes from
only
ancient China.
that oil
How's
that comes
it
from
going?
fruit. And Carson says you can only use
Alright,
from
that's a
exact.
surprise.
Cesar Benjamin Nuri
Why
got
is
up
that
and he was
a surprise?
upset. He said, if so, people in Baca only have sesame seed oil. How could they like candy?
So the first
They know they only
is
have
the vanilla,
enough oil.
right? What
You know,
else
Jackie,
could
they
it
only
be?
have
The natural
radish
ice
oil.
cream, the foundation.
You can put it together, they only have
I
pure
don't
seed.
know. I don't want to read all of this.
Halacha is everything that it says in the Mishnah. This the last
We
those
can jump
are
into
the only ones that are awesome. The rest are both
before we even figure out what
oil
ice
is
cream really
fish.
was in the
What
first
the Rashi
place.
did.
Now, here we go.
The oil from the eye
What
of
do we
the
know about
and
early
each one
stuff
is
in addition?
That is
China and other early
Well,
civilization
something
had
says,
frozen desserts
all
with
oil that
flavors
comes
like
from
honey, wine,
flesh
for
of
example,
an animal,
Lao,
caliph,
a
fat,
brand in the Yuan
not
diet
like
was flavored with rich honey wine.
the oil. Now, what's the
Also,
difference?
no rice
Sometimes
mixed
they
with
say the same things as the
Anyway,
Gemara,
that's
as we
what I
had
think.
earlier. That's the
Don't mix
Hebrew
up,
right, but over here it means
blend
something
it
different.
all up or mush it all together
In other
and
words,
have
according to
it
one of the
figure out how
you don't know which one. Caleb, in fact, is moving if she had
freezing
olive oil.
Yeah, but imagine you don't have a freezer. You gotta freeze them right now. Not even that long ago, they would have ice delivery guys. If it gets below 36 degrees, you just put some in a bucket of ice.
Is never
Or if you want it in a moderate temperate climate.
fish dinners are only with
I don't know what
if
kind
you
of
add
climate,
olive
but I'm
oil.
sure there's areas like China.
And then I'm sure she says that we're not clear why it
I'm sure there's areas
he says,
of
of
China
course,
that
which
get
is
cold enough. Does China, how cold is China get chin?
and then
There
kerosene
you go.
is
Oh,
mutter.
he knows? No, he's
And now the sugya of tuma.
Imagine how
Back to
little you
sugya of
know.
tuma.
And then think about it going even less than that, and then you have
When it comes to
You said you wanted to be nice. You said you weren't mean.
First, let's talk about
yeah,
the
at least
size
I waited
of
for you to
the
show up to me, and
and
like
then
have
talk
you
about
bashing you.
what
You'll
it's
see on
made
the
Bro,
episode.
the stuff I was saying, crazy.
You had a chest theory. In other words, a string
And have you found any tattoo
that
artists?
you were about to make
like?
a cloth, and it's this
I haven't
long
even looked at, but
that
I
you
do.
can make
Once I have, right now there's like
that's Mikabel Thomas.
a ton of moving parts going on. So once everything's settled down,
Fucking
I'll go ahead and look for a tattoo artist.
cloth, which is
Oh, there he is.
for rich people as a second,
Young Ned.
as a feather, as Mikabel.
Young Nikolai.
I think he's in Nebraska.
Is it?
Here's the Big Apple, huh?
Now,
Omaha.
the Torah says by the guy, the word beged, and the Torah explains it's made out of seven
Yeah, who knew?
either.
It's like chicken that's the
Now we know that anywhere in the Torah that says the word beged, and it says it many times, by tzitzis, by Tumas Meis, by Sheret, by Zerah.
Omaha Steak.
All these places,
That's what
the
built that.
Torah is referring to seven.
That was the One World Trade
But what about
Center
other
is in
places?
Omaha.
So we know again, we know that by seven officials,
How do I
no matter what
sound? I
size
just thought
it
like
is,
you
even
take
the
the bullet
string,
finally got new
by three
AirPods.
fingers, and certainly
Sounds nice and clear and loud.
Look
You
how
got the new
other
AirPods thing?
What
Yeah,
about bio?
fourth generation. Noise canceling is fucking crazy. No, I can't even hear myself.
Any size, anywhere,
There's
anybody
newer ones coming out Friday.
Oh, whatever. I don't need the newest ones. I just want the
Yes,
ones that
whichever
were shaped like
says
the original
other
ones.
clothing are
And they got rid of
in all
those.
sizes.
And the
However,
fours are the closest thing.
if Shmuel
Got it.
holds that
Copy
was
that.
3x3
New
tefachim,
York.
then other clothing, not
You
something
would know.
which
Omaha's great.
other colors
Ah!
are Mikabel.
Mark Norman and Neil Vaughn are having a show in Omaha tonight, so I'm gonna go see that. I think I love this Omaha bit almost as much as I like the Billy Bass bit. Nice. I really thought I was gonna be the first person to bring back up Billy Bass. He's not wrong. Yeah, just one of the legendary moments in After Hour history. Yeah, I mean the fans. I don't know how you guys started. I don't know how you guys started the show, but shout out to
Shout out
the
to Zion.
we are now up to
I hope
4
your
YouTube
friends are all doing
members.
well.
Give me all the extra episodes.
The way you miss it is so
112 paid
good.
Patreon subscribers. We're gonna
Torah
reach my
says by
nemesis in no
nigga
time.
Taras, the word beged, and it
Your hair
explains
looks
it several
You
occasions.
like
It has to be
thing with your hair or what?
It doesn't matter what size that beged is, it's Mikabel Kuma. Whether
Well,
it's
just,
a red,
we're about 2-3 weeks out of a haircut. That's kind of prime time. I'm really, this straight outlook is really good for me until I show my
from
teeth. Like,
Taras to
oh,
all
who's
other
this guy? He's
that
a movie star. Goes up to that.
But it's not
You ever thought about learning how to
It's a stark contrast.
Other
No, well, I wanted to ask you if you've ever thought about trying to learn how to talk about showing your
Where did you get this from?
like if you're kind of like
This is where he gets it from. In the book of Sheret, it says, "Boy, you
like
beged."
you know, kind of rub your face a little bit every now and then, just kind of do a rough face kind of deal.
Even if it's not
I think most of the time they don't really show until I laugh, which is unfortunate because one of my favorite things that I do it often.
even 3x3. So what do
It's charming.
Real catch-22.
How was your flight there? That's what I'm kind of mostly concerned about. Over the flights, is the did you go into any lounges? There's just a lot of things that are, you know, potential with talking about hotels, Uber rides, just kind of fills in.
A lot of moving parts in the travel and at the airport.
Why can I
That's
learn
not really how I like to do it. My flight was at 7, and I left my apartment right at 5:40. So it's pretty much no mistakes to be made. But it's real smooth. Got the flight.
On the flip side,
It was like flew there. Well, literally flew there, but really fast we flew there. It's like 5 hours and 15 minutes. I'm on an aisle seat. I probably went to the bathroom 6 times. You probably had like a lot of boredom, stretch the legs, hit the vein, a couple knees, a couple poops, you know. The lady next to me, 6 hours in this flight, plus an hour and a half we waited on the tarmac. She did not get up once. Wow, what a freak of nature.
I feel like that.
But perhaps
She probably dehydrated herself, didn't drink water all morning.
in
Is
other
like probably scared of the bathroom, maybe a germaphobe. I don't know.
I would fucking
Yeah, you look
It is mechanical. And that,
I definitely would have
that's what Rubber said the other day.
toned it down if I was window, but there would have been at least one. Maybe two. I thought 6 hours was really impressive. Yeah, so that's kind of been the highlight of my trip. That heavily mountain iron ladder. I got that Reuben from the Chelsea market. That's kind of my favorite thing to do.
Schmo wasn't discussing
New York.
Schmo was just saying, I
Have you
love
ever raw dog a flight? I feel like that would be something you would do.
there's no shotguns on
No, but I have seen this thing that's going around where people try to name us right down in a notepad and 1,000 athletes up the top of their head.
but if
You
you
don't do
put
that
it
on
on, I
that.
would think that there's
1,000?
and that's why the 35%
That's too many. Yeah, I don't want to. I just don't want to do that. It's not that I can't.
The opposite. If we know that when
If we let Martin continue talking, he's going to talk himself into wanting to do it. This seems right up Mark's alley. Nah, I don't want to do it. I definitely don't want to do that. I definitely think I'm going to do that ever. But I could if I had to. Is there any discussion these days? Like, oh, I've been sick. He's such a really joyful presence and really brings us together as a crew. Is there just any where, you know, I don't even know who I don't even know who would say that. I just
Since it's
I do it all the time because I live in a different state, so I'm always like,
and therefore we were
do you mean pick up this? Did you mean the guys like Chris and Eric, or did you mean like Kevin and Mark? Chris and Eric would be nice, but if you guys wanted to play one too, just give everybody a reminder, Kevin or Casey, or it sounds like Mark had a couple close to that, Kevin left it. You know, just want to know your best, you know? It's business as usual when you're not there. Well, I'm at Austin the beginning of November, too.
Let's definitely hang out at least once.
Yeah.
If we could do it after, I'm proud of you there.
Let's all go.
Something you know,
I'll go. Remember, I can't go.
night club.
What?
I'll
go. I have plans with my dad's. Oh, well, let's all go to the East Coast. Let's go to the East Coast. Guys, I saw people on the internet talking, and big debate was, does a straw have one hole or two holes?
for your stuff.
That's a good question. One hole.
Review the hole.
Mark wants one hole. I'll say two holes.
Even if it wasn't
I say
squashed,
two
it
holes.
came out of the oven.
They're all there. Because guess how you know?
Itself makes it possible to stop. So I'd like to review the mayor about just
Plugging one hole.
you see, review that says, oh, because
Liquid can still get in and out.
kettle. Every mayor says it's like
Now
air
I'm plugging the second hole.
also for stuff immediately.
And if I go like this, if I go like this, well, that's fucking gone.
Anything that's
If I go like
liquid
this,
of
I'm
a tree
plugging both holes.
cannot make what's out of them. It says rinse. Hot and hot.
I'm a one hole motherfucker. All you one hole
The whole point
motherfuckers.
is actually that it doesn't
They're not supposed to
carry
be
the
a bad
flavor. What better
You know when you
way
fill
to
two
have
holes, that's called a spit roast. You know, when you fill three holes, it's called airtight. I wish you guys had.
In other words, if there's a dead person in the room,
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry to take it there. I want to go back to the regular hole debate. If a straw is two holes, then all holes are two holes, unless the distance between the hole is infinitesimally approaching zero small. Yeah, agree. So do you believe all holes are two holes? No, I believe all holes are two holes, yes. No,
even like a walk.
no, because here, if there's a hole in this fucking floor, that's one hole. I just fucking got you. So easy and good. No, because the tunnel area, I didn't call it a tunnel. I never said it was a tunnel, motherfucker. I said if there's a hole in this floor. It does matter. It's a paper. No, you're talking about an entrance. You're talking about an entrance hole and an exit hole. I'm talking about a hole in this floor right now that's 6 feet deep. That's one hole. So beat my ass. Suck my balls. Yes.
on Zoom
God.
and on YouTube.
Put a piece of paper in, or put a hole in a piece of paper, like just a 8.5 by 11. That hole is just a really short straw.
Is not mechanical.
Yeah, even like a donut.
So if you have a ceiling at a cement,
still one hole with like you said with a straw. You
however,
one point,
I understand your argument, but if there's a hole in the floor, that's 3 feet deep, that's one hole.
It's ground argument.
If it went all the way to the
But it doesn't have to be
That's
done
too old.
exactly like the
Because
Mishnah.
when
The
one
Mishnah, for
part is
instance,
blocked,
took the flags
that's what you're saying.
and did
Yeah,
six
blocked.
screens.
There's not a second hole.
Exactly.
Don't overthink it. I'm talking about a hole. Yeah.
Even though the Michigan was built
Okay,
with
wow,
Russian
things are getting
wood,
chippy here, guys.
wood is not becoming.
Well, I've had
Why?
enough of their shit.
Because it says
I got
Russian Islamic.
before we tear each other apart. Like
Wood
if I
is
get covered
the
around
Mishnah.
with
No,
thoughts,
it's
what
not the
question?
essence of the
What
Mishnah.
a question.
The essence of the Mishnah
I'm here.
are the pillars,
Easy, Mark.
are the layers on top of the
Alright,
Mishnah.
enough being friendly. Fucking
The
I
four
want
layers,
all
depending
questions.
on who you hold like, and each
They don't
one
have a
is
rebuttal.
makabel tumah
Of course
because there's a hekesh
Because
one to
guess
the
what?
other.
Now,
The bottom one
I
was
think
made
it's
out
one
of
hole.
semi-rupishtim,
Fine.
woolen
Straws
flags.
that
The
were-
middle one was the goat here, and the upper
Well,
one
you know, you
is
don't
Adam
get
and
the hole.
Tash. Now,
Because
the
it'll
leather
what's
has
blocked
suffered.
is the hole.
What
yeah,
about
you're finally wrapping your mind around the
non-kosher
concept of the hole.
height? Leather makes
I like that.
non-kosher
It's good to
animals.
see.
Are they makabel
Your
tumah ba'ayil?
asshole is just one
What
hole.
was it something? Something
Well,
was.
people would say,
They-
according to you guys, you
Moshe
would say
Rabbeinu
it's not one hole
used
because my
non-kosher
asshole
height
and my
to
mouth
make
was
the
one
tachash.
long
What was
distinct
the
system.
tachash?
So you
So Rabbi
just
says,
becomes your
Shabbat,
own
because
one hole
with
argument
Moshe
by saying
Rabbeinu
that my
left the
asshole
Shemayim
was one
al-Dayim,
hole.
only
Fucked itself.
something that's tahar
But
can be used to
everybody
build a
uses
Mishnah.
holes in that life. You know you fucked up, right?
So what is this?
Not quiz hot shots.
The Lord tells us if you hold up your Yosef, you must say the tachash.
Kill him.
What's the only thing you can
Oh,
put in a
language
barrel?
used there totally
What's the only thing you can put in a barrel to make it
What are
lighter?
wild cats?
Oh, that shit again.
So it has to be
Oh,
that
you
it's
got
like
hold, yeah.
a wild
It's the
cat.
aforementioned
It has
hole.
a full
One
coloring
hole.
to it,
That's
but it wasn't made
that's
from the hide of a wild cat. Rish Lakish says
mentioned hole.
that this tachash
Aforementioned hole.
is a one of a kind species, only existed in the time of Moshe Rabbeinu.
Write it down, man.
In fact, it
Well, I
had
had a
a
good day
single
because
horn, like a unicorn. It was
on my
kosher,
ride in, I
not like
realized
a unicorn
I
that we're
brought
familiar with.
My sins that only had
Just like the Marisha,
I go
the
through about
korban,
four.
the bull that he was marking, had a single horn, but the Torah
And
says
I learned
he
that
carried.
the smoke shop right next to the studio.
It
So
was a one-time thing. It was the establishment of Yeshua.
what those
It
do
was
for you?
necessary for that time. But after that, it was recognized they don't have tachash anymore. The Torah is still a simple whether tachash is a chaya or a behemoth.
Oh, you've been
Even
to
though
that?
No, I'm just kidding. The
animal with one horn, like other animals, behemoth,
the aforementioned
it is
hole.
Is
possible
it hard?
that it's a chaya
Is it hard
because
to find
someone called it
sense?
perish.
Yeah,
And it
Like you sound
perished.
like that's an
It's a
exciting
chaya.
thing.
it is.
I
Yeah.
remember correctly when we were
I
looking
didn't know
at
that.
Yeah,
there are
because
some
in
chickens that
California
hold
you
that
can't have
perish as a
flavors.
giraffe. Because
So
there are
it'll
some
just
giraffes
say,
that have a
they
single
only sell
horn.
the like original, which tastes like a manila folder.
Rava says,
Yeah,
Seems like
I've
they-
had a
it's on a
tobacco
shelf.
flavored vape before.
tell the shop, take
Vita Light.
Yeah, it's not good.
Sherrod,
So you're not
and
spitting
Syrah.
anything out. You just swallow
Both of them
whatever
have
comes
flavor
out.
of
Yeah, that
themselves.
works. Yeah, well, like
Syrah says
these
the
are
humor
little
of Jesse.
packets. Yeah,
With
so it's
common
not
in
generating a ton of
Sherrod says the
saliva, and
humor
you're
of
not
Jesse was a very
like
small
with
amount.
regular
of
attention. Yeah. If you were to
It's not a
swallow
shop.
that,
The
it's like
common
mixed in with
denominator
actual
between the two of them is
tobacco. So
that they are
it could make you
Kabul
nauseous if
Tuma.
you're not like,
In other words, if you have
you know,
a non-kosher eye,
10 of
say a
Copenhagen
tiger's
an hour.
eye, when you can Kabul Tuma if
Have to spit.
Syrah develops on it. When you Kabul Tuma touches the Sherrod.
I probably said
So
this on
Rava
the
take those
podcast
two and have a
before.
common denominator and say,
Because I
therefore,
have like 7 stories, but
hide
in
from an
7th
kosher
grade, my
animal,
buddy passed
Tuma, but oil
because of
animals.
tip of his brothers, and he like
Comes
got so dizzy and nauseous, he laid on the floor,
Sherrod,
and I
and
thought he was
enjoy it.
fainting.
It's a ras.
Fuck you up that
Have
bad.
something in common that
And it
basically
absolutely
both
can.
of them Kabul
It
Tuma
absolutely can.
are Mekabel with less
See, those
anxiety.
natives
We're
used to
amazed in
blow
order for
tobacco at each other's assholes.
Kabul Tuma.
We should try that.
There's a lot of stuff you
It
can
has to be at least
do. Yeah, so.
Therefore, Brother Brother says,
Like,
which is
what else?
flavor,
Now
as we mentioned before,
I'm listening.
one of the layers of the Mishnah
I don't really know where I'm going with that with, but I feel guilty and funny, and I'm just kind
and
of
it's
letting
not
it fly.
Kabul
Yeah,
Tuma.
absolutely. It's a
Yeah,
So
flavor.
that's
yeah,
it's
go there.
another thing.
Yeah, let's
So
try
that's what the beggar has to
why
be
don't you, when you get
semi
back,
Mishnah.
the first
It's
item on
not
the
go
agenda,
here.
below your
Yet,
vape
at the
smoke
same time,
is 2 caps
It's one of the
why
one of the materials from the Mishnah and one of the materials from the Mishnah is the Kabul Tuma by the base.
I don't like
And
it.
you have to think of this.
The hide of an animal that's Tame, which is Kabul Tuma
Guys,
from Saras.
guess
That's the
Kip's waist
or
size.
Kabul
Like
Tuma
hand
from
size?
Saras.
Yeah.
Certainly it should be Kabul Tuma.
I know. He's a 36.
So now we have to understand Rabbi Yosef's statement from before. It says when it comes to Lech Shemayim, it has to be
Smart.
from kosher
You're
animal.
right, Nick.
What is it coming to add?
Right.
Yeah, I said it first, damn it.
The Ritzus of Tefillin must be made from a kosher animal. Yes. I love the Mishnah says the Ritzus
I'm a
have to
third grade.
be black.
Nah,
But I love the Mishnah says it doesn't
You've
tell
been
us
away 8 hours
that's where you're supposed to notice that the harsh is what the feeling have to be from a social animal. You still need to erase it. Yes, that's the conditions. Allow and allow is perfect for everything. But but it's not
We
because
have
of
to
all
get
these other things.
that.
The parties you fill in second, third person, shit, FIFA, then I'm new to FIFA, whatever you can. That's what you can make fun of.
Did you think I was?
Box,
Did you think I was a 34?
culture animal.
You thought I
That
was?
would go from a from Machine like this.
Yeah.
You have to make a shit.
You're right.
And that's not from
Depends on the brand.
the height has to
33
be
or
it has to be
34.
from
I was just gonna say this. If this you find this feature, there's 33 oftentimes it becomes a 34 because they don't have 33s.
Yeah, right. Well, that's a fact. It just becomes like you either wear on a belt or not.
Also, I love
And some of the 34s are fine.
The mission tells us
I can't.
that if you make a
Pants have
whip
belt
out of
loops. I have to put a belt through. I
fold up
can't.
clothing,
Whereas
we
you
got a
have
point
a belt.
with leather,
Of course.
plumbing.
Oh yeah.
Why?
I can't. It's all
still
twisted.
made
It's all.
out of Beckett. Beckett was
Because I did that bit where I was.
but when you fold it
Oh,
up,
right. Yeah. Well,
take away.
you told me I had this shit. We're taking the piss. I'm like, I'll poop right here. And I really buckled everything.
Since this week,
down.
Nate
It's disgusting. You gotta clean
and
this
he says a
shell
fourth
up.
step.
You said do it.
Therefore,
You gotta clean the shell up. Okay.
if this Beckett
And that kept it was gonna fall out really bad.
Nice.
and it happens to be Yontif that falls on the side, and it will hold like Ula, then you must burn most of the way. In other words, once you light it a little bit, that's not enough. You light the whole thing. Once you light it a little bit,
No, I know. Similar.
by doing it, cause my light. When you cause my light, review the says.
So I dropped my buddy Ryan off. Oh, I had a sleepover.
Also, people like this.
Wow.
On
I had a
Yontif
fucking
You're
sleepover.
eating the weed.
I know. I had a
Now,
motherfucking
for your
sleepover.
people, when you fold up the switch,
Yeah.
it's the
Me
lower
and Ryan played golf.
so
Who's
you're just
Ryan?
lighting
Ryan,
wood,
I'm
so you're not vibrating.
Country club.
But success, now I understand. I always heard this talk about being
And then
exactly
we went back to my house for a couple
I never
beers.
understood what it meant.
Jess had to work
Based on
late.
this, I love
We ended up
now I
drinking
understand
beers
what
all
you
hours
think.
of the evening. He crashed in the cabin. I slept in the living room. There's a bed in there anyway, so good. It's fucking comfy where you go in my house. And so I dropped him off in the morning, and he's like, yo, I got the golf simulator shit that I'm not using anymore. Take it. So I took it, because I already have the Garmin R10, as you guys know. So all I needed was the mat and the net. And now I got the mat and the net. So I'm just hitting like 1,000 autistic 8 irons in the garage. Why are they autistic? Because I'm just like... So you're going to be like really good at this. Yeah,
Shabbos
I'm
after
really
this,
good now.
I hope you all have a wonderful Shabbos.
Yeah, I can't
Going
wait to
back
see
to the
that.
mission that we had yesterday.
Where's
See
it
us, I
at?
think that you
I have no objection though.
but look, you
What you said,
fold it up, you make it
and I don't want to get you bad.
Yesterday,
See,
we
that'd be the theme of the day.
It's not a golf simulator.
Oh, no,
Why?
but what you're
Right,
saying
that's-
what you're saying
That's a net.
what you're saying there is not
No,
golf,
it's not.
but what you're not seeing
We're listening.
is
Not
the
using
Garmin
this switch on
R10
because it's
like 6 feet
You
behind
must
the ball,
first make
and
it
then I
left.
have to dial it in,
Nicely.
but I can
You don't have issues with it on
plug
Shabbos.
my
Otherwise,
phone
we're
to
concerned.
the TV in the garage, so you hit the shot, and then you look at where
I don't
I'm
explain what good system. A lot of times
So
it's very
it's
way
not
before
like
we're going to
$6,000 golf simulator. It's effectively the same. But yes, fair call out. Yeah, not at all mad about that. It's a fair call out. That was just right when I first said that, I was excited and I had a beer and chance to present. But we will get it dialed in. Trust me.
I just like if you have a video, like when you're out in the forest, in a shot, how hard is it to add those ball trackers? Is that like a program or people doing that like manually?
No job.
Awesome. Yeah, because Barstool just put out a thing like we're the best thing or whatever. And one day I envisioned a golf ball for the 6 of us. I company ever. And I would like to add the shot racer.
Yeah, we should do that. It's a paid ad, I think, or it's its own program, like a desktop program. You have to, if somebody steps in front of it, that's why like, if you watch a lot of YouTube golf like we do, they're like, don't step in front of the tracer, or step in front of the camera so they can trace it later. But on like regular broadcast golf, they have the big squares like that are mounted to their cameras behind the golfer. Sometimes you can see it, and those like will automatically track it because they have obviously have better equipment with and everything. But if we wanted to do it, just a desktop app, which we can do.
It's inexpensive.
Did you all watch the Canelo golf? Yeah, I fell asleep during it though. Yeah, or you're just tired. I was tired, man. I was tired guy.
Rob was eating a steak.
What about you?
I
like it. It was good. It was better than I thought it would be.
because I was eating a very inferior
I
thing.
got out of the game.
That day,
But I thought Canelo was going to win. Yeah, I didn't hate him.
quality thing, we
It's
opened
hard
it up.
to against him.
There's no fruit of it. But this thing was inferior. And since it had fruit,
I did not watch it. I drank a lot of White Claws
and therefore,
during
regardless of the
the
thing,
UFC
it
event,
causes
and then I went to bed at 7 because I had to get up at
if
5
a wrench
to
falls
fly,
off a
so I
tree,
didn't see it. I want to like boxing.
it falls off into your oven. How do I use
I
it?
tried, but it sucks.
You add more wood.
Boxing
It's not
sucks.
hot, so
Yeah.
And
I
it's
can
like
use it on the same
one
with
individual
case.
match can be
Other
great,
pot
but like
was burnt, or there was a broken
I think
pot.
that was a
If I add
4-fight
more
card.
wood to it, I can use that pot on to make a
The main event started 4 hours
Now
after the
going back to the
broadcast
mission
started.
of the case, holding a whip, garbage.
I don't know how anybody could enjoy that. They used
Says
from what I
Rabbi
heard, they had
Rothschild,
stupid musical performances
we're
that
talking
no one
about a
gives a shit
situation
about.
where there's
It's
a
like,
garden
you want to
that
see
started
fights?
off as
Why
a
are there 3,000 people in the ring? Who are you people?
all the way up to
Speed this along.
Yeah.
with the garbage.
Couldn't agree
And the
more.
owner
If you
of the
compare
garbage
that,
decided
which
to
is
make
one
it
of the biggest, it seems like one of the biggest boxing fights in years, to
and he
just
wants to use it either
a semi-random UFC fight night, like the main event was so much more exciting. Obviously, I'm an MMA fan, but I really feel like even if you just took 2 casual sports fans and you put those together, they didn't know any of the history about the battles. People would
He
think
thinks
UFC
it's possible to the garbage.
Shop,
He's not
yeah,
garbage.
you just copy paste what Brendan says.
It's not public. It's not a big.
I haven't thought an episode in a while.
Because it says,
Just messing with you, 'cause
still likes it,
that
still
was
wants it.
Brendan's take.
But he was offended.
He basically saying the same thing
It
if he
says,
showed
so he
two.
doesn't want it. It's not.
They'll obviously choose a UFC event over boxing.
Says the Michelin. Brandon Silva.
But I actually thought
You know,
it
there's
wasn't the main card, not the one before the main card, but the one before that. It was Billy or whatever. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Billy versus Mr. Martinez. They
An
were
egg full of oil.
going hands the whole time. I thought it was a great fight, regardless of boxing versus UFC or MMA. But Nick, let me ask you a question.
X amount of time because I removed the oil.
Yeah, but about that fight, I got mad who I'm going to start the pod with. We ended up not doing it next week since it's a week off and stuff. But before that card, he was like, do not miss that specific fight again.
Yeah, it was great.
If I did so, with a bowl side by side with the other bowl, still.
You want to root for boxing and then it ends in a draw? Like, what? There's no fucking payoff?
That's
Yeah.
it.
Fucking do one more round or something. I don't know. But some sports end in a
Let's
draw.
see, but the
Soccer
sources
ends in
is
draws.
created, or later
I
on,
don't like it. I don't want that. You gotta have a winner.
It's one of the same, and I'm not
Dude,
going to remove it.
especially soccer, like, yeah, Jen, it
What
was.
else the reviewer was in
That close.
and he
Yeah,
had
it
to
was
say,
that close.
and he filled it up with oil and he
Yeah,
was
they were
overshot.
nonstop punching each other in our game.
So they were
But Nick,
reason
how do you feel about an
Seems like
MMA
more one's so
fight
happy
where
with
they're
that. The one
both
says,
pretty much boxing all the time against two boxers against each other? Is that like fine entertainment out of that, or are we not doing takedown? Yeah, either we're doing any type of, you know,
are you allowed to grab bench
touch up away doesn't box.
No,
100%. Like the threat is there.
Yeah.
That's the solution.
Also, there's still, I mean, sometimes it'll be just people throwing hands, but usually there's also other strikes involved.
Rebellion, who's dragging a bench over a marble floor, it's impossible to make a
It is like watching like chess and checkers to me. Like there's just more variables in an MMA fight where I'm like, oh, maybe this guy's better than this, better than this. Where it's boxing, like sometimes I can be watching the fight super intently and not having a great hand of luck is winning because they're just like exchanging blows. Whereas like I can score an MMA fight really well, but that's also just my lack of knowledge of science.
Yeah, I will say my takeaway was
Like
like,
that.
not having watched a boxing match in a while, I was like, damn, they are fucking good at boxing. Yeah, it was like, it used to this UFC where like, even, you know, the stance is different because there's a threat of somewhere. You kind of can't box like a boxer. And you know,
very light object like a chair,
get kicked down, get taken down, whatever.
but it's very heavy.
Damn, that guy was super technical. Yeah, you could tell they were both on a different level than like
So why
anybody
does the mission talk
that
about
I've
that?
seen in a
Call
long
it a
time.
very light.
Yeah.
Joseph says no.
Jen, did you watch it?
But like this is in both cases.
Yeah, I
Even if
enjoyed
it's
it.
very
I
heavy
mean,
and light, which is supposed to very
Say
heavy
it's
and
pretty
light.
much what you guys.
Whereas a
It
box
was way more exciting to watch.
selling clothing
You know, Lopez versus Silva. It's more
Especially
exciting.
more if he's just putting it on him,
Which is like-
not saving himself from the elbow.
I'm hopeful for boxing though because of like Dana trying to have an organization to make boxing like
more like UFC, where you can actually like get to know the fighter instead of being out fragmented and have like 50 belts, and you don't understand that's also been like a big distraction for me getting into it. Like, since I've been a kid, I've always wanted to watch boxing, but the big fights and pay-per-views didn't have money for that. They didn't show highlights on ESPN. They would only show stills. They wouldn't give up the footage, which I think was really dumb of that sport. If I could find it, but I lost my Twitter. Still working on getting that back. But in like 2008, I figured if I ever got rich, I would like buy up boxing and like try to organize it. Now Dana White is living my dream. In more ways than one. Guys, let's take a little break, because guess what I'm all about? I'm all about playing on Legends. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? They got a ton of games, a million different games. 100% match on your first purchase, up to $100. Nick, you've been playing this, you've been playing silly. There's hundreds of games available. I like Bucket, I like the slots. I like to play big love slots. That's my thing. I'm a big Crash guy. Yeah, I love that game. You let me start with the Crash guy. Well, it's fun. It's just easy to, it's kind of easy to play. Crash is very easy to get. To use and learn how to play and stuff like that, so I like that. But also got stuff like roulette, blackjack, baccarat, like stuff that's like, you know, traditional casino games. I feel like you're in a casino when it comes to your own home. And the highest return player, which basically means the best odds, so I like that. And let's see not forget, they also have lines on sports games. They have lines for pretty much any sporting event. You need, so like NFL, they have MMA, they've got Premier League, WNBA, esports, whatever you want, they've got it. Free to play, fair to the core, fun from the start. Legends. That's LEGENDZ.com. Legends with a Z.com.
You saw the Kelvin Gastelum this week. I don't know how many times you said that already, but so what I found fascinating is, remember I always ask you about the watch you see Unfiltered or listen to Jim Norton?
And he says,
Okay, yeah, so yeah, exactly.
better than
Right, was it it might have been Anakin Florian. Either way, Ray Longo chimed in, and Ray Longo's like, I think he literally, Kelvin, it's not that he's lazy or not just fun, he literally has an eating disorder where he can't make weight because he has like a serious mental eating disorder.
I believe that because like from all other accounts, like he's like an extremely hard worker in the gym and shit, and like he's super nice. Kelvin Gastelum's really funny and engaging on Twitter, and he does YouTube videos and stuff. I'm a huge fan. So it's something everybody's shitting on him, but I believe that. I believe that man can't stop. He's fat because he eats, and he eats because he's fat.
Forever.
Mela,
that's the powerful. She's showing the side. The Christ should know. One thing is a long question.
I'm a big Kelvin Gastelum fan.
I like that.
Fact. So my bad is like it's enough of they try to bring the hard concussion. It was too wide.
Yeah, 5 pounds.
Down to
he missed 5 pounds. He missed 5 pounds at 185, and the guy squatted at 170 for a lot of his career.
I saw a caveat.
4 weeks, bro.
Even I 4 weeks.
You do lose 4 pounds. You don't know how big of a fucking fat he was before that. He's probably just wearing 40 pounds. Yeah, he gets that.
It's a very long puzzle. And the more guys to the puzzle, but you have to play it. Wait till once it attends, they go. And then says, no, it's not possession. One became pregnant with the boy. And then says, no, but I'm done. Sparkle for game. Scroll out when it's more. Nice one for some big. I got rewarded. Got Nathan for eating on you. But I'm not. And what day of the week is this?
Casey wanted to be the show to be clean really reminds me of the old school King of the State days. So you don't get mad at recommending girls. Yeah, I mean, you're branded.
Better than 1,000
What up? Wait.
So every shot is coming out with learn Torah.
You should be out there.
Yeah. No, you said he was being dirty. I don't want to be dirty.
So I'm out
You be dirty. No, I'm a nice church boy. I went to Catholic school growing up.
And he fell off, and from falling, he got scared and stopped moving from home.
You're the one who nearly took your pants off and then talking about airtight. I mean, what the hell, man?
Yeah, but he's also doing an accent, so it's pretty fast.
Yeah, I'm quoting him.
Yeah.
All I gotta do is get better at accents.
You gotta do accents, you can say whatever you want.
Can you do any accents? I'm thinking, oh, speaking of accents, I'm watching this show, Task on HBO. And it's in Baltimore. It's the same writer as Aaron Easton. And that was also in Baltimore. And I like the Baltimore accent.
Oh,
Yeah. But I can tell some of the actors aren't like comfortable with it because they were like going in and out of it.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
I honestly think I can do accents better than 90% of actors.
You're really good at accent.
Well, you're an actor, so that doesn't mean. Yeah, you're an actor.
I think it means a lot. It's a very impressive talent you have, and I wish you would use it more.
I was just doing Baltimore, and it's like some of the actors in the beginning, they were like getting in and out of it, and it's like you gotta commit to it.
Sounds like a little bit. Sounds a little Philly-like.
Yeah, Baltimore's close to Philly. Why do people have accents, bro?
Isn't that crazy?
But you see, person has no purpose of working hard and spoiling.
No, I was saying more. I got cut off a little bit, but I'm glad you guys did hear it. It was bad.
Well, we heard it. It's going to be the cold open.
Finally, it says, so about conditions will give you rubbish in face of Shabbat.
I know everybody's talking about the Myron
Where's
Jackson,
this
but
thing? First
I
of all,
like Flacco.
world
That's my multiple accent.
or he's equal to the whole world, or the whole world.
Hey, you're back.
There's a contradiction in
Go to something I'm good at.
anger is better than laughter. And then it says, laughter is great. More says that.
Dating stories.
When he's upset, something is having the
TV shows. I want to hear Kevin stories too. But in The Wire, there's a couple police officers that were former Boston or Baltimore cops. And like, you can just hear the authentic one compared to the actors. It's awesome. I also still love the Baltimore accent. Stop roast. I'll get. We'll often do the Baltimore accent like a Ravens pop-up video. An example of
I had,
yeah, Kevin, you been talking to anyone?
oh, sorry. Nick's wrong, bro.
No, I'm right here, Casey.
Mine's just quick. I had, when I was in high school, I had that Boston guy stay over for like a long weekend of skating and stuff. And I did a Boston accent the whole time. And they didn't even notice. Shut up. After 2 days, I was like, you guys notice anything? What? Bro, that guy been doing a Boston accent for like 10 years. That's commitment to a bit right there.
One says,
I
the Rebbe
respect you
should
for
be the
that.
same class. I mean, there should be fear. Another question is the Rebbe should start off with simcha, and I mean, there should be in fear. Like Rabbi, every year, start off with a with a funny joke or something to get everybody to. They wanted to bury Mishlei, but they said, look, we wanted to bury Kehelzer, so they wrote, let's look at the Mishlei. It says in Mishlei, Al Tansil, don't answer. And then it says you should answer. When it comes to Torah, answer. When it comes to farm, you don't answer. For instance, the is going to be work every day. The trees are going to be food every day. It's going to be good from the ground.
What's a good LAD?
Chicken lays an egg every day.
There's good things.
Slap.
Yeah, so you have not gone to any dates since last time we spoke.
Your wife had an affair. Your mom's a
Last day that one.
answer. You're drinking a cup of wine. You're drinking a cup of wine.
No, I haven't even really. No.
Wonderful.
The last day I told you about was I went to employees only. That was like maybe 2 months ago. I haven't really tried to go on any dates though. The dates just like it just feels like a waste of money. Like we go on a date, it goes well, we talk a little bit after, and then it just fizzles out. Like one of us either loses interest or whatever. It's like a waste of time. I don't know. Yeah. Don't force it. Yeah, I'm just like not. It's just like whatever. What about you, Jen? You said. What about you, Jen?
You got anybody in your crowd?
Like Hillel,
Dude, I was curious to give a shit about that person.
like Shammai, there are people.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I mean, I'll say for Patreon, because I don't want her to watch this.
what the hell is happening?
You already alluded to it.
How can I help you, my son?
Like super excited.
You're just gonna sign up.
Is it along the lines of Kev's flight story where he got through a flight and then she ghosted?
I would never do that shit. Come on.
Deliver them in a certain way.
Chip's like, what do you think I'm pathetic?
If I was like super lonely and I just wasn't able to pull just
When I'm doing you, Chip, it's not as me.
No, I'm not trying to be mean. Like,
That's what makes it extremely mean.
I've been at low points in my life before where I did, talk to a girl on Instagram and I'm like, hey, because, we're flirting. And because at a low point in my life, I'm like, yeah, come down, hey, I got you. And she was down to go, but I just stopped talking to her. But yeah, so what I'm saying is, if I'm in that zone, if I'm in that moment, then yeah, there's no big deal about it. In regular instances, no, I'm not doing that shit.
That was the first time I ever, that's what's crazy about the stories, that was the first time I had ever gotten a flight for a girl that I was just, for any girl, so I don't think it's a low point or a bad thing, I think it's a power move. That's what I thought too, I'm like, you know what, let me call this up, make this work. It just,
It's a boss move if you like really have the means. But I just don't think it's really gonna help Kevin accomplish his goals. He was talking about just a date in LA is expensive. And $600 flight to that. Oh, Kevin. You know what you can do? I just heard about the Frontier Go Wild Pass.
what's that?
$299. You get unlimited flights for a year. The caveat is you only know if you book the flight the day before, and you could get rerouted and have like 24 hours of travel. But that's where you can bring your horse in.
I knew something like that was coming. I knew it. Hey man, I'm a
Guys, you have access to 911 on fire. Well, yeah. The delay is such. When I say a joke, there's a delay, and I'm so antsy. I want to hear an eruption of laughter. That one didn't work.
yeah.
I mean,
I'm doing Mark. I'm trying to find a thing.
Oh, Mark, you said you already did.
You didn't say Julie? Not once.
Did you eat both sandwiches?
How's Julie?
Will you do me a favor? We have a little, I know there's going to be already a lot of pictures on this screen. If you could have a picture of you eating the sandwiches. I purposely kind of alright, forget it. Well, no, here's what you can do. Go home, get 2 more sandwiches. I got 1 more right here.
Oh, eat it.
It's too much food, man. What kind of sandwiches for sandwiches? They were buy one, get one free, so I got the same ones. What is it? They were warehouse subs. They're a turkey and ham and a bunch of toppings on it. It was really good.
You know what I did? I brought a sandwich like I do from time to time. I made it at home. I brought it in. Some nice brioche bun, turkey, cheese, mayo, and sun chips, cheddar sun chips. And Chris made fun of my sandwich.
Yeah, he made fun of your
Totally always makes fun. That was funny. They were both funny because the sandwich making fun of was on his way out very fast. He goes, "Oh, that's a cartoon sandwich," and then just left. As soon as he walked in, my feet were up on the table. As soon as he walked in, I'm telling you, didn't even get 1 foot inside the door. He goes, "Oh, no, that's not for you." And I went to take him off my feet. So he burned me on the way out so bad, and burned me on the way in so bad.
It was funny because we were laughing. We were
it's hilarious.
Bro, can you imagine just being that funny? I can't. Like, we're all pretty funny. Like, we're all funny in our own ways. But like, to be able to make anybody laugh like that would be crazy to have that back body.
Yeah, it's a tool. Use it at my disposal, I guess. You're right. Yeah, it's nice.
If I come in there and I'm the boss and not worry about
losing my job. I roast the shit out of that. So funny. Dude, I roast everybody every single day. I roasted them. I got them back. You did, yeah. We're talking about something. I said that, yeah, the talent is always a pain in the ass. Yeah, it was good. I respect you for that. Yeah. If you're going to give it, you got to be able to take it in any aspect, no matter the dynamic. I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. We're all fired anyway. Are we going to lose our jobs? Nick alluded to that. Mark just alluded to that. Are we losing our job? I lost my job. Our headsets are falling off. Your headset did fall off. Yeah, my headset did fall off. Oh, damn. No, we got a brand new pen right over there. Beautiful pen. We should talk about your beautiful new venture. We'll record a pod in there when Nick gets back. Okay. I can't wait. In the meantime, you can go to bearpunch.tv on Instagram. Check out all the hot sizzle smart. It's been making. This is hard. You got it out. Yeah, I respect you. Say hot studio. Oh, I don't know where that is. Mark, pull it up. Mark, pull it up. Where's the hot studio? Let's see it right now. That studio looks dope. For these guys, the Zoom guys can see my screen, but you guys can't because of the situation I got going on. Okay, not a bug. The hot studio, baby. Wow, it's a hotness. Look at our studio. Look at all that smart stuff. Look at all the hot stuff. You don't get it in the studio. Just get a dual HDMI. There's someone who will see it. That's simple. Yeah, this is all me, dude. I don't have money to hire people. It's all me. You know, so you just look so professional. Damn shite. You like cameras? We got cameras. You got a monitor to look at stuff? We got a monitor to look at stuff. You wouldn't know that you have microphones. You got microphones with white comfy chairs? We got that. Headphones to listen to yourself? We got that. Cameras, 6K? We got it. It's an ad. Clip it. It's an ad. I think I said this on the Patreon when we looked at the studio, but I'll say it again for a wider audience. I have been in a lot of rentable podcast studios and talk to owners and stuff. No one has put more thought into their studio than Mark. He was slaving away. He's in the studio you guys are in right now. Sounds like I'm telling you guys, but tell the audience. He's there like every single day. He'll all come in on Tuesdays. But me, he'll be able to come hang out more. But he was been in there every day since we moved in a couple months ago, and he's ready to go. Yeah, there was a part of me. Thank you, Nick. There was a part of me that was like, just hire someone and like build it up, but I didn't have the money to do that, so I had to fucking do everything myself. Honestly, that could be your job right there. Just going around and building people's. I don't know if I want to do that again. It was a lot of work. Just saying. However, you did it well. Also, because I was kind of figuring out what my setup was going to be on the fly, so it took a little bit longer than I wanted to. But now that I know what setups I like and all that jazz, it would be a lot faster. But I'm stoked with how it looks. I'm excited to get whoever comes in as the first people. Maybe it's us. But I'm stoked with how it looks. So, what do you mean first people? Because there's a popular package already. So obviously, I have so many people in there. Well, it is popular. So it's popular. Have you ever heard of advertising and marketing, dude? Yes. Come on now. I need your help with something. Okay. Which piece of art should I purchase between these two that I'm sending to the group? Oh, whoa! This is not like fancy art. This is fancy art. This is just like show of a person is considered art. What about this art? What about this? Oh, you got nice Christmas, bro. Or you got boom, falls on the ground. Go ahead and sharpen your neck. In other words, when a person is in a situation that sucks, don't get that one. Which one? That's easy. That additional things will occur to that person. The dad. I was just joshing. I like the Dumb and Dumber one. I also just say get both of them. Yeah, just like it's kind of a theme to like even if I like that idea, when you keep adding.
I like that idea more. Honestly,
If you also like pepper them in with like.
Third thing is,
no, I know. That would be the goal. Would be to have like one wall in my apartment with just art all over it. And, like
That's my.
by the doorway.
Yeah, I think I saw something like a mosaic-y type of just frames everywhere, all different shapes, sizes, or whatever.
Yeah, that would be what I'd be going for.
But I also do like the Simpsons one because I love the beach. I love myself a good beach.
It's kind of
Got a nice sunset. It's very peaceful. I like that one as well.
Kind of reminds me of.
That's like New England, isn't it?
That's what I was gonna say. It reminds me of your area of the world.
I mean, both look like New England. You know what I mean? And then,
Well, the one is Africa.
that's right.
I'm talking about a little place called California.
You're right. So for that reason, I say go Dumb and Dumber.
Well, now I like your idea of getting more.
Well, for that reason, go Simpsons.
Because you can get different sizes. So maybe I'll get the Dumb and Dumber one like the biggest size, and I'll get the Simpsons one like the smaller size or something.
40-inch though? Don't get 40 inches.
Let me.
40 inches like this big.
No, I just gotta. I'll find out what 40 inches.
Penis size.
Oh yeah.
That means you get, first of all, clean it up, Kevin. Second of all, that means you have a little penis. That's what you tell me all the time.
No, that doesn't. That's so funny. I don't even know how to do that.
They're celebrating. Kevin's got a little penis.
Give like a thumbs up.
Did I do that?
Yeah, that's you. Give like a thumbs up. Hold it. All right, guys.
There we go.
Oh,
Did you do that?
no, that's you. Do something else, like thumbs up again.
In other words,
Do thumbs up again. Guys, which dick would you rather have?
Have that and I never turned it off.
I don't know how to turn it off. Which dick would you rather have? Long skinny? Skinny? Yeah.
Because that, you can't know any history. That's none. Zero.
Yeah, but that person button on like can and fit. You still gonna blow it. Oh my god. So, let's see, demonstrate. Look at Nick's trying to do stuff.
If a person
Should we go to the Patreon? I want to hear Jim's tea.
Oh yeah, it's the tea.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Patreon. Thank you guys for watching.
Person has 999 malachim that sing bad about him.
I was just doing Baltimore, and it's like some of the actors in the beginning, they were like getting in and out of it, and it's like you gotta commit to it once you're in. Sounds like a little bit. Sounds a little bit like Baltimore's close to. Why do people have accents?
Reasons that one hour.
Crazy. It is crazy.
One in a million. Moses says the women died when
No, I was saying Lord got cut off a little bit,
Rafa
but
says
I'm glad you guys didn't hear it.
they
It
do
was bad.
laundry and chop.
Oh, we heard it. It's gonna be the cold open.
Some say because they are fearful. If she's so
I came like a wave.
lose.
Whenever
To make her die
I'm a
earlier.
computer guy. Get my computer then.
Jimmy Bill says
Let's all be just
Cruise and Maestros
want to do ultimately is zoom in a boom boom.
bonus. We believe I'm an
Have
artist.
some fun.
Cruise and
I
Maestros,
got
right? So,
feeling. It's not the only one. All I
and we
want
trust that
have
he
some.
wasn't this object, therefore,
Yo.
Rabbi Rothschild says that because of
Welcome
that
to
layer
the
of
after hour. It's me and Kev,
minor allegation was stuck on
and Mark is going to get his sand
versus
out,
wife will die. Rebbe
and
says this is
Nick is in New York. Nick, New York. Nice.
said,
Chin is in Austin. He's always in Austin, so that's no big change there, right? But big changes here at the desk. It's just us. I feel very far away from physically, not emotional.
The person's children died because he's not careful with his sister, or
A little bit, but we're gonna make it work. I took for granted how easy the high fives were when we're neighbors, but we can still make it work, man. How are you doing, Kevin? What's going on with you? Same old shit, man. Wow, same old. Just sucking ass, eating grass. Pretty much, yeah. Not much changed. Department. Oh, now I have a computer, so I'm a distracted guy. Okay, so I'll just talk. Where's my camera? Where's my camera? That one. That one. Where's my camera? Oh, shit. For the folks at home,
someone who's careful with
if you had to guess how many sandwiches Mark got, how many would you think? How many would you think, Kevin? I would say one. Yeah, it's just a sandwich, right? Brought you be wrong. Sheesh, go ahead and double that number. Whoa, 2.
You know, there's some people on the internet that think 1 plus 1 is not 1 times 1 is not 2, like Terrence Howard.
Well, he spearheaded that night,
Yeah.
so it doesn't count. No. If people think it, they're just thinking it because he pitched it. They're like, oh yeah, I get that. I'm like that.
I have friends who are like that. Yeah. And they're like, the crazy part about it is they're not dumb people. They're really smart, but they're like, I can't see anything.
Might blow your mind. They are dumb people. They've just been given the opportunity to expose themselves as dumb.
No, my friend, he's really smart. Like, I'm not joking, he's really smart. And I was talking to him the other day, and we started talking conspiracy theories, and I know that he will believe pretty much any conspiracy theory, so I just started going off on a tangent about like all this crazy shit that wasn't true, and he was like, yeah bro, I can see that totally being.
He bought it all.
Yeah, he bought it all. I'm like, bro, I just told you that there were aliens underneath the pyramids.
Well, there are.
And they're made out of ice. Aliens.
And went into frost.
Yeah.
And we're in big trouble.
Big trouble. And he's like, bro,
that was the plot of a movie I saw recently.
What?
Where the aliens, they were like, we thought that because there was no sign of them landing or anything like this or anything like that. And then, the guy
Shabbos,
was
that's why
like,
people
it's because they're from, they started here initially, they're in
starting off with Gezel stealing,
yeah.
looks will come and devour the entire crowd.
Look it up. If you run out Paris, they can have like a good wrist, Brad.
Plus it says, aliens, fat cows. It says, Robin is referring to these women who don't have jobs, and all they do all day is shop.
That's a real movie.
Yeah.
Their husbands.
What are you doing at home?
So here's my problem. Are you on a call right now, Jen?
Torture or corrupt judgment, or kill
Turn off your TV. What are you doing?
Case deep enough, perhaps you'll find.
You can't hear us.
All these. There's terror. This sword
you can see in the glasses that he doesn't have a song thing.
Oh, he's looking at my screen, I think.
Yeah, he is a big screen.
By the way,
I'm going to put it in the Google search so you can see. Hey, Dan,
something
turn the fucking
or
TV
you say
off.
that right now it's
You
night.
did, but
Everybody
he
knows.
can't see us.
In the pasuk it says the word
This actually is pretty compelling. Watching Jin without him knowing that we're watching him.
Oh, I want to do something weird.
How about now, Jin? Can you see us now? Can you hear us?
No, you can see his glasses. He's looking at Mark's screen still.
Yeah, but I can still see you in the very corner, and I can hear you finally.
Oh, okay.
Oh, man, we were saying all type of weird stuff.
Yeah, we've been going. We're going.
I know. You guys always say new stuff about me. I'm used to it.
We weren't being mean. Did you say that, Kev?
Yes.
No, don't listen to Kev.
I like your style today.
Terrible
look very like graham crackery.
The buffer will die. The orphan, the widow,
Yeah,
will
you look
cry
like a
out Hashem, and
s'mores.
you
You look
won't
like a
answer them.
s'mores.
Everybody knows
Oh,
why
thank
the
you.
cow gets married, but if you talk
I just
about it,
scraped
you
the
know,
land with a
even
little
if they're
bit
supposed to live
a
70
punch of sugar
years in peace,
because of the
the
s'mores has
so
chocolate
puts it over.
in it
It's not only the person
and
talking, it's the
mushrooms.
person that hears
Not
what
mushrooms,
they
you're all
talk. Also
marshmallows.
gets
How do you put them?
they get headed for both these people.
Shin, what's your favorite
If a
dessert? Your
person
favorite
sets
sweet?
aside time to do that,
Most recently,
what will happen is like, well,
I don't eat sweets, but I've been stuck on eating ice cream these days. And pistachio,
comes in 3
oh my
varieties.
god, pistachio
One of
ice
them
cream.
causes the skin to be puffed up and
I've had
puffed,
that.
Yeah.
and that comes
What about you?
before iritis. That's
I love a good donut,
Avera is referring to iritis.
cookie, and
When a
apple
person
pie
is
and a
in
milkshake. Those are like
starvation mode,
those are the
then
ones
it
I like.
smells, and when it comes from
Every
tissue,
dessert.
from sorcery,
With cheesecake.
then a person gets sick.
Oh,
Shmuel, I called the
that's
bad
so
person.
white.
He's one of the people before
Is it?
shit.
What do you not white shit?
He's
It's
only
white
from the
shit. I
Iraq.
don't like
He
it.
was one
Have
who
you ever
sealed him right away. I
Go
bet
into
it, bro.
any
He loves it.
any
I
cheesecake
know
factory, you won't see a
maybe,
black guy in there.
otherwise known
They
as a bad.
don't.
It's not. They
That's a lot
don't just have
therefore he
cheesecake
has
in there.
to
They have
Brother
everything.
himself,
That's
like,
why
I don't
there's
drink, but this is why he
more
got
black
it,
people.
because
That's racist. Yeah,
They
you can
don't-
say
they don't
the
eat
in person
something,
it's
they
not
have to eat
racist,
them.
but if you
So
say
plain
it,
as the
it is
culture comes
racist. That's obvious.
That's
That's how it works.
I
I was
kidding.
kidding. It was the
that if he
opposite
has
day.
dark
You were
jaundice, he has
Ah,
yellow,
shit.
that
I
is
do
what
got
it
you. Because
the
if we're
person that's
focused
got
home, I have a
the
laptop
symbol
now
for
because
that
I'm
is
Nick.
it
Okay?
becomes
So
poor.
I have a laptop. I'm
Symbol
going
for
to be
a person that's
distracted.
part is
And we
aspirin
recording
is
the
the restriction of the esophagus when you can't breathe anymore.
And so I googled this
The
cheesecake
Lord
white
Joyce
shit,
says
and it said
aspirin comes because
cheesecake is dessert made from cheese,
without
not
giving
peas.
through some ice cream. When went to therapy so
Well, that on that. Yeah, there you go.
we're sitting there.
What's
And
my
they
sweet
asked him
tooth?
why aspirin starts from the intestines and works its way up to the throat.
If we're going ice cream, I like a
Dr.
good rocky
Followed up,
road.
and he starts answering
What is
every
that?
question that he was going to describe
It's
later
that's
on.
a great
And he
question.
said even though the kidneys
It's
that it's
I
valuable, that
think
hard to
it's
understand,
vanilla and chocolate with
the
like
tongue
nuts
articulates,
and with
but it's
marshmallows.
the mouth
Nuts.
that finishes it
Like
all.
ice cream with my
That's
right.
why
What is Rocky Road ice cream? Rocky Road is a sweet.
But he says because
I think there's
of
primarily between two forms of chocolate
women
ice
who are
cream.
not about to play,
And
why
I
do they
don't
get asked about?
make
Because
candy
they're
bar. This
not to their
sounds
husbands.
No, it's
Why
not
do
even
they
eat
not
candy bar.
they aren't about
Well,
the
what do you think makes
What
it
about
rocky?
children?
Marshmallows and nuts. That's what I said.
Yeah,
The candy bars.
That's their father
Constantly
for candy. Well, the father
Damn, it
learned
was invented in
that's their Avera,
1929.
that's what
Imagine
they
being at
punish
the forefront of the
He
ice
said, I
cream
was learning
movement
in school.
and having an
When
idea
I
for a
the father and the
prototype
father,
ice cream
why is it
and being
because
like,
when the daughter has
and then
something
now that
it's
the
a
type of ice cream
take
exists and it's just like a
of that
benchmark
there's
of
a
ice
daughter.
cream.
Not something that makes the children
That's
that
crazy.
What
take.
about making ice cream and then you're just like
Why was Rabbi Yehuda
realizing you can put stuff in it kind of along the lines of
because
what
he
you're
said
saying?
Rabbi Yossi
I wonder if you're like,
and Rabbi Yehuda said
Yeah.
that we have to give praise to the
pineapple.
Holy
The guy's
because
like,
they made us
no
market
pineapple.
places
Yeah.
and bridges.
I wonder how long after they invented
And
ice cream
bath
they
houses,
invent like
Rabbi Yossi was quiet and Rashi Yochai didn't like it.
You
He
think
said
the same
the reason why they
week, you
make
think like a
market
month
places
after?
is
absolutely.
the size is just for
You know
themselves.
what I'm
And
saying?
the bridges are to collect tolls.
Banger question. And I got
There's
a
a person by
follow-up
the name of
question.
Yisuf Geir.
What do you think was the first?
Say that he was a Russian person. He's a
Given
Tanakh.
Gilgan,
What do you think was the first thing that they decided to throw
traveled
out
from his
in
friends
there
all
on
the way to
there?
the
I
Romans,
think
and the Romans put Rabbi
I'm just
Yehuda.
following
Rosh
their
Hashanah
kind of
was he praised the Romans
genealogy. I
because
think
Rabbi
it was
Yossi
just
didn't
chocolate
make
chips.
them a thought. They threw him to the
You think so?
Yeah,
They wanted
because
to
they
do
didn't have a
the
ton of
fake
shit
story.
back then. It's not like Ben and Jerry's
Like
back then.
some
So,
extra screws, like
yeah,
breathing.
it's not
Red
froyo.
water. And then he said, if he torture his wife, she
How
might
long
give up
after
her
inventing
exact
ice cream did they figure out they could put stuff into
there's a
the
mix.
ice cream? And what was the first ingredient mixed in?
There's a spring of water there. Everybody find his son with Lozer and Shimon.
Hey,
They
Chad.
go there and they
They're
went
king
into
of
the
web.
mud. They took off their clothes. They
Where's
wanted to
Nick, by the way?
put their clothing on
Yeah.
for davening only.
Where are
He's ready. He was
After
someone that was first ready.
the
Yeah,
Caesar
he's
died,
That's a
Leonard
great
came
question. It turns
and
out we
he
don't know exactly.
notified them that it's over. They were
First
in the
mixing
cave for
things
12
into
years.
ice
He
cream
came out of the
or
cave.
predecessors, but
And
historians
so
have put
people
together quite a
crowded
lot
the
of
field.
all
I
right,
couldn't
God,
believe
give
their
me a
eyes.
fucking
How could
short
people
answer.
waste their time?
I'll walk you through what's
They
known
think
as
like
what's
burning a living.
speculated and what
That's
about
what
the
I
first mix-in.
learning Torah
If
and
you
started
want, I can
burning everybody that you saw.
Document
Basket came down and said,
Oh my God,
Bro,
so sometimes I say to ChatGPT, explain it like I'm 5. Give me the fucking short answer here, dude.
Update on Nick. You didn't see the Zoom link because it was sent from him. The link is coming from inside the house.
As they're coming out of the yes.
Well, it comes from ancient China.
Call us from inside the house.
Wherever Rabbi Shimon destroyed,
Alright,
Shimon
that's a surprise.
Why is that a
And Rabbi
surprise?
Shimon told his son Rabbi Elazar,
I didn't get any
"Was you
information.
so worried that there's not enough Torah in the world between me and you?"
Wait, by the way, so the first item is the vanilla, right? What else could it be? But the actual ice cream, the foundation.
As
Many
a
times it
I don't know, I
says
don't want to read all of this.
They saw an older person carrying bundles of
Because
ananas.
you have to jump
He said,
into
"What are
what
you doing this?" He said, "I need it for
we're
Shabbos."
mixing to it before we figure out what ice cream really really was in the first place.
Well, here we go. What do we know about early stuff in addition? Ancient China and other early civilizations had frozen desserts that include flavorings like fruits, honey, wine. For example, Bing Lao, a break out in the Yuan dynasty was flavored with fruits, honey, wine. Also, dough or ice was mixed with puree. That's what I think.
From the mud,
They'll mix
and
up,
started crying and
blend it all up, or mush it all together, and have it just figure out how to
to
do
be a
I don't know.
comfortable screen.
I don't know.
And Peter said, I cannot believe that I see like this.
Yeah, but imagine you don't have a freezer and you gotta freeze something right now.
Not even that long ago, they would have ice delivery guys. If it gets below 32 degrees, then you got to just put something in a bucket and you got ice. Or you put water in a bucket, moderate temperate climate, and you fuck it. Well, I don't know about China's climate, but I'm sure there's areas of China. I'm sure there's areas of China that get cold enough.
Chin, does China, how cold does China get, Chin?
Wait,
132.
There you go.
oh, he knows?
No, he knows less than you.
Damn, that's
Imagine how little you know, and then think about knowing even less than that, and then you have Chin.
You said you said you were going to be nice. Or you said you weren't mean.
Yeah, at least I waited for you to show up to be mean. Unlike Kev, he was bashing you. You'll see on the episode.
the stuff I was saying.
Crazy.
You'll probably never talk to me.
Crazy.
Jen, have you found any tattoo artists in Texas?
Shop is not funny, dollar.
I haven't even looked at it, but
right
now there's like
doing everything we can.
a ton of moving parts going on. So once everything's settled down, I'll go and look for a tattoo artist.
For tomorrow,
Oh, there he is.
Lord tells us that when Yaakov Avinu came to the camp, the Torah says he was shown his meaning. He was healed from his limb. He spent a lot of money, extravagant amount, on a gift for Esau. He
The big
didn't have
apple.
any monetary loss. And when he was traveling, he didn't forget any of his Torah. He said, let me give back
It looks beautiful, Kanye.
and he
Look at how
gave it
funny.
in
Yeah,
Poland.
who knew?
Shimba is
It's
as well.
like Chin,
He had a big one
that's what Benito did, yeah.
and he found out there was a certain path that they had something, whether their bodies buried there, but Adam wouldn't walk on
Or
that path.
steaks.
It caused him a lot of aggravation all the way around.
That's what built that.
But the older person told him the
That
back
was
is
Canada.
there, Ben Zakkai,
The One World Trade Center is in Omaha.
and he made it.
It
Fuck
is.
that. Even though
I heard they
even though
moved
Ben Zakkai was a
How do I
plan,
sound?
he
It's
wasn't
just fine.
concerned
Like,
about
just
Poland. In other words, that
bit
place
the
was not a
bullet finally
center.
got me where
And
it
therefore, I
was.
love it.
Sounds nice and clear and loud.
You got the new
Shimba
AirPods?
Yochai, although he never exhumed the bodies, but he did the same
Yeah, fourth
thing. He created
generation
that
here.
act.
Noise canceling is fucking
It's very
crazy.
around.
No, I can't even hear myself.
The bodies
There's
rise up
newer
and
ones
soften
coming
the
out.
dirt. And everywhere the dirt was soft,
Oh, whatever. I don't need the newest ones. I just want the ones that were shaped like the original ones. And they got rid of those.
was a
And
place
the
where
fours are the closest thing.
that Saba,
Copy
the older
that.
person that told him about
That's
Zakkai,
New York.
made fun of him. Shimba Yochai. He said,
You wouldn't
Shimba
know.
Yochai
Oh,
is
great.
an entire place of butters graveyard. Shimba Yochai took offense.
Mark
He
Norman
said,
and
"How
North
can you talk like that?"
Theo Vaughn are
Even the Zoya
having a show in
should serve
Omaha
with
tonight,
respect
so I'm
to
going to go
people
see
here,
that.
other competition. But Talmud Chacham should serve
I
with
think I
respect.
love
Talmud
this
Chacham should respect.
Omaha bit
Look at
almost as much as I like the
And then he saw Yehuda Ben Gerim, the one who
Nice,
caused the
nice.
whole story, which caused
I really thought I was going to be the first person to bring
Or
that
the
up
Russian
really
Tyson
bad.
Ah,
You thought that,
To it.
yeah, just one of the legendary moments in after our history. Yeah, I mean, the fans are really getting started.
Did you take Meiser?
I don't know how you guys started the show, but just shout out to the weird
You don't yell.
four YouTube members. Give me all the extra episodes. 112K Patreon subscribers. We're going to reach my nemesis in
That
no
is,
time.
place a meal somewhere, and from that
Hey,
place,
your hair looks
Thank you.
decent.
she
You like
says,
a thing with your hair or
you're
what? What's going
Shabbos,
on?
you're
Your hair
allowed
looks
to
good.
walk from that
No, it's just, we're about 2-3 weeks out of a haircut. That's kind of prime time. I'm really, this straight outlook, this is really good for me until I show my teeth. Like, oh, who's this
And
guy?
finally
He's
asked
really
him how
good.
people
Really started building up to that.
like Shabbos guy was full of
You ever thought about learning how to talk?
It's a stark contrast.
No, I wanted to ask you if you ever thought about trying to learn how to talk without showing your teeth. Like if you're just like,
Therefore, you don't.
you're talking like you can all the time, kind of rub your face a little bit every now and then, and just kind of do a rub face kind of deal.
Because you are fixing
I think most of the time they don't really show until I laugh, which is unfortunate because one of my favorite things that I do it often.
a candle, because if it's already Shabbos,
Real catch 22.
you're allowed to take Meiser from
How's your flight there? That's what I'm kind of mostly concerned about. Over the flights, how's the, going into any lounges? There's just a lot of things that are, you know, potential to talk about hotels,
here, a common yard,
Uber rides. This kind of fills in.
participate in
Yeah,
a meal.
A lot of moving parts to travel, and at the airport. No lounge. That's not really how I like to do it. My flight was at 7, and I left my apartment at 5:40.
So it's pretty much no mistakes to be made. But it was real smooth on this flight. We flew there, well, literally flew there, but really fast we flew there. It was like 5 hours and 15 minutes. I'm on an aisle seat. I probably went to the bathroom 6 times. Damn. You probably had like a lot of worn up stretched legs, hit the bait, a couple T's, a couple coots, you know? Lady next to me. Lady next to me. 6 hours in this flight, plus an hour and a half when we went on the tarmac. She did not get up once. Wow, what a freak of nature.
I'm the same way. I feel like that. She probably dehydrated herself, didn't drink water all morning. She's like probably scared of the bathrooms, maybe a germaphobe. I don't know.
Robert says,
I look like Jack.
very
Yeah, you look
I definitely would have
any heat
toned it down if I was window, but there would have been at least one.
because you
Maybe
might find that
I thought 6 hours was really impressive. Yeah, so that's kind of been the highlight of my trip.
But Benish Mush is so
That lady, not tired later. I got that Reuben
because Benish
from
Mush
the Chelsea market. That's kind of my favorite thing about New York.
That looks so
people
good.
have really
Have you ever raw dogged a flight? I feel like that would be
now
something
on
you would do.
Friday
Try to do.
it's also to hide something.
No, but I have seen this thing that's going around where people try to name a right down in a notepad and 1,000 athletes off the top of their head. Maybe they'll do that on the way back.
Now, as we said before, Benish
What,
Mush is
1,000?
Suffolk Day.
That's
Suffolk
too many.
Night, Suffolk
Yeah.
Day.
I don't want to. I just don't
Marta
want to
says
do
it
that.
should
Not that I
do-
can.
do
It's
the-
just I don't want to do it.
If we let Mark continue talking, he's going to talk himself into wanting to do it. Right up Mark's alley.
Nah, I don't want to do it. I definitely don't want to do that. I definitely would not do that ever.
But if
But
the
I could if I had
horizon is
to.
red, and the top
Is
is red,
there any discussion these days like, whoa, I miss Nick, he's such a joyful presence, it really brings us
that's the
together as a
difference in 1.5
crew?
minutes.
Is there just
South of
any
the doctors. That's the home athletic.
where, you know,
I don't even know who.
am I missed?
I don't even know who would say that. I
It
missed
still
that.
takes a person to walk a half a mil.
I do it all the time because I live in a
approximately 9
different
minutes.
state.
It
So I'm always
says
like,
Benish Mush is terrifying. Like,
Do you
Marcus
mean
and I,
that's
Did
nobody
you mean
knows
the guys
when
like
that
Chris and
exactly
Eric,
occurred.
or did you mean
Now,
like
when it comes to a Zov,
and Mark?
a Zov is someone
Chris and
who
Eric
sees
would be
mission.
nice, but if you guys want to pipe up too, just give everybody a reminder, Kevin and Casey here.
If he sees one emission,
Sounds like Mark
there's a
Cutting
lot
left
of
will go to the
Terry
back.
Wilson,
Kevin
that
Clinton.
was correct. If he sees 2 emissions, it
But,
comes as
you know, just
just wait
try to know
7
your
days
best.
of Tahara.
You know what?
Not seeing any
Just business as usual when you're not there.
3 emissions.
Oh, I'm coming to Austin at the beginning of November, Jim.
Now,
But
the
hey,
2 emissions
just like
results
you
can
hang
happen
out
on the
on
same
these
day.
Yeah.
As long as there's a 100 emission, or
Let's all go.
consecutive days. But if there's a day in between
I'll go
with
with
no
that.
emission, then the
What?
3 emissions don't combine and
I'll
make
go.
the Zov.
November
Says the
I
guy,
have plans.
what
My
happens
dad's
to a Zov?
70th birthday. We're going to the East Coast.
One
Oh, well, let's all go to the East
Benish
Coast.
Mush
Let's
is
go to the
Sunday
East Coast. Guys, I
And
saw
this is
people
another
on the
mission,
internet
Monday
talking,
night Benish.
and the big debate was,
It's
does
possible
the
that
straw
Benish
have
is
one
only
hole or
Sunday,
2 holes?
and Benish Mush
That's
is
a good
Sunday.
question. 1 hole.
Therefore, he's not a real Zov. So
Mark
so
was 1 hole.
Real
I'll
is
say
because
2
the
holes.
middle day he didn't see real.
I say
It's
2
also
holes.
possible. The Benish Mush is both
All
Sunday
there
and
and all
Monday,
there.
and the
Because
second
guess
Benish
how,
Mush is Monday and
because
Tuesday.
guess how you
And
know.
therefore, it is consecutive, and therefore, it has to be in carbon. Therefore, this person has to be machmer and bring a carbon, and he's tamei and should
Plugging
wait 7
one
days. The same will take effect. If a person only
Liquid
saw
gets
one
still
Riyah,
getting in and out.
perhaps he saw that one Riyah,
Now,
which lasted
plugging
from
the
Sunday
second
to
hole.
Monday, and he's also a Zabi.
And if I go like this,
I think I can give you
if I go like this, well, I'm not fucking done.
Wonderful day.
If I go like this, I'm plugging both holes. That's kind of all you want, all motherfuckers. All you want, all motherfuckers can suck it.
you're not the definitive answer on mine.
You know when you fill 2 holes, that's called a spit roast.
You know when you fill 3 holes, that's called airtight. I wish you guys hadn't.
I know. I'm sorry for taking this here. I want to go back to this regular hole debate. If a straw is 2 holes, then all holes are 2 holes, unless the distance between the holes is statistically approaching 0 small. Yeah, agreed. So do you believe all holes are 2 holes?
No, I believe all holes are 2 holes, yes.
Depends. If it's on purpose,
No, even like a walk.
by accident, you couldn't.
No, because here, if there's a hole in this fucking floor,
there's no
that's
difference
1 hole.
between
That's
I just fucking got you so easy and good.
What did you
No, because the tunnel area.
I didn't call it a tunnel. I never said it was a tunnel, motherfucker. I said there's a hole in this floor. It does matter.
Piece of paper.
No, you're talking about an entrance. You're talking about an entrance hole and an exit hole. I'm talking about a hole in this floor right now that's 6 feet deep. That's one hole. To me, my ass, it's like my balls. Yes.
The only issue is that there's a price
Put just a piece of paper in, or put a hole in a piece of paper, which is a 8.5 by 11. That hole is just a really short straw.
True. Yeah, even like a donut, right? A donut. Still one hole, but then if you, like you said with a straw, you block off one part you can still put fluid in. I understand your argument, but if there's a hole in this ground, his ground argument, feet deep, that's one hole. Yeah. His ground argument. If it went all the way to the end of the earth, that's two holes. You're saying one part is blocked, right? That's what you're saying. Yeah, there's not a second hole. Don't overthink it. I'm talking about a hole. Yeah.
Food that was left on the floor. And the rice that says you're allowed to eat food.
Things are getting shitty here, guys.
Well, I've had enough of their shit.
I understand.
Before we tear each other apart, I just want to get Kevin around with claws. What a question. What a Kev's question.
Hey, man, I'm here to...
Alright,
enough being friendly. Fucking I have one whole question.
Only with hot water. Now we're saying
they don't have a rebuttal.
It's either an option.
Because guess what? We got...
You need to explain.
I think it's one hole.
We're talking about...
Strong as it was.
Rabbi, what can I leave? They'll tell only hot water.
Like, you know, you golf,
so without asking the rabbi,
because the part's blocked. So it's a little... Yeah, you're finally wrapping your mind around the concept of the hole. I like that. It's good to see. Your asshole is just...
Today we're just
one hole. Well, people would say, according to you guys, you would say it's not one hole because my asshole and my mouth is one long contained system. So you just debunked your own one hole argument by saying that my asshole was one hole. You fucked yourself. You fucked yourself. But everybody these holes in my life. You know you got that, right?
Quiz hot shots.
Only hot water.
What?
What's the only thing you can put in a barrel? What's the only thing you can put in a barrel to make it lighter?
Shit again.
It's the aforementioned hole.
One hole. That's the name of the episode.
Somebody had
aforementioned hole.
Water that was left on before Shabbos. Shabbos said you're allowed to
go ahead and write that one down.
Whereas
write it down, man.
Somebody had.
I had a good day because
and he said, you're not.
When I ride in, I realized I brought my sins that only had
perhaps what he meant to say
2 left. And I got through about 4 during a typical golden hour day.
Since you did it already,
but I learned that the smoke shop right next to the studio sells
nice
good sins. What do those do for you? Make them navigate.
Back on the flame.
There you go, 3 times in the step.
Back on the flame.
Oh, you've been mad?
On Shabbos morning.
The whole thing.
Where it's not. You can't see from his action.
Aforementioned hole.
Is it hard to
put it back?
Is it hard to find sins nowadays?
Yeah.
Like you sound like that's an exciting thing.
It is, yeah.
Shabbos morning is
I didn't know that.
Yeah, because in California you can't have flavors. So just say, they only sell the like original, which tastes like a million
says, I need to qualify.
Yeah, I meant a tobacco flavored baby before.
Like, yeah, it's not good. So you're not spitting anything out, you just swallow whatever comes. I don't get how that works. Yeah, well, like, these are little packets.
Put it back on the
so
flame.
It's not generating a ton of saliva, and you're not, it's like a regular dip. Yeah. If you were to swallow that, it's like mixed in with actual tobacco, so it could make you nauseous if you're not like, you know, going through 10 of Copenhagen.
If you're missing any one of those two conditions,
but these,
your mind is going to put it back in the flame.
Also, the spit is gross.
I probably said.
Let's say
I probably said this on the podcast before.
If you want to put it back on the flame,
because I have like 7 stories, but
another
7 three, my buddy Max,
because
of different brothers, and he like got so dizzy and nauseous, he laid on the floor, and I thought he was faking, because I didn't know if it fucked you up that bad. And it absolutely can. It absolutely can.
Have you ever tried?
You know, the natives used to blow the tobacco in each other's assholes.
We should try that.
There's a lot of stuff you can do in the asshole.
Like what else? Now I'm listening.
I don't really know where I'm going with that one, but I feel goofy and funny, and I'm just kind of letting it fly.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm glad I got the giggle there.
Yeah, let it fly. why don't you, when you get back,
take
the first item on the agenda,
the mission talks
blow
about
your vape
so now we're talking
smoke
about kilo
into
that has
Kev's ass.
higher
Why me?
is
Why me?
narrow
That was your idea.
and therefore it traps the
I don't like
And you have the biggest house.
much higher.
Whoa, Chin.
Mission says
Guess Kev's waist size.
how
Like
much
pants
power
on?
is straw.
Oh, I like
And the bottom of the
this.
straw,
I know.
that's not
He's
the
a 36.
pounds you can put
That's
on that.
offensive.
When it comes to the counter, you cannot because it has so much heat. It has the same
Alright,
level as 8. As
You'd be
real
right, Nick.
fuel.
Nick's right.
Yeah, I said it first, damn it.
Oh,
Rabbi
Chin's
Rothschild
here.
says
Speak up, Chin.
That with the power,
I'm a 33.
food
I'm
against
a
the wall
33.
of the
So.
time.
Nah, Mark.
Inside the
Well,
time,
quit giving it away. I was just gonna go. Cheer 34, Mark 34, Lazy 30.
the heat is so strong that you're not allowed to even cook.
Nick, that's
It's
kind
on the side of the
of
tire.
gay to
And
know
in fact, it's a bright
to
symbol.
know
This is
that
exactly what the
what
Bible says. It's
to
also
be able to get
sign.
everybody's waist size, that's gay. You're gay.
Y'all got really nice fingers.
It's in the vein of hero.
Nick, did you think I was a
Hero.
Would you think I was? Would you think I was a 34? You thought I was a 34?
So it's hotter than a Kira.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
And honestly,
Depends on the
when you're
player.
33,
or a 34. Same.
I was just gonna say this. Tell me if you find this to be true. If you're a 33, oftentimes you become a 34 because they don't have 33s.
That's right. That's a fact. It just becomes like you're either wearing a belt or you're not.
It's awesome.
And some of the 34s fit fine.
Love is always in
I can't. If pants have belt loops, I have to put a belt through. I can't wear them. Wear a belt.
That's
Of course.
split in half.
Oh yes.
It's
I can't. It's all twisted. It's all twisted because I did that bit where I was. Oh right. What was the bit? You told me I had this shit, and Mark was taking a piss, and I'm like, I'll poop right here, and I literally unbuckled everything and was about to pull him down, but it makes sense. Guys, you gotta clean this show up. You said do it.
Regardless of what
You
direction
gotta clean
you
the
break
show
it,
up. Okay.
you just
Told me
remove
to
that
do
burden.
it.
And then Kevin was gonna pull out a Billy Bass.
Wonderful.
Nice. I'll pull out my Billy Bass. Oh, I'm gonna pull out a Billy Bass. You can talk too, just like the regular Billy Bass.
Yeah, why to picture it?
I got a golf simulator. I'm like,
Oh, no, I know. Simulator.
I just sent it to the chat. So I dropped my buddy Ryan off. Oh, I had a sleepover. Wow.
Shabbos
I had a
the Flamish
fucking
Mass,
beer.
which tells us
I know. I had
that
a
it's
motherfucking
also to cook it
sleepover.
in, even though it won't be
What?
cooked.
Yeah.
Like putting
Me and Ryan
it
played
by the
golf.
side of a
Right.
very hot pot.
Ryan, my country club guy. Okay.
One does so on Shabbos.
Country club
so
guy.
they can visit their
We
rights
played
and style
golf.
chatas. Similarly,
And then we went back to my house for a couple beers.
very old
Jess had to
herring
work late.
or tuna.
We ended up drinking beers till all
And
hours
some
of
people
the evening.
just eat it by
He
rinsing
crashed
it
to
off.
a cabin. I slept in the living room.
If he rinses
Slept
it
in
off,
there anyway,
it's
so
considered a
good.
carnival
It's fucking
even though
comfy
it's not
where you go in
cooked.
my house.
That's the way
So
they cook it so
I dropped him off in the morning and he's like, yo, I got the golf simulator shit
semi-raw
that I'm not
egg,
using
some
anymore.
oil, and therefore
Take
it's
it.
considered that you
So I
cook
took
the
it
egg
because I already have the
with
Garmin R10, as you guys know.
any
So
salty
all
food,
I
salty
needed was
fish
the mat and the net.
that you
And now I got
soaked it in
the mat
hot
and the net.
water
So I'm
before
sitting like
Shabbos. We're allowed to soak it again on Shabbos because it ain't visual application. You cannot cook
because I'm just like,
food that's already cooked before Shabbos.
so you're gonna be like,
And to rinse it off is also what
yeah, I mean, I was already really good, but now I'm
Also,
really good.
you soak it in hot water.
Yeah, good.
If you
Yeah, I
didn't do
can't
so,
wait to see that.
Better Shabbos because that would be considered
Where's it at?
I have an objection though.
Okay.
Mishnah says it's
What you
also
said,
cooked in egg.
And I don't want to get you
on
mad.
a very hot
That's just
piece of
to seem
clothing.
to be the theme of the day.
It's not a golf simulator.
Oh no, you're right. But what you're seeing there, what you're seeing,
That's a
Cook in the
net.
sun.
what you're seeing there is not golf simulator. But what you're not
But
seeing
that's not the dirt.
is the Garmin R10 placed 6
Nobody's
feet
gonna
behind
confuse
the
this
ball,
with cooking
and then I
on
can.
top of a flame.
I haven't dialed it in.
If you
but I
cook it
can
on
then
the hold up
sling my
of
phone
fire,
to a TV in the garage, so you hit the shot, and then you look at
or
where it
put
went
it by
on
the fire,
the
you
screen.
heat it up at
So
a fire,
it's
and you
not like a
cook that
$6,000 golf
Look,
simulator,
everybody
but
that's
it's
awesome.
effectively the
Listen,
same
there
thing.
is
But yes,
hold up of
fair call out.
Yeah.
Not at all
like
mad
it
about
says,
that.
hold
It's a
up
fair
of
call
the
out.
sun.
It's,
But
that
someone
was
said
just
it's
right
on
when I first set it up. I was
But if you
excited.
take clothing
having
and
a
you
beer
warm it
and
up in the sun,
But we will
it's
get
not
it
like
dialed
it's
in.
because
Trust me.
perhaps people get confused and say, if that was the day that was warmed up in the
If you
sun,
have a
you're allowed
video,
to cook.
like when you're out on
So
the
with
course,
clothing
you
that was warmed up by the fire.
or hit a shot,
So
how
the
hard
hard
is it
say,
to add those
make it
ball
zero,
trackers?
because
Is that like
it
a program
there's no
or are
zero.
people doing that?
Yossi
Like,
agrees
manually.
that it's also
It's a program.
very
Shot
food
freezer.
in hot sand.
Awesome. Yeah, because Barstool just put out a thing
Why
like
is
who had the
sand
best
different?
swing or whatever.
There's my point.
And
Point
one day
Bravo.
I envisioned a golf outing for
You might
the
cook
6 of
buried
us,
in remnants,
5 of us, how many
ashes
ever.
of coal. And Rabbi Yosef says we're concerned that buried in sand You might think
And I would like to add the shop tracer.
thinking on
Yeah,
shops.
we should do that. It's a paid ad, I think. Or it's its own program, like a desktop program.
Very soft
You have to,
like
if somebody steps in front of it, that's why, like, if you watch a lot of YouTube golf like we do, they're like, don't step in front of the tracer, or step in front of the camera so they can trace it later. But on like regular broadcast golf, they have the big squares like that are mounted to their cameras behind the golfer. Sometimes you can see it, and those like will automatically track it because they obviously have better equipment, it's live and everything. But if we wanted to do it, it's just a desktop app, which we can do. Let's do it.
Mishnah tells us
Did you all watch the Canelo Crawford fight?
where people
Yeah, I fell asleep during it.
height of
Yeah.
cold
Or
water.
just tired.
I was tired, man. I was late. I was
Cold water
tired
by
guy.
putting the cold water into the
Oh,
hot
right,
springs of
yeah.
Tveria.
And
I liked it. It was good.
And
That was
Chacham said
better
that's
than I thought it
awesome.
would be, to be honest.
yeah,
It was very technical. But
Chacham,
I
that's a riot
appreciate
of
that.
Chacham.
I don't really know boxing
Let's say
anymore.
That a
I kind of
cold
got
of
out
the
of the
sun.
game.
You
But I
understand
thought
that
Canelo
how
was
did the
gonna
hot
win.
springs
Yeah, I didn't
too.
too.
with the sun?
It's hard to bet against
The
him.
cold of the sun is awesome. Says Rabbi Rothschild, no. The water of
I did
Tveria,
not watch
the hot
it.
springs of Tveria are cold of
I
fire.
drank a lot of
Because
White
the water
Bloods
heats up by
during
going right past the
UFC
opening
event,
of your head.
and
It's
then
a
I went
real
to bed
fire
at 7
and no riot for
because I had to get up at
physicists.
5
Same as Chacham said in the Mishnah.
to fly, so I didn't see it. I want to like boxing. I try, but it sucks.
In an
Boxing
object
sucks.
Yeah.
And it, like,
it's more heat.
one individual match can be great,
The
but like,
springs, the hot springs of Tveria.
I think that was a 4-fight
There's
card.
also, even if you put it in there before
The main
Shabbos,
event started 4 hours after the broadcast
Google
started.
says that the hot springs of Tveria.
I don't know how anybody thinks enjoy that thing. From what I heard, they have stupid musical performances that no one gives a shit about. It's like, we want to see fights. Why are there 3,000 people in the ring? Who are you people?
If you
Speed
are
this
washing
along.
your face, hands, and feet,
Couldn't agree more.
If you compare that, which is one of the biggest, it seems like one of the biggest boxing fights in years,
to just
just
the water,
a semi-random UFC fight, I think the main event was so much more exciting. Obviously, I'm an MMA fan,
hands,
but I really feel like even if you just took 2 casual sports fans and you put those together, if they didn't know any of the history about the combatants,
even if the water
people would pick UFC
Did
over.
you watch Shop Show on Monday? I feel like you just copy pasting what Brendan said. It says.
if you're allowed to shower,
I haven't thought an episode in a while.
No, I'm just messing with you because that was Brendan's take. He was basically saying the same thing if you showed 2 random people. They'll obviously choose the UFC event over boxing. But I actually thought it wasn't the main card, not the one before the main card, but the one before that. It was Billy or whatever. Yeah, Christian and Bill. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah,
Billy versus Lester Martinez.
They were throwing hands.
They were throwing hands the whole time. I thought it was a great fight, regardless of boxing versus UFC or MMA. But Nick,
meaning that the water was heated up before Shabbos.
Yeah, but about that fight, my guy Magic, who I'm going to start the pod with, he ended up not doing it next week because took the week off.
Shower yourself
But before that card, he was like, do not miss that specific fight.
Yeah, it was great. The only thing that sucks is it ends in a draw. Like, you want to root for boxing and then it ends in a draw. Like, what? There's no fucking payoff. Just fucking do one more round or something. I don't know. But some sports end in draws. Soccer's in a draws. I don't like it. I don't want that. You gotta have a winner. This is stupid. Especially soccer. Like, yeah, and it was. They were. Yeah, it was.
Nevertheless,
It was that close. Yeah, it was that close. They were nonstop punching each other. It was great.
This rule.
But Nick,
how
do you feel about an MMA fight where they're both pretty much boxing the whole time against 2 boxers against each other? Is that like, do you find entertainment out of that, or not doing takedown? Yeah, either we're doing any type of other type of MMA than boxing.
100%, because like the threat is there.
Yeah.
Later on in life, he also
there's still, I mean, sometimes it'll be just people throwing hands, but usually there's also other strikes involved, and
sometimes,
I don't know. It is like watching like chess and checkers to me. Like, there's just more variables in an MMA fight where I'm like, oh, maybe this guy's better at this, better at this. Where it's boxing, like sometimes I can be watching the fight super intently and not have even a great handle on who's winning because they're just like, the
exchanging blows. Whereas, like, I can
Shabbos
score an
doesn't
MMA fight really well,
Two versions in Rav.
but that's
Rav
also just
says
my lack of knowledge
heat
of
of water
the sweet
before
science.
Shabbos.
Yeah, I will say my takeaway was
Like I
like
said,
water,
yeah.
provided
not
that
having
you only
watched
need
a
about
boxing
1
match
limb
in
at
a
a time.
while. I was
The
like,
fact that there are two rice that
damn, they are fucking good at
They say,
boxing. Yeah,
"Don't wait
yeah.
to
It
make
was
yourself
like an excuse to the
watch
UFC
your
where like
face
even you know the
hands."
stance is different because there's
She's
three
like,
of some
any
different
other
things like you kind of
limb,
can't box like a
Rob will
boxer.
explain,
Yeah,
the rest of his tongue is how to do it. Just like you watch
get
your
kicked
face
out,
by
get
itself, your hand by
kicked
itself.
out, whatever.
Each limb must be
I was like,
washed
damn,
individually.
that boxer super
The other
technical.
version of
Yeah,
Rav is
you can
Rav.
tell they were both on a different
Wait
level
to
than
use
like anybody.
Hot water
that I've
that's
seen
heated
in a long
before
time.
Shabbos.
Yeah.
It's the big, your entire body, besides
Jen, did you
one
watch
limb.
it?
You must leave one limb out.
Yeah, I
The
enjoyed it,
problem
but
is,
I mean,
those two rices seem to
same as
contradict
pretty
Rav.
much all you guys.
Because those rices say the only
It
way
was
to
way
save
more
yourself
exciting
is
to watch,
one of the other
you know,
Rav,
Lopez versus
face,
Silva.
hands, and feet. Not your
It's
entire
more exciting.
body minus one limb. And that's
Which is like
I hope,
UFC fight.
yeah.
Rav Yosef.
I'm
Ask
hopeful
the
for boxing though because of like Dana is trying to have an organization to it, make feel for boxing like
In fact,
more like UFC where you can actually like, get to know the fighters instead of being fragmented and they have like 50 belts. And you don't understand that's also been like a big
the question
detractor of
is,
me
why
getting
do
into it.
Yeah.
Like,
it's obvious that
since I've been a kid, I've always wanted to watch boxing, but the big fights for pay-per-views didn't have money for that. They didn't show highlights on ESPN, they would show stills.
Yeah.
They went to pick up the footage, which I think was
census.
really dumb of that
The other
sport.
Rav says you can't.
If I could find it, but I
Light and
lost my
mirror,
Twitter, so
one
we're
from
gonna
the
get
other.
that back. But in like 2008, I tweeted if I ever got rich, I would like
Reb Shimon
buy a boxing and like try to organize it. Now being a white is like
provided you
a
don't know for
dream.
sure that you're gonna make it good. Rav says I don't know.
And
But
more
everything else did exactly like Rav. The
Guys,
answer is because this is a cool.
let's take a little break because guess what I'm all about?
Rav didn't have
I'm all
like
about playing on
Rav. Say that
Legends.
you're allowed to
Have you
pay
seen this? Have
yourself.
you heard about
Whole
this?
body.
They got a ton of
Minus
games,
one
a million
limb,
different
that's a
games.
In fact, Allah is not
100% match on your first purchase up to $100. Nick, you've been
The only
playing
thing you're
this.
allowed
You've
to
been
do on
playing silly.
Shabbos
There's
is
hundreds of
bathe
games
your
available.
face.
I like Pluck It. I like the slots. I like to play big
Even if you
slots. That's my
Each limb
thing.
individually,
I'm a big
that's
Crash
awesome.
guy.
You can only
Yeah, I
do
love that
one
game.
of-
It's
one
super
of
fun.
them.
Crash guy. Well, it's just fun.
You have
It's
a
just
bad
easy
house,
to. It's
but they
kind of easy to
close up.
play. Yeah. Crash is very easy to
Let
get
the steam out.
to use and learn how to play and stuff like that. So I like that. They also got stuff like
Before
roulette,
shots.
blackjack,
In other words,
baccarat, like
You
stuff
trap
that's
the
like
steam in the bathhouse.
you know
It's not
traditional
providing
casino games. So you feel
additional
like you're at a
steam throughout
casino in the
Shabbos.
comfort of your
So
own
once
home.
the Shabbos
And
comes
then
along,
they
you're
have the
allowed to
highest
use
return
the
player,
bathhouse. You don't have to
basically
wait
means
until
best
she also.
odds. So I like
But now
that.
the time it takes to
And
lift
last
the
we
water.
not forget, they also have
Using the
live on
steam.
sports games.
The
They have
Zayah,
lines for
the
pretty much
sauna
any
part,
sporting event
that you can do.
you need.
Even
So
on
like
Shabbos itself
NFL,
and
they
on
have
Yom itself.
MMA, they've got Premier League,
In fact, there's a story in
WNBA,
Abraham.
esports,
They're
whatever,
like
whatever you
$10
want, they've got it.
Elizabeth
Free to
Zayah.
play, fair to
He
the core,
sat in the
fun
steam
from the start.
house on
Legends. That's
and they even took a shower with hot water from the mountain.
with a
And
Z.
they made sure that that hot water was covered with water. So you don't need to cover water with
You saw that Calvin Gastelum missed weight.
Laura
I
tells
don't
us
know
there are
how many
actually
times
4
it's said
steps
already, but
in the zero that
So,
says that you're not allowed to
what I
break
found
yourself with hot
fascinating
water.
is, remember I always asked you about if you watch UFC Unfiltered or listen to Jim Norton?
Up before Shabbos.
Yeah, yeah.
But then the Balonim,
It was just
they started
that
to be fights. They started
Okay,
lying.
so
They
yeah,
started
exactly. It was at the
doing shtick.
Randy Long, no, was it that one? It might have been Anakin Florian. But either way, Ray Longo chimed in, and Ray Longo was like,
They said, you know
I
what?
think he literally,
No more
Kelvin, it's
eating
not
hot
that he's
water.
lazy or not disciplined. He
But
literally
you're allowed
has an eating disorder where he can't fucking,
That
he can't make weight because he has
People that
like a
play about
serious
it, they
mental
started lying
eating
and said, we're
disorder.
using the steam. But in
I
fact, we're
believe
lazy.
that because
So I
like
said,
from
you know
all
what?
other
You're not allowed to
accounts,
use
like
steam. What?
he's like an
You're allowed to use
extremely
steam.
hard worker in the
Any
gym and
natural
shit,
hot
and
spring
like
you're allowed to use.
he's super.
They
I
came
think
along
Calvin
with
Gastelum's
the
really funny and
lying.
engaging on Twitter, and he does YouTube videos and stuff. I'm a huge fan.
From the
So
bathhouse.
it's sucked that everybody's
So he said,
shitting on him, but I believe
Commentary is
that.
also
I
awesome.
believe that man
Allowed to
can't
use
stop.
cold
He's
water.
fat because
They
he eats, and
realized
he eats
the
because he's
people
fat.
cannot be oimed. They can't
It's
stand
because he
Xera. They weren't able to accept Xera.
It's a vicious society.
I mean, Terry is more. Let's take it back a step. You're allowed to go to the natural hot spring.
But yeah, I'm a big Calvin
You know,
Gastelum fan.
it's cool as hell, man. Yeah, I like him.
you see from
But
here,
there is like, it's
that a
enough is
person
enough.
who's favored on the
I don't know what's going
Durabana
on with that.
on this Xera is considered
Yeah,
an
5
environment.
pounds
You let
fucking
it
crazy.
fall and have a public
Come on,
fall in that
That's
environment.
It was essentially when he
Or does your
was like 5 pounds at 185, and the guy fought at 170 for a lot of his career.
Yeah.
Benefit not a good look. He was only 4 weeks notice, I will say that. One pay, that's all I yeah.
It's
4 weeks, bro.
I know.
Even I'm going to lose 4 weeks. What would you do to lose 4 pounds? You don't know how big of a big fat fucking fatty you
was before that. He's probably like 240 pounds.
Hold water in your body.
Yeah, he
Put
gets
yourself
that
in front of the fire. That's also because now you're bathing yourself in hot water. Similarly, you're allowed to take a hot towel and put it on your stomach to relieve pain in the stomach.
I wish Casey's
You're not allowed to
face
take
figure
a
out my
small towel
screen.
without water. Number one, if it spills out, it's a big danger, and that's also to do with the
I'm gonna
weakness.
take his
It's an additional problem. If water spills out onto your body, now you're bathing in hot water.
Sweet. I don't like it.
The Tanakhama
I want to
says
take it and throw it.
that you're
I'm gonna
permitted to take cold water on Shabbos
Clean it
and
up.
warm it
We're a
up with
highbrow
the water.
podcast now.
Oh yeah.
It's also
about
Clean it up.
the
what
point
does
where
it
it's
mean?
got some evidence where your hand
You're
is
such a
bad,
fucking
or
I know.
better yet, the Gemara describes it
Let's
as
give us your
Casey,
hot water or the heat that could burn.
Casey wanted it me to have the show to be clean. It really reminds me of the old school King of the State days when you
Very
were going to bring your girls.
6 degrees Celsius.
Whoa, I forget. What would he say?
Kevin, you're
That you're
Brandon.
not allowed to do.
Yeah.
What about oil? Bible doesn't mention oil.
Whoa,
Looks like I'm right.
whoa.
Rabbi used to say
You
that
should be so. You should be
it's
on.
100% water. There's no
No,
such
you
thing as
said
cooking
he was
oil.
being
Therefore,
dirty. I don't wanna be dirty.
What does
Clean it up then.
Rabbi makes it to the other
No,
shit.
I'm a nice
It's 100%
church boy.
also even
I went to
if you warm
Catholic
up
school
oil.
growing up.
That's the way you mabash. That's how you use it. They like to warm it up, and therefore that's also. Or it brings another
You're the one who
tonight.
nearly took your pants off and then talk about airtight. I mean, what the hell, man?
Yeah, but he's also
So
doing an
warm it up to
accent,
a
so
point
it's
that's got to let
pretty
us
fast.
also warm it up to a point.
Oh, quote a feature film.
Yeah.
Warm, that's
All
literally
you
that's
gotta do
not
is
how you
get better
cook
at
it.
accents. You gotta do accents, so you can say whatever you want.
That is the way
man.
to cook it.
Can you
Make
do
it
any
warm.
accents?
Therefore, you can only put it on your hand.
Oh, speaking of accents, I'm
Put your
watching
hand
this
in front of
show,
the fire. But what is the
Task
difference
on
between
HBO.
not right? It's not the same thing, basically.
And it's
Now
in
they're warm up oil,
Baltimore.
even
It's the same
warm.
writer
That's also the point of
as
not right.
Mayor of
It's
Easton.
also to warm it
That
up,
was also
warm,
Baltimore.
even with a sheet
And
of
I like the
even to laugh
Baltimore
at
accent.
inside your
Oh
head.
yeah.
But I can tell some of the actors
is
aren't like
what-
comfortable with it because they were like going in and out of it.
I love
It's a
them.
weird
There's
one.
no difference
I
between
honestly
oil
think-
and water. Both of them, if
I
it's
can
got
do
to let this,
accents
it's
better
also
than 90% of
warm up,
actors.
and it's not got to let it's.
You're
I did a really good accent.
But you're an actor,
He's
so
found
that
Rebbe.
doesn't mean anything.
And he said, I wanted
Yeah,
to
you're an
take
actor.
a flask of oil
I
and put it
think
in
it
the.
means a lot. It's
I'm
a very
excited.
impressive talent you have, and I wish you'd use it more on our program.
Okay,
I
bro, shady.
was just doing Baltimore, and it's like some of the actors in the beginning, they were like,
Someone says,
getting
first of
in
all,
and
you
out
learn
of it. It's like, you gotta commit to
You
it.
learn
Sounds like a little
that
bit. It sounds
you could cook
a
oil.
little Philly-like.
Yeah, Baltimore's close
Oil is
to Philly.
cookable.
Why do people have
Second of all,
accents?
you see that if you
Not
take
crazy.
water out of the
Tomorrow's the
shady, that does not. And second of all, you see that warming up oil, that's also considered.
No, I was saying more got cut out a
Now,
little
having
bit, but
ready,
I'm glad you guys did hear it. It was bad.
it's in a bad
Well, we heard it.
personality
It's
that's
gonna
going
be
to
called
in the bad times. That's really to prevent somebody from doing this. You're allowed to, like,
I know everybody's talking about the Myron Jackson,
and he
I
wanted
like
to
Zach.
block the floor for him or remain
That's
aside.
my
That is
most
also that's a sweet woman. That's considered vital. So he wanted to prevent him from doing it. This is
Hey, back.
wonderful.
He's like, go to something I'm good at.
Your
Dating stories.
Wait, more accents. TV shows. I want to hear Kevin's stories too. But in The Wire, there's a couple police officers that were former Boston or Baltimore cops, and like you can just hear the authentic one compared to the actors.
Yeah.
It's awesome. I also
Shabbos
love
Gospel
Baltimore
Mount
accents.
tells us 3 stories of
Stavros, I'll give.
Zero.
We'll have to do
First one is
the Baltimore accent, like a Ravens pump-up video. Just an example of a
I had,
yeah, can't keep it fucking
he says, I'm
anyone.
not sure
Oh,
though.
sorry.
Shaul has feet on the ground, but he's floating.
Six on one,
Floating the
bro.
river.
No, I want to hear
Also,
Casey's.
because
Mine's just quick. I had, when I was in high school, I had a Boston guy stay over
your
for like a
backyard,
long weekend of skating and
where it
stuff.
says it has
And I
it
did a
has
Boston
straight
accent the
walls,
whole time, and they didn't even
swimming
notice.
pool. They're different than a
Yeah.
river, which goes in a gradual.
So I was like, you guys
incline.
notice anything?
So it's obvious
They're like, what?
that that's
Bro, that's
I've been doing a Boston accent.
or another China Raj can do that. It has a lip.
That's
It's a
commitment
swimming
to a
pool.
bit right
It's
there.
not- It doesn't
I
resemble
respect you for that.
a ring stop. The different time, Reb Zera sort of Bavo.
Do a weekend case.
I'm not
tough
sure
to
if
get
he's
it from
touching himself or not.
Baltimore and Philly.
Or it says
right to Boston.
touching is also.
Think about it.
That is the Beira of the Dora Mabo, as Rashi explains.
No, I don't feel like
What's
it.
the other one?
Not even fucking anybody?
However, Abai explains that the circumstances are about Kabbalists.
Like
Rashi is if a person has his mind on something else.
Yeah, fucked up.
For instance, soldiers, but let's just say soldiers that come in, if they're friendly soldiers,
I haven't even
and
done
in
that.
the time of war,
Actually,
let's be
what's
concerned
an
that they make you wine Nessa if the barrel is
It's a
open.
good thing to do on
And if they are enemy soldiers,
Yeah, so you have not gone any dates since the last
is to
time
save their own lives.
we spoke.
They don't think about making someone else
They don't
wine
want
Nessa. There's no concern.
No,
So
I haven't really.
was walking on the bank of the river. He was concerned
The last day I told you about was I went to
Therefore, his mind was
that was like
somewhere else.
maybe 2 months
He
ago.
didn't have a concern that he might come to
I haven't really tried to go on any dates though.
The
dates
third
just
story
like
about Rip Zera
it just feels like a waste of
Zera
money.
tried
Like
to
you go on a date, it goes well, we talk a little bit after, and then it just fizzles out. Like one of us either loses interest or whatever. It's like a waste of time. I don't know. Don't force it.
Zera says
Yeah,
no.
I'm just like not.
Play shards.
It's like whatever.
He was worried that if he bumps into
What about you, Chan?
he
What
would
you said?
stare at him and say, "You must stay here and put light."
What about you,
Let me
Chan?
hear one last bad player from him.
You got anybody in your crawl space?
That dude, I was very shit about that person.
In medicine.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I'll say for Patreon.
They
Because
started talking
I don't want
about
her to watch this.
to show that when you're trying to say, they need to lie talking while she played this, even the base of
Yeah,
This is
now
tells us
it's
now
up
that
to you, but
you
like
call
you're,
tease.
give me my shampoo.
you already alluded to it.
Then he tells the guy,
He's like super irritated.
You just
open
gotta
up your
find out
mouth.
that people
Is it along the lines of Kev's flight story where he got the girl fighting and she ghosted?
I would never do that shit.
This is
Come
how
on,
long
give me
this
some.
That's what
You would never
I
do what?
But if guys said, I can't just
She
do
was
this.
like,
It's
what do
worth
you
it.
think I'm pathetic?
Fucking dirty. That's dirty. But drink from the water of the American. What's
If I was like super lonely and I just wasn't able to pull the trigger,
Instead of
Oh my
inside as
god.
well. You want the benefits.
When I do a U-chin, it's not as mean.
Inside and
When you
so by drinking out water,
Yeah.
drink from
no,
the
it's gonna be me. Like,
That's what makes it very.
Other
That's
things
what
that
makes
the
it
Bryson says, that if
I've been at local
Wash
salons
yourself
before
with
where I did,
hot water,
you know, talk to girls in Spain, and I'm like, hey, you want, because, you know, we're flirting. And there's a low point in my life. I'm like, yeah, come to LA. You know, I got you.
harden it in
And
cold
she was down to
water.
go, but I just stopped talking to her.
Bathe
But yeah, so
yourself
what
in
I'm saying is,
cold
if I'm in
oil,
that zone, if I'm in that moment, then yeah, there's no big deal about it. But
water can
this is in regular instances, no, I'm not doing that shit.
That was the first time I ever. That's what's crazy about the story. That was the first time I had ever bought a flight for a girl that I was just, you know,
and
Brandy
that's
girl.
weird.
So I don't think it's a low point or a bad thing. I think it's a power move.
Amois,
That's what I thought too. I'm like, you know what? Let me boss up and make this work, and then
and that's where a person the person needs to go to relieve himself.
It's a
to go to
boss
the
move if you
bathroom.
like
Something like that. It's similar to trying to
really have the
start a fire
needs.
in an oven.
But I just don't think it's really going to help Kevin accomplish his goals. He was talking about just the date in LA is expensive. Add
odor.
$600 flight to that.
Says the machine.
Oh,
There's a vessel
Kevin,
called
you know what you can do? I
And that
just heard
is-
about the
If
Frontier
the
Go Wild Pass.
holes on the outside.
$299. You get unlimited flights for a year. The caveat is you only know if you book the flight the day before, and you can be rerouted
permitted to
and have like 24 hours of travel. But that's where free
There's
your
another
works
vessel
in.
called
I knew
one side
something
of the
like that was
marionette that's
coming. I
like
knew
this
it. I knew it.
oven that we discussed, but it has a compartment for water.
Hey man, I'm a
Guys, you have access to 911. I'm on fire.
What we have in put some water.
I get it. Easy.
That water
Yeah.
is
The delay is so. When I say a joke, there's a delay, and I'm so antsy. I want to hear an eruption of laughter.
So
That
hot,
one
the
didn't
walls
work.
are so hot, it adds heat.
Yeah,
to the
it
water.
rocked.
And therefore, it's not a drinking shot. Another shot is it's a double layer, double
Mark's
decker.
doing a thing over there. What are you doing, Mark?
Just one layer is the cold, the upper layer is the water, and therefore it adds better to the water.
Did you eat both
Says
sandwiches?
the Mishnah,
Don't you
Rabbi
eat?
Rothschild said the Mishnah is that if
Yeah,
you
well, I
have
know there's going to be already
a
a lot
small
of
pot
pictures
that you remove all the water
on
from
this
it,
screen,
it's
but if you
still
could have a
hot.
picture
You
of
should
you eating
put a
sandwiches.
small amount of water into it. Is that what you want? Put a large amount of water, because that just makes the water warm,
I'm only
and that's
going to get
okay.
2 more sandwiches.
According to
I got one
Shimon,
more right here.
Oh, well, eat it.
say that
That's
those
too much food,
establishments
man.
are there
What
for
kind of
water
sandwiches for
causes
sandwiches?
the
They were
pot
buy one, get one free, so I got
harden,
4
it's
What
so
is it?
intense.
They
Harden
were,
and just warm the water.
subs.
We don't live in shit,
They're
it's
turkey
welcome.
and ham
As long as
and
it's not a
a bunch of
situation, in other words, it's definitely going to happen.
Oh,
We don't know it's definitely going to
You know
happen.
what I
That's
did
what's
today? I
making
The point of item
I
shop
brought a
is
sandwich
remove the
like I
water.
do from time to time. I
Remove
made it at
this
home. I
kettle
got it in.
from the
It's a
stove.
nice brioche bun.
And now, to
jerky
add a small amount
cheese,
of water is
mayo,
also
and
because you
sun
boil the
chips,
water.
cheddar
So
sun
to
chips.
add a larger amount of water
And
is
crispy
mostly
fun.
because it's just going to
Crispy fun, I'm
create
saying.
Any made fun of
more
your.
water. However, if there's no water left in the
Really, I
pot,
was mixing it.
That
any
was
amount of water
funny.
That was
add that
funny.
would be
It was
awesome
both funny because
like a review of
the sandwich making fun of was on its way out very fast. He goes, "Oh, that's a cartoon sandwich."
Rob
And then
says,
just
that's
laughed.
all I love though.
And then
I love
as
this.
soon as he walked
water
in,
needed
my feet were
not
up on
being
the
stopped. In
table.
other words,
And he goes,
in
as
order
soon as he
to
walked in,
hardly
like not, I'm telling you,
fill up the
it's
piece all the way
like
to the top. Says
didn't
Rob.
even get
So,
one
this
foot
would be
inside the
what
door.
less
He
than
goes,
that.
"Oh, I'll throw those out for you." I
Or
went
he
to
says,
take them off
even
my
if you fill the piece all the way to the top, it's
So
still
he
more.
burned me on the way out
The
so
fact
bad.
that Shmuel
It burned me on
doesn't
the way in
hold
so bad.
In another
Same
element,
day. Same day.
in a malacha
It
shem
was
shmuel
funny.
gufo,
We
as we
were
discussed,
laughing.
We
if you
were.
have
It's hilarious.
a piece of
Bro,
wood,
can you imagine just being
cold,
that
low
funny?
red,
I can.
you
Like,
concerned that
we're
somebody
all
might step
pretty
on it,
funny. Like, we're all funny in our
It's
own ways,
also
but like to be able to make anybody
It's
laugh like that
Even
is
though
would be crazy.
Yeah,
That's
that's
right.
nice. You don't
Yeah,
need
it is pretty.
that
It's
piece
a
of
tool.
wood as a cold. You just
Use
don't want
my
the fire.
disposal, I guess. You're right.
It's
Yeah,
not a
nice.
creative act.
Where am I?
If I could come in there and I was the boss and not worry
Shmuel
about
holds
losing my
that it's
job,
awesome.
I
So you see,
I'd
Shmuel
roast the
doesn't
shit out of
hold
them. It's so
Gemara
funny.
says
Dude, I
yes.
roast everybody every single day.
Malacha shem shmuel gufo, he doesn't hold
I
it.
did. I roasted them. I got
But you
mine. I got
discovered
mine. I got them
He
back.
does hold the Christian.
You did. You did. Yeah, I remember.
We're
Good
talking
job.
about
And therefore
something
the word
that
says
said
that.
yeah, but talent
I
is
say
always a
that
pain in the ass. And I like the way it
Let's say
applied.
it didn't really
Yeah,
piece
it
of
was
glass.
I respect you for that.
Yeah.
With the Rabbanon,
If you're gonna give
not
it, you
allowed
gotta
to
be able
walk
to
less
take
than
it
4
in any
hours.
aspect,
Stop.
no matter
Don't
the
walk again less
dynamic.
than 4 hours. That's his Rabbanon. But
I
since
agree.
this is a danger, you're allowed to
I
do
agree
so.
wholeheartedly.
And in the Carmelites, with the
We're all
whole
fired
history,
anyway.
the
so
whole
it's fine.
idea is only
Are we,
Rabbanon.
are we
All
gonna
the
lose
way
our jobs?
to
Nick alluded to
What
that.
happened
Mark
was
just
a lot
alluded
more
to that. We're
than
losing our jobs.
I lost my job.
Our
Wonderful
pets had to
today.
fall off. Your pet's head did fall off?
Yeah, my pet's head did fall off.
Oh, damn.
No, you got a brand new pet right over in there. Beautiful
No.
pet. We should talk about your beautiful new venture.
We should.
Yeah.
We'll record a pod.
Yeah,
We'll record a pod in there when Nick gets back.
Okay.
How about that?
I can't wait.
In the meantime, you can go to bearpunch.tv on Instagram. Check out all the hot sizzles Mark has been making. This was hard.
I know.
Hot stuff.
You got it out.
Yeah.
I respect you.
You want to say a hot studio? Oh, Mark. Over there.
Shabbos daf
Mark,
base.
pull it up. Mark,
Shall
pull
we
it up.
say
Where there's a hot
that the
studio.
bottom
Let's
water
see it right
always
now.
wins.
studio looks dope.
So therefore,
The
it's
studio
also
looks for
before
these guys.
Shabbos,
The Zoom
cold
guys can
water
see my
into
screen, but
hot
you guys
water,
can't
because that would be
because of the
cooking
situation I
cold
got
water.
going on. Okay. It's
So
fine.
worry,
But
hot water.
the hot
Cold water, that's smoother
studio,
because you're not
baby.
cooking with the
Wow,
cold
the
water.
hotness.
But it still say it doesn't make a difference. Even
Look at all that
cold water,
expert.
hot water
Look at all the
is
hot
smoother.
stuff. Yeah,
You get it.
my studio.
Mark,
I'll
just
just
get a dual HDMI.
It's
Right?
not directly
Hire someone?
And therefore,
That's simple.
the
Yeah,
cold
this is all
water
me, dude.
and the hot
I don't
water
have money
is
to
also
hire people. It's all
in
me.
the hot water, the cold water.
I mean, it just looks so professional. I was just like, hey, man.
Shimon
Yeah,
says,
like
and I was like,
cameras, we got
the
cameras. You
heat
got a
and hot water,
monitor
the cold
to look
water
at
is
stuff. We
also
got a
awesome.
monitor to look
But
at
there's a
stuff.
lot of
You
people that are
got
Shimon says,
microphones.
talking about that. He was talking about a
You
cup.
got microphones with white
And what he's saying is that
comfy chairs. We got that.
there's no machlokes between
Headphones
the
listening to yourself. We
Shabbos,
got that.
big silicon,
Cameras 6K.
not
We
pour
got it.
even hot water in the cold
It's
water.
an ad. Clip it. It's an
Abaye
ad.
says
I,
that Seifel,
I
which is a watch.
I think I said this on the Patreon when we looked at the studio, but I'll say it again for a wider audience. I've been in a lot of rentable podcast studios, and you talk to the owners and stuff. No one has put more thought into their studio than Mark. That's a fact. You slave it away. He's at the studio you guys are in right now.
Therefore, I cold
Sounds like
water.
telling you guys, but
into
tell the
bottom
audience.
hot water.
He's there like every single day. We only all come in on Tuesdays.
Rava
Fight a vehicle
wasn't
coming out work. But
said he could pour cold into hot.
he's been in there every day since we moved in a couple months ago, and it's ready to go.
Yeah, there was a part of me, thank you, Nick. There was a part of me that was like, just hire someone and like build it up, but I didn't have money to do that, so I had to fucking do everything myself. Honestly, that could be your job right there. Just going around and building people's. I don't know if I want to do that again. It was a lot of work.
Man, however, you did it well. You did it well.
Once you
Also
take out
because I
of
was
that
kind
dish, you put it into a bowl.
figuring out what my setup was going to be on the fly, so it took a little bit longer than I wanted wanted to.
You could
But
add spices.
now that I know what setups I like and all that jazz, it'd be a lot faster. But I'm stoked with how it looks. I'm excited to get whoever comes in as the first people. Maybe it's us. But I'm stoked with how it looks. So
What do you mean first people? Because there's a popular package already, so you obviously had so many people in there.
Well, it is popular. That salt is much more sensitive than spices. So, even in a cliche,
have you ever heard of advertising in marketing, dude?
is like most
Come on,
it takes a very long time to cook.
I need your help.
So we're not going to argue.
Okay. Which piece of art should I purchase between these two sending to the
And that's
group
what
chat?
it is like the second lush.
This is not like
That
fancy
salt
art.
is very tough.
This is fancy
And it
art.
won't even
It's just
cook
like
in a
good
cliche.
art. Like art.
It takes a long time for it to cook. Like
What about this one?
rosemary.
Good art. What about this? Oh, you got
Commission
a
says
nice Lloyd Christmas.
the one is not allowed to
Or you got a
on
Simpsons.
Shabbos
Yeah, Lloyd Christmas.
catch
Thanks.
oil that's dripping out of a candle.
That sucked.
Because
Don't
that
get that
oil
one.
is booked
Which
to
one?
finish
That was
washing.
easy.
And by it falling into a vessel on
The
Shabbos, it makes
that.
that
I was
vessel
joshing.
and now you're
I like the number one. I also
taking
just say get both of them.
Lee out of service for
Yeah,
that
just
Shabbos,
like
and that's
it's
awesome.
kind of a theme.
But you're allowed to
To,
put
like,
that thing there under the
Even
candle
if you
before
like that
Shabbos.
fourth one, you can keep
As
adding.
long as you don't
I like
use the
that
oil
idea
on
more.
Shabbos.
Honestly, I didn't even think about that. If you also
Yours
like
is something
peppermint.
similar when it comes to
No, I know.
chicken.
That's that.
Now
Would be,
take it
the goal would be to have like
below the chicken,
one wall in my
the head on
apartment
Shabbos.
with like
Because you
just
chop
art
the
all
meat in
over
front
it.
of
Like
you.
that's my living room.
However,
Yeah,
you're allowed
I
to
think
take
I saw
chicken
something like
breast
a
and you're allowed to
mosaic
take
type
the
of just frames
cover
everywhere, all
the head,
different
the
shapes,
people
sizes, or whatever.
won't crush it.
Yeah, that would be what I
Mars
would be
says,
going
though,
for. But I
the
also
time
do
you
like
do
the
that,
Simpsons one
if it's
because I love
solid
the beach. I love
material,
myself a good beach.
it's a common way to save the
It's
egg.
kind of got a nice
Typically,
sunset. It's
chicken
very
will lay a
peaceful.
egg
I like
and
that one as well.
So you're allowed to save it on a
Kind
given
of reminds me of.
And that's
If
like
chicken lays on an incline,
Cleveland, isn't it?
you want to make
That's what I
sure
was
it's
gonna say.
rolling
It
down the
reminds me
incline.
of your
That's
area
not how
of
it's told
the
to. You're allowed to
world.
save
I
it like
mean, both look like New
that.
England.
It brings a lot of questions from different
You know what I mean?
machines.
And then,
Well,
And
the
basically,
one
you
is
have to
asked.
say on these questions that they
That's right.
consider
I'm talking about a little place called
Or asks.
California.
you're right.
I love this that the barrel breaks and filled with
So
wine.
for that reason, I say go Dumb Dumber.
You let us save
Well,
it on
no, now I
Shabbos.
like your idea of getting
Putting
one
another
for that
another
reason.
barrel
Go
underneath.
Simpsons. Because you can get different sizes.
But
So maybe
barrel
I'll get
doesn't
the
break.
number one, like the
Say
biggest
that's
size,
called
and I'll
that
get
solid
Simpsons
material
one, the
that's the
smaller
barrel that
size.
does typically
40 inch though,
By
don't get
using
40
a brand new
inches.
barrel. Brand new barrels are
Let me,
sensitive.
40 inches like this big. No, I
Another mission that we have later on in
I'll
December
find out what 40 inches is.
is
Oh,
penis
penis size.
Oh, yeah. That means you got First of all, clean it up, Kevin. Second of all, that means you have a little penis. That's what you tell me all the time.
No, that doesn't. That's so funny. I don't even know how to do that.
And they're celebrating. Kevin's got a little penis.
Give like a thumbs up
Did
or
I do
something.
that?
See, yeah, that's you. Give like a thumbs up. Hold it. All right, guys. There we go. Whoa.
Did you do that?
No, that's you. Do something else, like thumbs up again. Do thumbs up again. Yeah. Guys, which dick would you rather
They
have?
just have that, and I never turned that off.
Shabbos
Turn
Dafim
it off.
Gidol
Which dick would you rather have?
and
Long,
make up
skinny.
the lost Dafim
Long,
we had over
skinny.
Pesach. This is
Long,
from
skinny.
4 days ago.
Because
Dafim
that,
Gidol.
they can't, you know,
We had
you can't know any
stuff.
answering. Dude, that's not
Created
zero.
and
Yeah, but that
covered
like
by-
button one like
not
can't even
permitted to
fit.
put a cleat
You still
under
get a
the
bro.
head to catch it.
Oh my
What's
god.
the difference from this? It says because you're about to play Meichana.
That's who.
You're
Let's see
canceling the
demonstrate.
cleat. You no longer
Look at
use
Nick's trying to
this
do
cleat
stuff.
once the egg touches it. It's molten. But when you cover it,
Should we go to the
uncover
Patreon?
whatever
I want
you
to hear Jen's tea.
Mark
Oh
Green is
yeah.
all the
Let's
rice
get to the
and nice
tea.
that we had on.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
Starting with,
Thank you
we
guys for
have a
watching.
barrel full of pepper. So wine and it breaks. Like with another vessel, the oil in the water. But that vessel is hooked to it, so it's wine that's pepper. This is where it's at. Somebody was sleeping. And because of like on Shabbos, it's b'yotzei. What about the fact that it says in the Mishnah that from Zayin that you're allowed to put a vessel underneath a candle to catch the sparks?
I was just doing Baltimore, and it's like some of the actors in the beginning, they were like getting in the head of it, and it's like you gotta make it once you're in. Sounds like a little bit of, it sounds a little Philly like.
You're allowed
Yeah,
to take
Baltimore is
the
close to
bench
Philly.
to
Why do
support
people
a
have
broken beam
accents?
in the ceiling.
Isn't that crazy?
It
Like
is
celebrity
Again, we must
aviation.
say
Tomorrow's the
that the
game.
bench is not in there.
Yeah.
But the fact that you let it take a bucket.
No, I was saying more. I got cut off a little bit, but
Rain,
I'm
that
glad you
is
guys
not
did
hooked
hear
to
it.
the
It was
drink.
that.
Well, we heard it. It's going to be the cold open.
It's not lawful that you're allowed to take a basket in order to cook young chicken go back to the chicken. Tomorrow, you're allowed to do that. Unless those chicks were on the basket during dinner. Then we say, Rabbi he holds they cannot let him have anything on Shabbos if it's for the tzorah, for the use of a item that's booked.
Oh man.
What about all these prices and
Guys,
transactions?
my
You're
computer.
allowed to move a bench that's not
Guys,
booked up. Hold up a beam that's broken. The beam is broken. It's booked up. You're allowed to take a basket that's not booked up for chickens that are booked up.
All I want to do ultimately is
So he started out carrying the bench and the basket and the bowl and all those other things.
I got the feeling, because not the only one. All I want to do
for the place,
have
he needed the
some
spot
fun.
the bench was fitting. Once he was holding it in his hand, we allowed him to continue and support the beam. We allowed him to continue and put the basket down.
Welcome to the after hour.
No, wait.
So it's me and Kev,
An egg that was born on
and Mark
Shabbos.
is going to get his
Says
sandwich.
you're not to cover a vessel with this. Very interesting.
Nick's in New
You're not
York.
to support
Unique
the
New York. Unique New
people
York.
that support
And
Bezalel.
Chin is in Austin.
Carry a
He's
lot
always
of
in Austin.
force,
So,
a lot of
no big change there, right?
You're not to do
So
something.
big changes
However,
here at the desk. It's just us that feel very far
Again, we
away
must say,
physically, not emotionally.
They started carrying it with a header of the Tsar's
Well, handshakes are harder.
Says
a little
you gotta
bit,
think
but
about
we gotta make it work.
I
or
took
and
for
put it on
granted
top
how
of
easy
the
the high
small
fives
stones,
were
but the small
when
stones
we
are
were
what's
neighbors.
You know?
talking about
But
stones that are
still
not books,
make
so
it
stones
work,
that they use
How are you
instead
doing,
of
Kev?
pillars.
What's going on with you?
What about the fact that
Same
they
old
do
shit,
cover
man. Wow.
bricks?
Same old.
Just sucking
Building
ass,
sites.
eating grass.
We're talking about building
Yeah,
that
not much has changed.
structures over, and now he's using those
Now I
bricks
have a computer,
for a
so I'm
header.
going to be
Not most he's
distracted.
using a
Okay, so I'll just talk.
What about the fact that it
my
says
camera? Which one's my
let it
camera?
cover the beehive with a
That
matzah?
one's my camera?
Let it cover a beehive with
shit.
a make
For the
sure
folks at home,
that you're
you
covering
got to
it
guess
one
how
from
many
the
sandwiches
rain
Mark got.
and from the
How many
sun.
would you
More on
think?
the
I mean, how many would
It's
you
probably
think?
talking about the wood
I
cover
would
and the
say
sun.
one.
Yeah, it's just a sandwich, right?
Provided
Well,
that
you'd be
you
wrong.
leave space for the
Sheesh.
bees,
Go ahead.
the stick, you don't want to
Go
travel,
ahead
you don't
and
want to
double
be
that
on sick.
number.
Whoa.
2.
You know, there's
If
some people on the internet that
honey
think
in the
1
beehive,
plus
the
1
beehive
is
is not
not
what's-
1
you're
times
doing
1
for
is
the-
not 2, like Terrence
It's
Howard.
the winter.
Well, he
There's no
spearheaded that, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't count.
No?
If people think it's they're just thinking it because he pitched it, and they're
And he
like,
thought
oh
that somebody's
yeah,
gonna eat from
I
that
get
honey.
that, I get that.
I have
Or
friends.
another child that we're not talking about the winter or the
Yeah.
summer.
And they're
We're
like, the
talking
crazy
the
part about
Nissan
it is they're
industry
not
when there's
dumb people.
rain
They're
and
really
sun
smart, but
and
they're like,
honey.
I
They're
got
all
anything
beehive is not
might blow your mind.
what?
They are
All
dumb
this is
people.
going according to the
They've just been given the
it's a constant
opportunity
book
to expose themselves
according
to
to
stuff.
the beehive.
So my friend, he's really smart. Like I'm not joking, he's really smart. And I was talking to him the other day, and he started talking conspiracy theories. And
We must say
I know that
nice
he
gap in there.
will believe pretty much
And
any
it's-
conspiracy theory. So I just started going off on a tangent about like
Rabbino
all this
also
crazy
uses
shit
the
that
concept
wasn't
of
true,
racism.
and he was like,
That-
"Yeah, bro,
If you're not allowed to
bro, I
carry
can see
a
that totally being
He bought it all.
Yeah, he bought it all." I'm like, "Bro, I just told you that there were aliens underneath the pyramids, and they're made out of ice, and ice aliens."
Less
And
covering
when
it
it
makes
defrosts,
because
then we're in big trouble.
people that are
Big
alive.
trouble.
And he's like, "Bro,
Two people sit on either side of the base,
Yeah, I saw
and they
recently.
become really hot.
Where the aliens, they were like,
benches.
we thought that
They sit on the
there was
benches and they're
no
really hot
sign
and
of
stuff,
the
so they bring
landing or anything like this or anything like
and they
that.
hold it over the
And
base,
then,
and they lift
you
up the
know,
benches to make it a little higher,
The guy from
and then
Parks and
they
Rec
walk
was
away.
like, it's
and the
because
base
they're
remains
from,
protected from the
they
sun.
started here initially. They're in the
If
ice.
a dead person
Yeah,
laying in the sun, what do you do?
look it up.
It's going to
you
be
know
design
what
makes.
Paris?"
God dang, I have my computer. This out
The
the
first
first
pizza is to use kikaratina. Any item that's not booked to bake a loaf of
in
bread,
the
a
ice.
carrot, whatever it is that's not booked to, you put it
Bro,
on the
it's
dead
tomorrow
person or on
war.
the bed of the dead person.
That's a
And
real
then you
movie.
can move
Yeah.
the baby
What are you
and the
doing at
loaf of
home?
bread.
So here's
And
the
then
deal.
they're
Here's
how
my
you moving the dead person. If you don't have any of those items, according to Shmuel, you flip over the dead
Jen, are
person.
you on a call right now? Are you on a call right now, Jen?
Yes, TV on.
That's not the old. That's not considered carrying.
Jen, turn off your TV. What are you
That is
doing?
also. What if there's a fire?
He can't hear us.
If you have a speaker,
Jen.
it's not a problem. If you don't have those items, well, there's a man
Yes, you can see in the glasses that he doesn't have us on the thing.
Oh, he's looking at my screen, I think.
Yeah,
About
yeah,
the
he is
person
looking at your
who
screen.
live under
I'm
Raisa
gonna put it in the
flame.
Google
So
search
we
so
rather
you
him
can
just
say,
be pulled with
hey,
marijuana
Jen,
and
turn
not the over.
the fucking
And now
TV
look
off.
is like
He did,
the
but
one
he
that
can't
says
see
how
us.
to do something. Reb Shimon says, leftover oil. Let me see this later on. Leftover
This
oil.
actually is pretty compelling. Watching Jen without him knowing that we're watching him.
It doesn't hold the goods that's taking a short
Oh,
time.
well, there's something weird.
How about now, Jen? Can you see us now? Can you hear us?
No, you can see in his glasses. He's looking at Mark's screen still.
Yeah, but I can still see you in the very corner, and I can hear you finally.
Okay. Oh man, we were saying all type of mean stuff.
Yeah, we've been going. We're going. I know. You guys always say mean stuff about me. I'm used to it. We weren't being mean. Did you say that, Kev?
Yes.
No, they're not listening, Kev.
I like your style today, Jen. You're looking very like graham crackery with your colors and stuff.
Graham crackery.
Shabbos
you
Dr.
look like a
Knowledge
s'mores.
tells
You
us
look like
that
a s'mores.
both the Tanakh review the whole
Oh, thank you.
concept of books and
It's just very
meals.
bland.
Some of that's disgusting. For
A
instance, the
punch
lamb
of sugar.
that has oil
The
residue
s'mores has
and ash
chocolate
residue. It's
in it.
disgusting.
Yeah.
And
And
therefore, you
mushrooms.
don't touch it. You're not
Not
allowed to
mushrooms,
live
raw
on
marshmallows. I put them.
It's not disgusting. You're allowed to move it on Shabbos.
Shin, what's your
Hashem
favorite
doesn't
dessert? Your
subscribe
favorite
to
sweet?
Most recently,
and therefore,
I
allows
don't
you
eat
to
sweets,
this
but I've
on
been
Shabbos.
stuck on eating
However,
ice cream these days.
Islam
And
has an
pistachio.
existing flame right
Oh
now.
my God,
Then
pistachio
he
ice
says
cream.
that it's
That's
incredible. Rashi explains the Havamah more later on because I'm concerned
What
that
about
you
you?
might come to extinguish the flame.
I
But
love a good
more later on
donut,
is
a
when it
cookie,
comes to buses
and
lower
apple
ulcers,
pie,
supports
and a
the
milkshake.
flame.
Those are like
The flame is hooked up.
those
So
are the
the
ones
bottom
I
part,
like.
the lamp is also
Every dessert.
Rameir doesn't eat
Cheesecake,
a
to be
whole
honest.
pizza but he holds to the concept
That's
called
some white
pizza
shit.
masnas.
That's some
Is it?
white shit.
Not white
It's
shit.
a
That's
flame.
white shit.
Not white shit.
Therefore,
Have you ever go into any cheesecake factory? You won't see a black guy in there.
Dude, they don't just have cheesecake in there. They have everything.
That's what they sell.
That
If anything, there's more black.
throughout the whole Shabbos,
That's racist.
since it was booked
Yeah,
for
You
that
can say
moment of
inversion. It's not racist, but if you say that's
what about a very large
that's how that works.
I was kidding. It was
hinder
opposite day.
Oh, you were
there's a
kidding.
lot of oil that collects in the
Shit.
entire shop.
Well, I Googled because for the folks at home, I have a laptop now because I'm in
It's
today.
booked to
So I have a laptop. I'm going to be distracted. Are we recording? And so I
The issue
Googled
is the wording
cheesecake
doesn't
white
fit so
chip.
well. It says
It
avo.
said
A small candle is
cheesecake is
also
dessert
avo.
thing
Even a
with
big
cheese,
one
not
is
piece.
say small, large, so different depends why does it say avo?
Well,
Or
that's
is
that
the
on
first to
that.
say
Yeah,
that
there
it
you
goes according to Shimon. A small
What's
candle.
my sweets you asked?
Not avo, but a larger candle contains
If
oil.
we're going
Our
ice cream,
Shabbos
I like a
is
good Rocky Road.
Typically, Reb Shimon
What is
doesn't
that?
hold of the concept of
It's
that's
that's a great
specifically.
question.
But in this case, since there's enough,
It's
Oil,
I think
Shabbos.
it's vanilla and
It's
chocolate
mine.
with
he
like
forgot about
nuts
it. He doesn't want to use
and
it.
with
He thinks that's going to last all Shabbos. So he set it aside. So even Reb Shimon agrees in
What
this
is Rocky
case.
Road ice cream?
Being discussed over
Rocky
the
Road
Shloshim,
is sweet.
it remains.
Rocky
Even
Road
if
is sweet.
there's no flame
Chocolate
right now,
ice cream
according to Reb Shimon.
and a no bake.
Reb Elazar, the son of Shimon by Fud,
No, it's not
looks
what I
like his
eat candy
father,
bar.
Shimon.
Well, what do you think makes
There's
it
no books
Rocky?
about this.
Marshmallows
There's no
and nuts.
books
That's what
about
I
this.
said.
Yeah,
The candy bars would throw me off. Commonly
argues
almonds.
on his father for one thing.
Damn, it was invented in 1929. Imagine being at the forefront of the ice cream movement and having an idea
He
for a
holds
fucking type of
benefit
ice
from
cream
the oil that drips out, and
and
it's
being
not
like, yeah.
in
And
a way
then now
that
that type of
cause
ice
the
cream
flame
exists and it's
to
just like a
diminish.
benchmark
It
in ice
doesn't
cream.
cause any
Yeah,
chemical.
that's great. That's
Then
great.
he says,
What
you're
about
allowed to
making
use
ice
oil.
cream and then you're just like
There says
realizing you can put stuff in it?
metal
Kind of along the
candelabra.
lines of what you're saying.
I wonder if
you're like,
oil and ashes, so it's not most. It's not disgusting.
Yeah, yeah.
we could go strawberries,
According to everybody.
go pineapple, and they got
If
the
you let it
no
be
pineapple.
Yeah.
Reb Meir and Reb Yehuda both
I
agree.
wonder how long
It's
after they
special
invented
edition
ice cream did they invent like
But
putting
it's
stuff
not
in
lit
it.
during Benish Washington.
You
According
think
to
the
that.
same week? You think
It's-
like a month
Those
after?
are
That's
agreement.
absolutely fucking
Lord
phenomenal.
knows
You know what I'm
about
saying?
the bet.
That's an
So let
absolute
the table.
Your question.
I got a
Wants to
follow-up
put money in the bet.
What do you think was the
Lord
first?
says it's foul.
No, no, no.
If a person
Give that-
designates
What do you think was
this
the
bet
first thing that they
I want this
decided to
bet
throw
to
out
put money
in there or on there?
I
all
think
on his head. But in
I'm just
addition to having
following
it in his
their
head,
kind of
he had condition number 2. But he has to
genealogy.
put the money
I think
physically
it was
on the
just
bet.
chocolate chips.
Even though
You
he
think so?
removed it
Yeah,
before
because they
Shabbos,
didn't have a ton of
bet
shit
means
back then. It's not like
What's
Ben and Jerry's
it's a bet
back then.
that's
got a whole
money.
Yeah, like
Money
Money
myself, Froyo.
is Kufa,
Alright.
and they
My
puts
question
out
here.
it's even
How long
lesser.
after inventing ice cream did they figure out they could put stuff into the ice cream? And what
hammer,
was
you can move it, you
ingredient
sit
mix
down
in?
and
I wanted to be like,
hammer, open up,
Yeah.
you can crack open up, a coconut or whatever.
let's see what Chad says.
Money
Hey, Chad.
doesn't have any other use
They're
other
in the
than
web.
to use it in the store.
Where's Nick?
Therefore, even if you need
Yeah.
space or you want to use
He was,
Where
your
are
actual
he's
money,
ready. He
it's
was
books
oh,
on
he was oh, that was first ready.
Yeah, he was.
That's a
Yeah.
great
If a
question. It
person-
turns out we don't know exactly when people started
either.
first mixing things into ice cream
Designated
or its predecessors,
bet.
but historians have put together
For money.
quite a lot of
Put
stuff.
the
All
money on
right,
it.
God, give me the
Or you
fucking
put the money
story.
on it. And the
A lot of it was
designated
known as what's
that it's
speculated
not.
one by be counted the first mix-in.
However,
If you want, I
I can track them really.
Had money on the bed during
Oh
dinner.
my
She'll show you.
God.
Bro, so sometimes I say to ChatGPT, explain it like I'm 5.
Give me the fucking short answer here, dude. Update on Nick. You didn't see the Zoom link. It was sent from him. The link is coming from inside the house.
A candle.
It's from ancient China.
It's not designated and light the candle in order for.
Alright,
That's a surprise.
Smart's question
why is that a
is,
surprise, Jen?
both needs a wheel
I didn't think
and
any
a wagon.
information.
Both of all that
I
halachas.
didn't
But
either, to be honest.
the question from that
Wait, so the first
I
ice
see that
is
it's
the vanilla,
money in the
right?
wheel.
What else could it be? The actual ice cream, the foundation.
That's
Base.
I don't know. I don't want to read all of
Why do we
this.
say that if the money was on the betting, remove the money?
Because you had to jump into what they
And the answer is
mixed
because
into it
Hopefully
before
goes.
we figured out what ice cream really was in the first place.
We're talking about
Here we go. What do we know about early stuff
Hopefully is a wheel
in
that's
addition?
attached to
Ancient
the wagon.
China and other early civilizations had frozen desserts that included
Catches
flavors
from
like
the wagon.
fruits, honey, wine,
View
for
the wheel
example,
as a
Big Lao.
independent vessel.
A brain hour
And it
in
has
the
no
Yuan
connection to
dynasty
it.
was flavored with fruits, honey, wine.
If Tuma, let's say, goes under the wheel,
Also, snow or
it
ice
doesn't
is
transfer to
mixed
the
with
wagon. If Tuma goes under the wagon,
Right,
it
that's
doesn't
what I
transfer to the
think.
wheel. Although they're
They'll
touching,
mix stuff,
Tuma doesn't transfer.
blend it all up, or
One to the
mush it
other,
all
one
together
to
and
one.
have it.
It's
Just
just
figure
independent
out
of each
how
other.
to
It doesn't transfer.
I
Another
don't know.
halacha. If a
Ice.
wagon or any
Freezing
cube is
stuff.
larger than 40
Yeah,
sub,
you can't.
it's not
Imagine you don't
How do I
have a
measure
freezer
this?
and you're gonna
According
freeze
to
them
the
right
silo,
now. Not even that
measure
long ago, they would have
from the
ice
outside
delivery guys. If it gets
this
below
place
32
40
degrees, then
water.
you just
So
put something in a
so
bucket. You got ice. What if you water in a moderate temperate climate? You
cannot
fuck. Well,
count
I don't
the
know
wheels
about
as part
China's
of the
climate,
40
but I'm sure there's areas in
Clearly
China.
are not part.
Clearly it doesn't. I'm sure there's areas of China that get cold enough. Chin.
Another
Does
halacha is
China,
that
how
if you
cold
have
does China get?
on
Chin?
the wagon,
Wait.
it's mild. It creates a
knows.
over
No,
the
he's,
basic
no,
parts.
he knows less than you.
If there's a wheel there,
Imagine how
the wheel
little
is not
you know,
part of.
and then think
The
about you
wagon
knowing
is
even
not
less
safe
than that,
to
and then you have Chin.
And if there's money, that's a halacha. Question: if money in the wheel?
Yeah, at least I waited for you to show up to me, and I'm like, yeah, he was bashing it. You'll see on the episode. The stuff I was saying,
If
crazy.
the money's still there,
Crazy.
and the wheel is not part of the wagon, you cannot move the wheel on Shabbos.
I haven't even looked at, but
Part of the wagon.
once
Move the wheel.
right now there's like
the wagon, and the wheel is buckled to the
I
wagon.
have a ton of moving parts going on. So once everything's settled down,
See, as
I'll
we
go
mentioned
and look
before,
for
the
a
Rav
tattoo
goes
artist.
against Review though.
Got it.
There's
Oh,
another
there he
halacha
is,
that
this
Rav
guy.
goes against Review though,
There's
which
the
is
kid.
actually the kula.
Young
Because
man.
that's how you
Where is he?
walk in a shmoshes.
Young
That is-
Nikolai. I think he's in
If you
Nebraska.
have a lamp, Erev Shabbos,
You're in the
you're
Big
allowed to
Apple.
hang it on
Big
the tree.
Apple, huh?
And we're not concerned that you might
Omaha.
climb up the tree on Shabbos, because know that this lamp is muktzah for the entire Shabbos. With the
Yeah,
Rav.
how funny.
Because
Yeah,
sorry,
who knew?
Erev Shmoshes is considered kula.
It's like Chin.
However, on the
That's
opposite,
that's
you're
what
not
Vito
allowed
did,
to
yeah.
because a lamp is not muktzah.
Well,
that's
You
what
go up the tree to retrieve your lamp.
Oh, our steaks.
Wonderful.
Oh, my steaks.
oh, my thing, man.
That's what built that.
Yeah, that wasn't
And the One World Trade Center is in Omaha.
It is.
I would never
I heard they moved it.
How do I sound? I just bit the bullet and finally got new AirPods.
sounds nice and clear and loud.
You got the new AirPods, Nick?
Yeah, 4th generation. Noise canceling is fucking crazy.
No.
I can't even hear myself.
Nick, there's newer ones coming out on
Rav
Friday.
holds like Review that book.
Oh, whatever. I don't need the newest ones. I just want the ones that were shaped like the original ones.
For the rest of the
And they got
Shabbos.
rid of those.
However, we made a
And the 4s
distinction
are
when
the
it comes
closest
to
thing.
Hanukkah, and the times
Copy
of the
that.
Chabar. Chabar were people that didn't allow candles lit.
You wouldn't know.
Therefore, if you want to light the menorah, Chabar will catch them. After Ben Shmoshes,
Norman and
Shabbos,
Neil Bond are
the menorah back
having
into
a
the
show
house.
in Omaha tonight.
The
I'm
Shas
gonna go see that.
It's a special halacha. The famous saying
I
goes,
think I love this Omaha bit almost as much as I like the
when it
Billy
comes to
Bass
an
bit.
emergency like the Chabar,
Nice,
then
nice.
we can rely on the
I really thought I was going to be the first person to bring back up Billy Bass.
You thought wrong.
Only foods that come
Yeah, just one of the legendary moments in Avatar history.
figs that are
Yeah, I mean, the fans
I don't know how you guys started.
because they have two
I
conditions.
don't know how you guys started the show, but shout out to we're now up to 4 YouTube members.
Putting something aside with your
Give
hands.
me all the
I don't
extra
want to use it.
episodes. 112 Patreon subscribers. We're going to reach my nemesis in no time.
Can no longer eat it.
Hey, your hair looks.
Thank you so
And
much.
Did you do like an emergency thing with your hair or what? What's going on? Your hair looks good.
Rebellion says,
No, just we're about 2-3 weeks out of a haircut. That's kind of prime time.
which Ripshade subscribes
I'm really, the straight olive is really good for me until I show my teeth. Like,
that candle becomes
oh,
also
who's
for
this
the
guy?
time
He's
being.
really good. He's a movie star. Good luck to that. Like,
Let's say it's the The walls
You ever thought about learning how to talk?
Read the declaration.
It's a stark contrast.
No, I wanted to ask you if you've ever thought about trying to learn how to talk without showing your teeth. Like if you're kind of like just like
Unless
I
somebody made a
like
specific
you
amount
kind
and said,
of rub your face a little bit every now and then, just kind of do a rub face kind of deal.
What if somebody
I think most of the time they don't really show until I laugh, which is unfortunate because one of my favorite things that I do it on.
it's not moved to the mitzvah? So according to Shimon,
It's
they are not moved.
real catch-22.
Going back to
How was your flight there? That's what I'm kind of mostly
you have
concerned
a
about.
sukkah that's
How were the
standing
flights? How's the did you going into any
You're not gonna take
lounges?
wood off the
There's
sukkah.
just a lot of
That
things that
site
are,
says breaking the sukkah. What if the sukkah fell
potentially
down
talk about hotels, Uber
You're
rides,
also not allowed to
kind of
use
fill us
that wood
in.
according to
A lot of moving parts to the travel, and at the airport.
It falls down.
No lounge. That's not really how I like to do it. My flight was at 7, and I left my apartment at 5:40. So it's pretty much no mistakes to be made. It was real smooth. Got on the flight. It was like
that must be going to
we flew there. Well, literally flew there, but really fast we flew there. It was like 5 hours and 15 minutes. I'm on the aisle seat. I probably went to the bathroom 6 times. Really, it probably had like a lot of boredom, stretch the legs, hit the bait, a couple peas, a couple poos, you know? The lady next to me, 6 hours in this flight, plus an hour and a half we waited on the tarmac. She did not get up once. What a freak of nature.
I'm the same way. I feel like she probably dehydrated herself, didn't drink water all morning. She's like probably scared of the bathrooms, maybe a germaphobe. I don't know.
I was fucking jacked.
Yeah, you look jacked.
I definitely would have toned it down if I was window, but there would have been at least one, maybe 2. I thought 6 hours was really impressive. Yeah, so that's kind of been the highlight of my trip. That lady not being higher the ladder. I got that Reuben from the Chelsea market. That's kind of my favorite thing to do in New York.
Have you ever raw dog a flight? I thought that would be something you would do, or you would try to do.
Skin comes off.
No, but I have seen this thing that's going around where people try to name right down in a notepad 1,000 athletes off the top of their head. Maybe they'll do that on the way back.
1,000?
Either
That's too many. Yeah, I don't want to. I just don't want to do that. It's not that I can't. It's just I don't want to do it.
If we let Mark continue talking, he's going to talk himself into wanting to do it. He's right up Mark's alley.
No, I don't want to do it. I definitely don't want to do that. I definitely think we're not going to do that ever. But I could if I had to.
Was there any discussion these days, like, oh, I miss Nick, he's such a really joyful presence, he really brings us together as a crew. Is there just any, where, you know,
I don't even know who would say that. Who I miss Nick.
In the opinion of,
I do it all the time because I live in a different state, so I'm always like,
don't you Chachamim
Did you mean the guys like Chris and Eric, or did you mean like Cap
and he said no.
and Mark?
We don't agree.
Chris and Eric would be nice, but if you guys want to play up too, just give everybody a reminder, it's going to be Casey here. Sounds like Mark kind of clubbed close to the back.
Why do you really say?
But, you know, just try to know your best, you know. Just business as usual when you're not there.
An egg.
Oh, I'm coming to Boston the beginning of November, Jim.
And therefore,
this egg doesn't like anything else.
Yeah.
Let's all go.
It's not running for her.
What?
Therefore,
I have plans. My dad's 70th birthday. I'm going to the East Coast. Oh, well, let's all go to the East Coast. Let's go to the East Coast. Guys, I saw people on the internet talking, and the big debate was, does a straw have one hole or 2 holes?
There's an egg there that was
That's a good question. One hole.
holds that it's noilad in
Okay, Mark, one hole.
I'll
say 2 holes. I say 2 holes.
Of a noilad of chocolate.
They're all there.
In other words,
Because guess how you know.
This
Right.
egg, Reb Shimon doesn't hold that it's noilad according to Rabbi Rothschild. And to say that there's a
Plugging
bad
one
shape
hole.
there without an egg, There's another hole.
We can still get in and out.
You could use that chick. You could feed
Now I'm
it to your
plugging
animals
the second
on
hole.
Shabbos. As long as you knew about it
And if
before.
I go like this,
I think
if I go like this, well, I'm not fucking done.
The chicken's healthy.
If I go like
on
this,
Shabbos.
I'm plugging
I'm
both
sure all the
holes.
smokes it because I never thought about it. I was missing that. Another one that says that
It's kind of all you want,
All
home
you need to
motherfuckers. All you want,
But
home
you took Rabbi
motherfuckers
Yosef
can
hole.
suck it.
the Rabbi Rothschild said that Allah is like Rabbi Yehuda.
You know when you fill two holes, that's called a spit roast.
And when you fill 3 holes, that's called
There's a
airtight.
story that you can learn from.
I wish you guys had.
You know from the story that Rabbi Yochanan held it. Like Rabbi Yehuda, there's no
I know. I'm sorry for taking it here. I want to go back to this regular hole debate. If a straw is 2 holes, then all holes are 2 holes, unless the distance between the holes is infinitesimally approaching 0 small. Yeah. So do you believe all holes are 2 holes?
No, I believe all holes are 2 holes.
It has
Yes.
a very specific spot.
No,
even like a
really expensive.
no, because here, if there's a hole in this fucking floor,
And therefore,
That's
this
one hole.
candelabra had a
I just
designated
fucking got
area.
it. So
That's
easy
what
and good.
No, because the tunnel area,
I didn't call it a tunnel. I never said it was a tunnel, motherfucker. I said if there's a hole in this
it
floor,
doesn't even matter.
it does matter.
Piece of paper.
No, you're talking about an
Take a piece of
entrance.
paper.
You're talking about an entrance hole and an exit hole. I'm talking about a hole in this floor right now that's 6 feet deep. That's one hole. So eat my ass and suck my balls.
Yes.
Put just a piece of paper in, or put a hole in a piece of paper, like just a 8.5 by 11. That hole is just a really short straw.
True.
Yeah, even like a donut, right? A donut is still one hole, but then if you,
Shabbos,
like you
that's
said with
the
a straw, you block off one part, you get something fluid.
I understand your argument, but if there's a hole in this floor that's 3 feet deep, that's one hole.
Yeah.
What kind of
ground argument?
If you went all the way to the end of the earth, that's 2 holes.
You can't wait. One part is blocked.
You don't move from
Right, that's what you're saying. One part is blocked.
There's not a second hole. Don't overthink it. I'm talking about a hole.
Yeah.
The top is narrower than a pedal, so we don't have a problem with building
Okay.
the oil.
Wow, things are getting
Right,
shitty
together
here,
on Shabbos and take it
Well,
apart.
I've had enough of their shit.
I got. Before we tear each other apart, I just want to give Kevin a round of applause. What a question. What a Kevin's question.
The answer is because if you're another,
Hey, teamwork.
you can put back together.
Alright,
and
enough being
shoot
friendly. Fucking
Yeah,
hell. I got one hole
Watch
closer.
this, it can come apart. So they made it zero on such a menorah.
They don't have a
menorah
remote.
that can come apart.
Of course they don't.
And if it's a really
Guess
small
what?
menorah that can come apart,
I think it's one hole.
Rabbi says, even though
Straw was the
it
word.
doesn't come apart, you have to be good on a small menorah.
Like, you know, you golf,
Come apart, don't become confused with the menorah that comes apart, and you don't make it zero.
because the other part's blocked. So it's a hole.
Rabbi holds
Yeah, you're finally wrapping your mind around the concept of the hole.
that there is no
I like that. It's good
The
to see.
issue is, the
Your asshole is just one hole.
Well, people would say, according to you guys, you would say it's not one hole because my asshole and my mouth is one long contained system. So you just debunked your own one hole argument by saying that my asshole was one hole.
And the money
You
was
fucked
removed.
himself. You fucked yourself.
The
What?
money on Shabbos.
Everybody
That goes
goes these
to
holes in my life.
You know you fucked
The
yourself.
one in establishment.
Quiz hot shots.
What?
Says from zero, we must learn, even though it's a
Go ahead.
What's the only thing you can put in a barrel? What's the only thing you can put in a barrel to make it lighter?
That's why you can move the
Oh,
wheel
shit
on
again.
Shabbos.
A hole.
You can hold it. It's the aforementioned hole.
It's the one hole. That's the name of the episode. The aforementioned hole.
Actually, the lady said, the Rebbe said a very cryptic statement.
Go ahead and write that
He
one.
said,
Write it down, man.
a menorah
Well, I
is
didn't
like
get
a
there
ner.
because on my ride in, I realized I
Menorah is
bought
for Shimon
my
ben
sins that only had 2
You mean-
left.
you mean
And I go through about
either
4 during a
There's
typical
one
golden hour day.
sakalacha or two.
But I learned
Either
that
the sakalacha was at a menorah, it's
smoke
not
shop
matzah.
right
Like
next to
Rav
the
Shimon
studio
says,
sells
that a candle
nice,
that was
good
lit and it was extinguished on
those
Shabbos,
for
the
you.
candle is no longer. So,
You're not getting mad.
or he said,
Take them out of it.
a menorah is
Which I
also
already
a
got
candle
3
is
times in the
the more remains in a table.
Oh, you've been to
Or
that?
goes the
No, I'm just
Ramah
kidding. The
and at a
whole
different time, Rabbi
This is
Yosef
our best episode
Oh.
today.
both
Yeah,
acted like Rav Shimon.
Is it
Those
hard?
folks in front of the
Is it
Rebbe,
hard to find
and both the
sins
Rebbe were
nowadays?
knocking on them.
Like you sound like that's an exciting
Even though
thing.
he himself
It is, yeah.
felt like Rav Shimon,
I didn't know that.
when he was in
Yeah,
front of
because in
Rabbi Yochanan,
California you can't
out
have
of respect
flavors,
for Rabbi Yochanan,
so they'll just send
he
those.
acted
They
like
only sell the
Rabbi
like
Yochanan
original, which tastes like
My
I'm a
point is,
no
Rabbi Yochanan says, if you have,
Yeah, I've had a tobacco flavored vape before.
it doesn't get the
Vito
spice.
like
And therefore,
It's not
it's not
So you're not spitting anything out. You just swallow whatever comes. I don't get how that works. Yeah, well, like these are little packets. Yeah. So it's not generating a ton of saliva, and you're not
discussing this since
like
there's
with
no
regular
other
dip.
use for this
If you were to swallow that, it's like mixed in with actual tobacco, so it could make you nauseous if you're not like, you know, going
Rabbi
through
Rothschild
10 of Copenhagen
you're allowed to
an
carry,
hour.
you're allowed to do a top
But these, yeah, you don't
a
have to
lamp
spit.
that was used
Also, the
with
spit is gross.
I probably said
It's an amazing story.
I probably said this on the podcast before.
Went to visit Rabbi.
Because I have like 7 stories, but in 7th
And they sat him down,
grade, my buddy Max took a dip of his brother's, and he like got so dizzy and nauseous, and he laid on the floor, and I thought he was fainting because I didn't know it would fuck you up that bad. And it absolutely can. It absolutely can.
Have you ever tried?
And he asked
You
him,
know, the natives used
why
to blow
is it that
tobacco
Rabbi
in each other's
Rothschild
assholes.
said
We should try that.
that's a lamp?
There's a lot of stuff you can do with the asshole.
Like, what else? Name everything. Now I'm listening.
I don't really know where I'm going with this, but I feel guilty and funny, and I'm just kind of letting it fly.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
I'm glad I got the little giggle there.
Yeah, let it fly. Why don't you, when you get back, the first item on the agenda, blow your vape smoke into Kev's ass. Why me?
Is not a walk
I thought
out
you
of
was your idea.
beautiful
No.
jewelry. She might show to her friend.
I don't like
You have to
Her
finish
own
that.
buzzer.
Whoa,
She's allowed
shit.
to move it.
Guess-
Why?
Guys, guess Kev's
Oh,
guess Kev's waist size.
Oh, like pants
Yeah,
size?
the name
Yeah.
of the
Oh, I
place
like
is not
Yes.
I know.
He's a 36.
Says Rebecca by Yitzchak. Baruch Rahman, Baruch Hashem. That
Baruch
Rabbi wasn't
Baruch.
successful.
You be right, Nick.
Nick's right.
Hey, I said it first, damn it.
Oh, I didn't hear
Oh,
it.
Chin's
The
here.
halacha
Speak up,
is-
Chin.
I'm a 33.
Animal. Couch.
I'm a
It goes
33.
to Kain-
Nah,
Kain
Mark.
uses it.
We're giving it away. I was just going to go Chin 34, Mark 34, Casey 30.
Yeah. Says to do what he wants. What
Nick,
if
that's
he's
kind
the one?
of gay to know everybody. Gets to know what that was. To be able to guess everybody's
Why
waist
is this
size,
the
that's
part
gay.
different?
You're gay.
Y'all got really nice figures.
Oil that's going over the lamp.
Nick, do you
Says
think I was
it's not. Says
Do
what is
you think I was? What do
Oil
you think I was
that's
a 34? You thought I was a
when
34?
he lights the lamp,
Yeah.
he knows that he might have
Right.
leftover
You're
oil.
going,
And
oh,
honestly,
shit, that's a
oil.
You're
33.
33.
That's what's not.
Same.
I was just going to say this. Tell me if this you find this to be true. If you're 33, oftentimes you become a 34 because they don't have 33s.
That's right. That's a
And
fact.
even
It
if
just
it has
becomes
a
like
he says,
you're either
well,
wearing a belt or you're not.
And even if
And
it's
some of the 34s,
they'll find a rabbi, they'll
I
tell them it's a
can't.
good
If
woman.
pants have belt loops, I have to put a belt through.
What
I
about
can't
women?
wear like
It's
a
another-
belt.
Shabbos, Mayfair,
Of course.
not through the nether.
Oh, yes.
What if
I can't.
What
It's
if
all
the husband
twisted. It's all twisted. Because I did that bit where I was
a
gonna.
woman makes a
Oh,
nether?
right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, you know,
that's
what was the thing?
What
You
about
told me I had the
How
shit.
can you
Mark
believe
was
it?
taking a
Isn't it
piss, and I'm like,
How
oh,
he doesn't
poop
find
right
the
here.
rabbi?
And I literally
Oh,
unbuckled
it's
everything.
weird.
About to fall down.
Simple
Disgusting.
people.
Guys, you
Not
gotta
doing
clean this
nether.
show up.
You said do it.
We gotta clean this show up.
And the Mishnah says,
Do it.
And I never was going to pull out a Billy Bass.
it's still lit.
Nice.
The Mishnah says it smokes.
I'll pull out my Billy
The
Bass.
answer is the lamp supports the flame which is
Like the
smoked.
regular Billy Bass.
And why did
Shad is not, because we are concerned that perhaps, like Rashi explained,
I got a golf simulator.
Like
Rashi perhaps he will
What?
Oh, no, I know. Simulator.
The double shame is
I just
scavenged.
sent it to the chat.
If you don't think
I
about it,
dropped my
you
buddy
don't
Ryan off. Oh, I had a
you're
sleep.
not chayiv. In other words, if a person
Wow.
drives a bench,
I had a fucking
So
you're in the lead. I know. I had a motherfucking
creates a
sleepover.
groove in the ground, he's
What?
fucked.
Yeah.
And don't
Can't
say
really play golf.
we
Ryan.
the right side
Ryan,
of
my
the
country club guy. Okay.
extinguishing a flame is the right
Country
side.
club guy. We played
Go
golf.
to the bench, like her, making a groove in
And
the ground is
then
not
went
the
back to my
so
house
it's
with a
only
couple
this
beers.
Perhaps that's
Just
why it's
had
not
to
the
work
the
late.
right side shouldn't say it's
We
awesome.
ended up drinking beers
Because we got the case we had
all hours of the
last
evening.
week or so.
He crashed
If
to
a
the cabin.
person
I
is
slept in the
holding
living room.
his goods,
It's
he's
a bed in
holding
there,
in
and
their
it was so
shadows.
good. It's
Says
so
Reb Shimon,
comfy anywhere you
he's
go.
allowed to wear shadows.
And
He's not
so
mechavet to
I
be
dropped him off in the morning, and he's like, "Yo, I got the golf simulator
He's
shit, and
not
I'm not using it anymore."
protected by the elements
Take
of
it.
the sun and the
So I
rain.
took it.
It's
So I already have
you
it
see that even the rice and shadows, as
Oh,
long as you don't have
all I
Havana,
needed was the mat
it says
and that.
it's wonderful.
And now I got the mat and the net. So I'm just hitting like 1,000 autistic 8 irons in the garage.
Why are they autistic?
Because I'm just like,
So you're gonna be like really good after this.
yeah, I mean, I was already really good, but now I'm going to be really gooder.
Really?
Yeah.
Gooder?
Yeah.
I can't wait to see that. Where's it at?
I have an objection now.
Okay.
What you said, and I don't want to get you mad again.
That seems to be the theme of the day. So.
Not a golf simulator.
Oh, no, you're right. But
what you're seeing there,
That's a net.
what you're seeing there is not a golf simulator, but what you're not seeing is the Garmin R10 placed 6 feet behind the ball, and then I haven't dialed it in, but I can then sling my phone to a TV in the garage, so you hit the shot and then you look at where it went on the screen. So it's not like a $6,000 golf simulator, but it's effectively the same thing. But yes, fair call out. Yeah, not at all mad about that. It's a fair call out. That was just right when I first set it up and was excited and had a beer in me and took a pic. But we will get it dialed in. Trust me on that.
If you have a video, like when you're out on the course and you
something that's
hit a shot, how hard is it to add those ball trackers? Is that like a program, or are people doing that like manually?
It's a program. It's called Shot Tracer.
So this
Awesome. Yeah, because Barstool just put out a thing like who had the best swing or whatever. And one day I envisioned a golf outing for the 6 of us, 5 of us, how many are
why is it?
And I would like to add the Shot Tracer.
Yeah, we should do that. It's a paid ad, I think. Or it's its own program, like a desktop program. You have to, if somebody steps in front of it, that's why, like, if you watch a lot of YouTube golf like we do, they're like, dude, I've got stuff in front of the tracer. Or step in front of the camera so they can trace it later. But on, like, regular broadcast golf, they have the big squares, like, that are mounted to their cameras behind the golfer. Sometimes you can see it. And those, like, will automatically track it. Because they obviously have better equipment, it's live and everything. But if we wanted to do it, it's just a desktop app.
A wealthy person
Which we
doesn't
can do.
consider it
But
Did
y'all watch the Canelo Crawford fight?
or any beggar.
Yeah, I fell asleep during it. Yeah,
or
you're just tired. I was tired, man. I was late. I was a tired guy.
So that's not considered non-booked item for everyone.
And
Therefore,
it was good.
I'm not even first to say that we're talking about aggression
It was very technical, but I don't really know boxing anymore. I kind of got out of the game, but I
It's a special
Canelo was gonna win. Yeah, I got it here, and then he didn't. It's hard to bet against him. He's legit.
Robert says it's not, there's no comparison.
I did not watch it. I drank 11 White Claws during the UFC event, and then I went to bed at 7 because I had to get up at
Therefore,
5 to fly, so I didn't see it. I want to like boxing. I try, but it sucks. Boxing sucks. And it, like, one individual match can be great, but like, I think that was a 4-fight card, and the main event started 4 hours after the broadcast started. I don't know how anybody can enjoy that. From what I heard, they had stupid musical performances that no one gives a shit about. It's like, we want to see fights. Why are there 3,000 people in the ring? Who are you people? Speed this along. Yeah.
Says more
Couldn't agree more.
If you compare that to which is one of the biggest, it seems like one of the biggest boxing fights in years, to just a semi-random UFC fight night, like the main event was so much more exciting. Obviously, I'm an MMA fan, but I really feel like even if you just do two casual sports fans, and you put those together, if they didn't know any of the history about the events, people would pick UFC over.
Did you watch Shop Show on Monday? I feel like you're just copy-pasting what Brendan says.
20-year low.
I haven't thought an episode in a while.
No, I'm just messing with you because that was Brendan's take. He was basically saying the same thing. If you show 2 random people, they'll obviously choose a UFC event over boxing. But I actually thought it wasn't the main card, not the one before the main card, but the one before that. It was the Billy or whatever. Yeah, Christian and Bill. I'm looking at it right now. Billy versus Lester Martinez. They were throwing hands. They were throwing hands the whole time. I thought it was a great fight, regardless of boxing versus UFC or MMA. But Nick, can I ask you a question?
One of those sticks that comes together.
Yeah, but about that, my guy Magic, who I'm going to start the pod with, we ended up not doing it next week, so took the week off and stuff. But before that card, he was like, do not miss that specific fight.
Yeah, it was great. The only thing that sucks is it ends in a draw. Like, you want to root for boxing and then it ends in a draw? Like, what? There's no fucking payoff? Yeah. Okay, do one more round. Around or something, I don't know. Some sports end in draws. Soccer's in a draw.
I don't like it. I don't want that. You gotta have a winner. It's stupid. Especially soccer. Like,
It was. They were.
You have one of these
Yeah.
traveling beds.
So it was that close.
Yeah,
it was that close.
On
Yeah, they were nonstop punching each other. It was great.
If you have
But Nick, how do you feel about an MMA fight where they're both pretty much boxing the whole time against two boxers against each other? Is that like you find entertainment out of that, or not doing takedown? Yeah, like either we're doing any type of other type of MMA other than boxing.
100%. The threat is there.
Yeah.
That's without any liquid.
Also, there's still, I mean, there's sometimes it'll be just people throwing hands, but usually there's also other strikes involved. And
brought it closer to the spark.
Sometimes
distinguishing the spark.
it is like watching like chess and checkers to me. Like there's just more variables in an MMA fight where I'm like, oh, maybe this guy's better than this, better than this. Where it's boxing, like sometimes I can be watching the fight super intently and not have even a great handle on who's winning because they're just like exchanging blows. Whereas like I can score an MMA fight really well, but that's also just my lack of knowledge of the sweet science.
Yeah, I will say my takeaway was
like that.
not having watched a boxing match in a while. I was like, damn, they are fucking good at boxing. Yeah. It was like it was used to the UFC where like the stance is different because there's a threat of someone has different things like you kind of can't box like a boxer in UFC or get kicked down, get down,
that only
I was like, damn, they're boxing super terrible. Yeah, you can tell they were both on a different level than anybody that I've seen in a long time.
Soft, like a soft cotton, some soft
Chad, did you watch it?
grass.
I enjoyed it, but I mean,
it's not much
Sam's pretty much all you guys. It was way more exciting to watch.
It's also
Lopez versus
put that box on top of
it's just more exciting,
decomposing.
which is like
I hope,
UFC fight.
yeah.
That would be like a lot of
I'm hopeful for boxing though because of like Dana is trying to have an organization to it, make Zoom boxing like more like UFC where you can actually like, get to know the fighters instead of being all fragmented and they have like 50 belts and you don't understand. That's also been like a big detractor of me getting into it. Like since I've been a kid, I've always wanted to watch boxing, but the big fights for pay-per-views didn't have money for that. They didn't show highlights on ESPN. They would always show stills. They wouldn't give up the footage, which I think was really dumb of that sport. If I could find it, but I lost my Twitter, still working on getting that back. But in like 2008, I tweeted if I ever got rich, I would like buy up boxing and like try to organize it. Now Dana White is living my dream.
In more ways than one. Guys, let's take a little break, because guess what I'm all about? I'm all about playing on Legends. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? They got a ton of games, a million different games. 100% match on your first purchase, up to $100. Nick, you've been playing this. You've been playing silly. There's hundreds of games available. I like Cluck It. I like the slots. I like to play big money slots. That's my thing.
Shabbos, that's what says. How's everybody doing? The Gemara tells us that it's permitted to take two words and place them one on top of another when they both contain hot water.
To use and learn
The top one is not a tamana, not burying the top one. You're just trying to prevent heat loss from the top. However, when the servant in Rish Galusa's house put a whole cup of water on top of an urn,
which basically means best.
then Rabbi yelled at him and said, don't do so. What's the difference? Because you're trying to introduce heat
They have
to the
lines
whole
for
cup
pretty much any sporting
that
event.
looks like hot
You
tamana.
need, so like NFL,
That same
they have
servant was
MMA,
having a very bad
Premier
day.
League,
Later on, Rabbi
WNBA,
caught him taking a
esports,
head turban,
whatever you
placing
want,
it
they've
over
got
a
it.
pot,
Free to play,
and on top of the turban, he put some sort of ladle.
That's L-E-G-E-N-D-Z.
And he yelled at him and said, don't do so. Return to
with
what did you do now?
Legends with
He
his
says, Rabbi, wait and
name.com.
see. And sure enough, the servant went and took the
You saw
turban
that Kelvin Gastelum
and
this week.
squeezed it, or was
I don't know
trying
how
to
many times you've seen
squeeze
that already, but
Yusita, which is also its libo.
what I found fascinating is
Says, observe, what's the
whenever I always
difference?
ask you
We
about
all
if you
cover
watch
our
UFC
pots
culture or
with some sort of rag or something. Says, Rabbi, that's the big difference. If you cover it with a rag,
Okay, yeah, so
you don't care about the rag, you're not going to squeeze it out. But a head turban is important. That's why I call it don't do so.
Florian, but either way, Ray Longo chimed in, and Ray Longo was like,
Muffin, which are
I think he
soft
literally,
wool
Kelvin, it's not that
cotton.
he's lazy or
People
not
set them
disciplined,
aside
he literally has
to
an
make you feel
eating
better.
disorder where he can't
That's
fucking,
called muktzah mahma
he
system.
can't make
Set it
weight
aside.
because
I'm not going
like
to
a
do this.
serious
What happened to this
mental
person?
eating disorder.
He doesn't have a choice. He ran out of
I believe that.
straw,
Because
different
like
material.
from all
This
other
is
counseling,
muchen to
He's
do
like
that
an
one
extremely hard
insulated
worker in the
spot.
gym and shit.
Where it says
And like,
it doesn't
he's
lose.
super nice.
It's a
Calvin Yass
move,
is really
still
funny
moves
and
up
engaging on Twitter, and he does YouTube videos.
We
and stuff.
cannot
I'm a
prove
huge
this
fan.
from the Bryce
So
that
it's something
says
everybody's
if
shitting
you
on him,
did
but
it,
I believe
you have
that.
fun with movement.
I
Be
believe
careful
that
not to touch it.
He's fat because
Perhaps
he eats and he
Bryce
eats.
is talking about don't touch it before you use it as movement, as Atmana. But once you do Atmana, perhaps the issue once it goes away, you show that you don't care about it that much. So what's the finish? They can't touch movement.
I'm
Of course,
a big Calvin Yass fan.
says Gemara. It's coming to teach us, even though it's so nice and soft, perhaps you want to sit on it and use it as a seat, and therefore it's not moving. So, marshmallow, it is.
He missed by
It
5
was
pounds.
especially when he
You take
was
a
like
pillow
5 pounds at 185, and the guy fought at 170 for a lot of his career.
Yeah.
That's makibapatish.
He was only 4 weeks notice, I will say that, but
However,
One thing, that's all I care
if you already have a pillow, it's a
4
used
weeks,
pillow,
bro.
there's already stuff.
I
And the
know.
movement,
Even
the
I
stuff
start
that comes
doing
out,
flex in 4
you
weeks.
gotta put
What would
it back
you do to
on
lose 4 pounds?
Shabbos.
But you don't know how
It's
big
not
of a big
considered
fat fucking fatty he was
makibapatish.
before that. He's probably like 240
To take
pounds.
clothing
He's that fucking fatty. He can't stop
that's
fucking fatty.
uniform, and you take a scissors and you cut out a hole for the neck, that's makibapatish. But to take a sword
Just being
and
silly.
chop off the top of a barrel,
Being goose.
that's not
I wish
makibapatish. Rid of the barrel is not one with the barrel. It's never one. You just
still gonna smirk.
put it together, and now you're taking it
I'm gonna
apart.
take his.
If a person has an axe,
I'm computer
and he
guy.
doesn't have the handle, and he goes and he finds some sort of stick.
I want to take it and throw it.
It's not a permanent handle, it's
I'm
just a
gonna take it and
stick.
shove it. But
Says the Gemara, as he's using the axe,
podcast.
they're considered one. The handle and the axe.
What is
The
it?
handle and the metal.
You're such a
Someone touches one, the other one becomes tummy. But once he's done, with his malacha, he's done chopping away, then they are
really reminds me of the old
items.
cooking in the
They're
steak
independent
days.
of each other.
So you
Because
leave
they
that
take
for a
that
minute,
stick
it'll be a girl.
and throw it away. This is different than the halacha that somebody has.
What would he say?
A lot of
You're
clothing,
Brendan.
he gets to the laundry, and he
Yeah,
wants to make sure that they don't get lost, so he sews them together.
Wait.
So if somebody has a lot of keys, he's a knocker,
You
he
should
has a
be
lot of
so, you
keys.
should be honored.
You touch one,
No,
they
you
all
said
become
he's
tummy.
being
You touch
dirty.
one
I don't want to be
they all
dirty.
become tummy. Or let's say
Up then.
you take two
No, I'm a nice
Clothes,
church
garments
boy.
that are made out
I
of
went to
cedar.
Catholic school growing up.
and you sew them with pishtam.
Not about
They are
shit-stained balls.
shotguns
Oh.
for the time being.
Not about the
Once
butthole
you start
edges. You're the one who
undoing the
nearly
stitching
took your pants off and then talking about
for the
airtight.
laundry or for the
what the hell,
shotguns,
man?
Yeah, but
it's
he's
no
doing. He's
longer
also doing an
the time
accent,
of
so
one to
it's
the other.
pretty
Yeah,
fast.
man.
But over here it's different than
I'm
that.
quoting a feature film.
Over here, a person wants
All I gotta do is
the
get better.
stitches either as soon as he has to throw it into the laundry, he wants it to be together with the handle of the axe. He doesn't care about the handle. He'll use it as
Speaking of
fire.
accents, I'm watching this show, Task on
There's a
HBO.
saying,
I started watching.
Kolam
And
Chubar,
it's in
Loi Hareu
it's the
Kamoy.
same
Anything
writer,
that's attached to something
as,
has
writer,
halacha just like it itself.
and that was also
This is more, for instance, this
I
goes
like
like
the
Rabbi Meir.
Baltimore accent.
He's talking about
But
a
I can
kira
tell some of the actors
a
aren't
stove
like comfortable
that
with
has
it because they were
compartments that
like
you
going
put
in
salt
and
in on
out
the
of.
side.
Yeah,
Those
it's a weird
compartments
one.
are they
honestly
considered
think
like the kira itself for
I
Torah.
can do accents better
Says
than
the more
90% of
according to
actors.
Shimon Leal,
Oh,
they're independent of each other.
I
Just
you're
compartments.
really good at accents.
But you're maybe they are independent of each other. However,
No.
yeah, you're an
This
actor.
assurance.
It means a lot. It's a very
We're talking about
impressive
details
talent you
here.
have. I wish we could use
so
it more.
the way earlier becomes coming,
Well,
is the tumah is
I'm
the
just doing
inside
Baltimore,
of
and
the
it's like
Tiferes,
some of the
not
actors
on
at
the
the
outside.
beginning, they were like going in and out.
If the assurance goes inside,
Sounds like a little bit.
touches the inside of
a
this
little
kira,
Philly like.
Yeah,
then the entire kira becomes coming, including the compartments where you store the salt and different spices or the candle. In the sherets, in the ear space of that kira,
No, I was saying
then the
more. I
kira
got cut
does
out a
not
little bit,
become
but
tummy.
I'm glad you guys
The rest of the
did hear it. It was
compartments
bad.
do not
We
become
heard it.
tummy. The
It's
kira
gonna be
itself
all
becomes tummy. Typically, the Tiferes becomes tummy.
I know everybody's
Now,
talking
here,
about
from
the
the ear
Mary
space over here, we
Jackson,
say
but
why?
I like flat
Because we want to show that this
That's
whole
my
tumah,
Baltimore accent.
that it transfers to the compartments of the Rabbanan.
Hey, he's back.
You don't want people to burn their truma
It's like,
kasha
go to something
based
I'm
on
good
this
at.
tumah. You're not allowed to burn your truma kasha based on the Rabbanan. So therefore, we're making this distinction saying it only becomes tummy with maga by touching physically, not through the ear
Baltimore
space.
accents. TV shows. I want to hear
If
Kevin
you have
stories too.
scissors that come
But in
apart,
The Wire, there's
or
a
a
couple
carpenter's plane that
police
has a blade on
officers
top
that
that
were
fits right into the wood,
former Boston or Baltimore cops.
during the
And,
malacha,
like,
as you're
you can
going
just
back and
hear
forth on
the
a piece of wood,
authentic one compared to
shaking
the
it down.
actors.
Yeah.
as you're
It's
cutting with the
fucking-
scissors,
It's awesome.
then
I
they
also
consider
love
one,
Baltimore accent.
and if
Tom
someone touches one part, one blade, the other blade becomes tummy.
The Baltimore accent, like a
However, when it
Ravens
comes
pump-up
to
video.
Hazard,
It's a good example of
this
a
device
I'm like, yeah, Kevin,
you
you've been
have to
fucking
make
anyone?
sure to get the sprinkle
Okay.
on both parts of the
Nick's on one, bro.
No, I want to
Why
hear
is that?
Casey's.
Mine's just
Because
quick.
the right side,
when I
they
was in
are
high
considered
school, I had
one.
the
Only the
Boston
shots
guys
of
stay
only
over
one
for like a long
doing the
weekend.
work
I
that
was
it's
skating and
intended to
stuff,
do.
and I
When it's saying on the
did
side,
a
they're not
Boston
considered.
accent the whole
Therefore,
time.
Muhammad
They
said,
didn't
let's
even
do a
notice.
form in both cases.
What? Yeah.
Tuma, to say that they're both coming is
I was like,
a
you guys.
Hazard, to say that they're both not tar, that's also a form. Therefore, you have to be massive both. But Tuma, you only have to touch one in order
I
for both of
respect
them
you
to
for
come
that.
in. Have a wonderful day.
Do a little bit, Case.
It's tough to go from Baltimore and Philly right to Boston. You think about it.
How far apart?
I believe in you.
No, I don't feel like it. You been fucking anybody?
Myself.
Ouch.
Nick likes that one.
Pamela Henderson.
Yeah, I fucked up by the bar.
Right about.
I haven't even gotten any dates recently. What's a good LA date? It's a good thing to do on a
That
date.
is not
Kevin,
what it
wait, so you have not done any dates since last time
this month.
we
You
spoke.
had a list
No.
of Mishnah. But
The last
that
thing
is
I
what also to do at one.
No,
If
I
they are
haven't
moist.
really.
Now, there's two types of moisture.
No. The last day I told you about was I went to employees only. That was like 3
external
weeks months
moisture,
ago.
and it's moisture that comes from within.
I haven't really
When
tried
it
to go
comes
on
from
any
within,
dates.
it produces
The date's just
more.
like,
The
it just feels like a waste of money. Like,
on the
we
list
go on a date, it goes well, we talk a little bit after, and then it just fizzles out. Like, one of us either loses interest or whatever. It's
list has moisture
like
that
a waste
comes
of time. I
from
don't know.
exterior source.
Don't
The
force
Brisa
it.
that
Yeah,
says
I'm just like,
you
nah,
shouldn't use
just like whatever.
clothing, garments.
What about you,
for
Jim?
everyone.
You said,
And garments, obviously.
what about you,
The
Jim?
moisture comes from an
You
exterior
know, you got
source.
anybody in
This
your
is not
crowd
the
space?
It's possible that they produce this garment
That dude, I was curious to hear the shit about that person.
such as the thighs
Why?
that produce its
Oh,
own
really?
moisture.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I'll send you Patreon because it's. I don't want her to watch this.
Oh, saving the tea for the page.
But now it's out there. You
That's what you
mentioned
want,
that
teas.
Gonna lead us into
you already alluded to it.
Irritated.
And with
Like super
sawdust.
irritated.
She's going to sign up
Yeah.
to be a
It's
lady.
a story.
Is it along the lines of
Rita says
Kev's flight story where he got the girl fighting and she ghosted?
I would never do that shit. Come on, Case.
You would never do what?
Shit's like, what do you think I'm pathetic?
If I was like real lonely and I just wasn't able to pull the shit.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Obviously, he had a good
When I'm doing Yuchin, it's not as me. You can continue it.
Yeah.
No, I'm not trying to be mean. Like,
That's what makes it interesting to me.
I've been at low points in my life before where I did, talk to a girl on Instagram. I'm like, hey, you want? Because we're flirting. And there's a low point in my life. I'm like, yeah, come down late. I got you. And she was down to go, but I just stopped talking to her. But yeah, so what I'm saying is, if I'm in that zone, if I'm in that moment, then yeah, there's no big deal about it. But in regular instances, no, I'm not doing that shit.
That was the first time I had ever. That's what's crazy about the story. That was the first time I had ever bought a flight for a girl that I was just, for any girl actually. So
I don't think it's a low point or a bad thing. I think it's a power move.
that's what I thought too. I'm like, you know what? Let me boss up and make this work, and then it just fell. Yeah.
It's a boss move if you like
And hides are not
really have the means, but I just don't think it's really gonna help Kevin accomplish his goals. He was talking about just a date in LA is expensive, and $600 flight for that. Oh, gosh, Kevin. You know what you can do? I just heard about the Frontier Go Wild Pass.
What's that?
$299. You get unlimited flights for a year. The caveat is you only know if you book the flight the day before, and you could be rerouted and have like 24 hours of travel. But that's where you can bring your horse in.
I knew something like that was coming. I knew it. My horse. Hey man, I'm like,
Guys, you have access to 911 on fire.
I get it.
Yeah. The delay is when I say a joke, there's a delay, and I'm so antsy. I want to hear an eruption of laughter. That one didn't work.
The height,
Yeah.
that 10, they're awesome.
Get it? I was doing
According to everybody.
Mark's doing a thing over there. What are you doing, Mark?
We're trying to find a thing.
Oh, Mark, eat your sandwich. Eat your sandwich.
You already did. You didn't see him chewing them?
Not once. I was chewing them. Did you eat both sandwiches? I was chewing a lot. Will you do me a favor? Will you have a little, I know there's going to be already a lot of pictures on this screen, but if you could have a picture of you eating the sandwiches.
I honestly, I kind
So
of
they're both.
I
apologize for the
Well,
noise.
no, here's what you can do. On the way home, get 2 more sandwiches.
I got one more right here.
I will eat it.
That's too
What
much
is that,
food, man.
What kind of sandwich was the first sandwich?
They were buy one, get one free, so I got the same one twice.
Says,
What is it?
Let's use it for something.
They were,
Always be
my house
something
subs,
that won't
they're a turkey and ham and a bunch of toppings on it.
These are the that we discussed before.
You know what I did today?
They also
Kitchen.
had a discussion.
I brought
Why
a
is there
sandwich, like I do from time to time. I made it at home. I brought it in. It's on a nice
One
British
landlord
bun,
says
turkey,
because
cheese,
the
mayo, and
39
sun chips.
different
Cheddar
levels
sun
is
chips.
building the Michigan.
And
And
crispy
the other landlord
crispy
says
on my
it
sandwich.
should replace
Make fun of your
it says
Birkenstocks.
because
Well, yeah,
Tyra
was-
mentions
That
the
was
word
fun.
That was funny. They were both funny because the
39
sandwich making fun of was on his way out very fast. He goes, "Oh, that's a cartoon sandwich," and then just left. And then as soon as he walked in, my feet were up on the table. As soon as he walked in, like not, I'm telling you, it's like didn't even get one foot inside the door. He goes, "Oh, I'll do those out for you," and went to take them off my feet. So he burned me on the way out so bad.
What about
and
the
burned me on the way in so bad.
So bad.
So bad.
did enough work.
It was funny.
We were laughing.
We were.
It's hilarious.
Bro, can you imagine just being that funny?
I can't.
Like, we're all pretty funny. Like, we're all funny in our own ways, but like to be able to make anybody laugh like that would be crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is pretty. It's a tool. Use a disposal, I guess. You're right. Yeah, it's nice.
Respond to the mission. And that is,
If I just come in there and I was the boss and not worry about losing my job, I'd roast the shit out of that.
so
funny.
Dude, I roast everybody every single day.
that they made and produced.
I roasted them. I got them back.
You did, yeah. I remember.
We talked about something, and
You said that.
yeah, the talent was always a pain in the ass, and then I looked away and
And you learn the concept of yourself.
I respect you for that.
If you're gonna give it, you gotta be able to take it in any aspect, no matter the dynamic.
From the wagon to the ground.
I agree.
From wagon to
I
wagon.
agree wholeheartedly.
We're
all fired anyway.
Are we gonna lose our jobs? Nick alluded to that. Mark just alluded to that. Are we losing our jobs?
I lost my job.
Our pet's heads are falling off. Your pet's head did fall off.
Yeah, my pet's head did fall off.
Oh damn!
No, you got a brand new pet over in there. Beautiful pet. We should talk about your beautiful new venture. We should. Yeah, we'll record a pod.
Yeah,
We'll record a pod in there when Nick gets back. Okay. How about that?
I can't wait.
In the meantime, you can go to bearpunch.tv on Instagram. Check out all the hot sizzles Mark's been making. Sizzles hard.
I know. You got enough.
Yeah, I respect. You want to say hot studio? Oh, I don't know where that is.
Mark, pull it up. Mark, pull it up.
Where there's a hot studio.
Let's see it right now.
The studio looks dope. The studio looks freaking.
These guys, the Zoom guys, can see my screen, but you guys can't because of the situation I got going on.
Okay, it's fine.
But the hot studio, baby.
Wow,
The hotness.
so you're looking for a studio.
Look at all the hot stuff. Yeah, get it. My studio.
Mark, just get a dual HDMI.
Hire someone.
That's simple. Yeah, this is all me, dude. I don't have money to hire people. It's all me. You know what I'm
I mean,
saying?
it just looks so professional.
Yeah, you like cameras? We got cameras. You got a monitor to look at stuff? We got a monitor to look at stuff. You wouldn't know that you have microphones. You got microphones with white comfy chairs? We got that. Your headphones to listen to yourself? We got that. Cameras, 6K? We got it. Nice. It's an ad. Clip it. It's an ad.
I think I said this on the Patreon when we looked at the studio, but I'll say it again for a wider audience. I've been in a lot of writable podcast studios, and you talk to the owners and stuff. No one has put more thought into their studio than Mark.
That's a fact.
You slave it away. He's at the studio you guys are in right now. I'm sounds like I'm telling you guys, but tell the audience, he's there like every single day. We only all come in on Tuesdays. Quite a few people come hang out more. But he was been in there every day since we moved in a couple months ago, and it's ready to go.
Yeah, there was a part of thank you, Nick. There was a part of me that was like, just hire someone and like build it up, but I didn't have the money to do that, so I had to fucking do everything myself.
Honestly, that could be your job right there. Just going around and building people's.
I don't know if I want to do that again. It was a lot of work.
Just saying, you did it well. You did it well.
Also because I was kind of figuring out what my setup was going to be on the fly, so it took a little bit longer than I wanted to. But now that I know what setups I like and all that jazz, it would be a lot faster. But I'm stoked with how it looks. I'm excited to get whoever comes in as the first people. Maybe it's us. But I'm stoked with how it looks. So.
What do you mean first people? Because there's a popular package already, so you obviously had so many people in there.
Well, it is popular. So, it's popular. Have you ever heard of advertising and marketing, dude?
Yes.
Come on, now.
I need your help with something.
Okay.
Which piece of art should I purchase between these two that I'm sending to the group chat?
Oh, whoa.
No. This is not like fancy art. This isn't fancy art. This is just like art.
Art? What about this art? What about this?
Oh, you got a nice Lloyd Christmas. Bro, what? Spoiling it. Or you got a Simpsons. Yeah, Lloyd Christmas for sure.
Think about it.
That sucked. Don't get that one.
Which one?
That was easy. I was joking.
I like the Dumb and Dumber one. I also just say get both of them. It's just like it's kind of a theme to like even if there's like a third or fourth one, you can keep adding to.
I like that idea, Mark. Honestly, I didn't even think about that.
You also like pepper them in with them.
No, I know. That would be the goal. Would be to have like one wall in my apartment with just art all over it and like
that's my living room. We have it's just like a mosaic-y type of just frames everywhere, all different shapes, sizes, or whatever.
Yeah, that would be what I would be going for.
But I also do like the Simpsons one because I love the beach. I love myself a good beach.
That's kind of
got a nice sunset. It's very peaceful. I like that one as well.
Kind of reminds me of.
Yeah, that's like New England, isn't it?
That's what I was gonna say. It reminds me of your area of the world.
Both look like New England. You know what I mean? Isn't it?
Well, the one is Aspen.
That's right.
I'm talking about a little place called California.
You're right. So for that reason, I say go Dumb and Dumber.
Well, no, now I like your idea of getting more.
Well, for that reason, go Simpsons.
Because you can get different sizes, so maybe I'll get the number one like the biggest size, and I'll get the Simpsons one like the smaller size. So
40-inch though, don't get 40 inch. That's too big.
Let me.
It's just like this big.
No, I'm just gonna unbutton and I'll find out what 40 inches is.
Oh, penis size.
Oh yeah.
First of all, clean it up, Kevin. Second of all, that means you have a little penis. That's what you tell me all the time.
No, that doesn't.
Oh, that's so funny. I don't even know how to do that.
They're celebrating. Kevin got a little penis.
Give like a thumbs up or something. See, yeah, that's you. Give like a thumbs up. Hold it.
All right, guys.
There we go. Whoa.
Did you do that?
No, that's you. Do something else. Like thumbs up again. Do thumbs up again. Yeah.
Guys, which dick would you rather
They
have?
just have that, and I never turn that off.
I don't know how to turn it off.
Which dick would you rather have?
Long skinny.
Long and skinny?
Yeah.
Long skinny.
Because that.
But that you can't know any answering. Dude, that's not zero.
Yeah, but that looks put in one like can't even fit.
You still get a blow.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's who.
Let's see, demonstrate.
Nick's trying to do stuff.
Should we go to Patreon? I want to hear Jim's tea.
Oh yeah, let's get to the tea.
Yeah. All right, let's go. Thank you guys for watching.
Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to
There's a beautiful flower called the Cusco. You used to smell it, use it during the meal. So if you
I was just doing Baltimore, and it's like 7 actors in the beginning, they were like going in and out of it, and it's like you gotta commit to it once you're in.
Sounds like a little bit of, it sounds a little Philly like.
Yeah, Baltimore's close to Philly.
Why do people have accents, bro? Isn't that crazy?
It is
Like,
crazy.
Kamara's the game. No, I was saying more got cut off a little bit, but I'm glad you guys didn't hear it. It was bad.
Well, we heard it. It's gonna be the cold open. I came like a wrecking ball. Whatever I want.
Oh man,
I'm a computer guy this
Alright,
episode.
get my computer then. We're gonna be computer guys.
Fine, I don't care. Let's all be distracted. Think I give a shit?
Yeah. Zoom my balls up here.
All I want to do ultimately is zoom, 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 and a boom, boom. Have some fun. I got the feeling Kev's not the only one. All I want to do is have some fun.
Yo, 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 yeah.
Welcome to the after hour.
No, wait.
So it's me and Kev,
Only.
and Mark is going to get his Sando, and Nick is in New York. You Nick in New York. You Nick in New York.
Nice.
And Chin is in Austin. He's always in Austin, so that's, no big change there, right? But big changes here at the desk. It's just us. I feel very far away from you physically, not emotionally. Oh, handshakes are harder this way.
A little bit, but we're gonna make it work.
I took for granted how easy the high fives were when we were neighbors,
But you can still make it work, man.
How are you
I
doing,
believe
Kev?
in
What's
us.
going on with you?
Same old shit, man.
Wow.
Same old, same old.
Just sucking ass, eating grass?
pretty much,
Yeah.
yeah. Not much has changed
Pretty much,
at that department.
Now I have a computer, so I'm going to be a distracted guy.
Okay, so I'll just talk. Where's my camera? Which one's my camera?
That one.
That one's my camera? Oh, shit.
For the folks at home, if you had to guess how many sandwiches Mark got, well, how many would you think? How many would you think, Kevin?
I would say one.
Yeah, it's just a sandwich, right? Wrong. You'd be wrong.
Sheesh.
Go ahead.
Wrong.
Go ahead and double that number.
Whoa.
2.
You know, there's some people on the internet that think 1 + 1 is not 1 × 1 is not 2, like Terrence Howard.
Well, he spearheaded that, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't count.
No?
If people think it, they're just thinking it because he pitched it, and they're like, oh, yeah, I get that. I get that.
I have friends who are like that.
Yeah?
Yeah. And they're like, the crazy part about it is they're not dumb people. They're really smart, but they're like,
I
they'll
got
believe
something
anything.
that might blow your mind.
What?
They are dumb people. They've just been given the opportunity to expose themselves as dumb.
No, my friend, he's really smart. Like, I'm not joking. He's really smart. And I was talking to him the other day, and he started talking conspiracy theories, and I know that he will believe pretty much any conspiracy theory, so I just started going off on a tangent about like all this crazy shit that wasn't true, and he was like, "Yeah, bro, I can see that totally being."
He bought it all.
Yeah, he bought it all. I'm like, bro, I just told you that there were aliens underneath the pyramids.
Well, there are.
And they're made out of ice. They're ice aliens.
And when it defrosts,
Yeah,
then we're in big trouble.
big trouble. And he's like, bro,
That was the plot of a movie I saw recently.
what?
Where the aliens, they were like, we thought that because there was no sign of them landing or anything like this or anything like that. And then, the guy from Parks and Rec was like, it's because they started here initially. They're in the ice.
Chris Pratt?
Yeah. What movie? Look it up.
If I'm around in Paris?
That thing I have on my computer.
Something
Chris
Paris.
Pratt. Aliens in the ice movie. Bro, it's a Tomorrow War.
That's a real movie?
Yeah.
What are you doing at home?
So here's the deal. Here's my problem. Jen, are you on a call right now? Are you on a call right now, Jen?
Got the TV on.
Chin, turn off your TV. What are you doing?
You can't hear us.
You can't hear us. Chin. Finn.
You can see in the glasses that he doesn't have us on the thing.
Oh, he's looking at my screen, I think.
Yeah, he is looking at your screen.
I'm going to put it in the Google search so you can say, hey, Jen, turn the fucking TV off.
He did, but he can't see us. This actually is pretty compelling. Watching Chin without him knowing that we're watching him.
Oh, I want to do something weird.
How about now, Chin? Can you see us now? Can you hear us?
No, you can see in his glasses. He's looking at Mark's screen still.
Yeah, but I can still see you in the very corner, and I can hear you finally.
Okay.
Oh man, we were saying all type of mean stuff.
Yeah, we've been going. We're going.
I know. You guys always say mean stuff about me. I'm used to it.
We weren't being mean. Did you say that, Kev?
Yes.
No, we're not listening, Kev.
I like your style today, Jen. You're looking very like graham crackery with your colors and stuff.
Graham cracker.
Yeah, you look like a s'mores.
You look like a s'mores.
Oh, thank you. It's just very bland with a little bit of a punch of sugar because the s'mores has chocolate in it.
Yeah.
And mushrooms. Not mushrooms, they're called marshmallows. I put them.
Chin, what's your favorite dessert? Your favorite sweet?
Most recently, I don't eat sweets, but I've been stuck on eating ice cream these days. And pistachio, oh my god, pistachio ice cream. That's incredible.
I've had that.
Yeah. What about you?
I love a good donut, a cookie, and apple pie, and a milkshake. Those are the ones.
So every dessert.
Every dessert.
I fuck with cheesecake, to be honest.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying?
that's some white
Yeah.
shit. That's some white
Is it?
shit.
What do you? It's not white shit.
That's white shit.
It's not white shit. It's good. Have you ever had good flavor?
Go into any cheesecake factory, you won't see a black guy in there.
Dude, they don't. It's not. They don't just have cheesecake in there. They have everything.
That's
what
black
they
people
sell.
there. If anything, there's more black people there.
That's racist, Mark.
Yeah.
He can say the inverse, and it's not racist. But if you say it, it's racist,
And that's obvious.
that's how it works.
I was kidding. It was opposite day.
Oh, you were kidding.
You're the one who's right.
Ah, shit. I Googled,
Got you.
because for the folks at home, I have a laptop now, because I'm Nick today. So I have a laptop. I'm going to be distracted. Are we recording? That's my, And so I Googled this cheesecake white shit, and it said, cheesecake is dessert made from cheese, not feces.
Well, that's that on that.
Yeah, there you go.
What's my sweets, you ask?
Yeah.
Yes.
If we're going ice cream, I like a good Rocky Road.
What is that?
That's a great question. It's only reason I think it's vanilla and chocolate with like nuts and with marshmallows.
My nuts. Like ice cream with my nuts.
Right. What is Rocky Road ice cream? Rocky Road is a sweet confection that exists primarily between two forms of chocolate ice cream and a no-bake candy bar. This sounds big.
No, it's
not what I
It's a
eat.
candy bar in there.
Well, what do you think makes it rocky?
Marshmallows and nuts. That's what I said.
Yeah, no.
The candy bar is what threw me off. Commonly almonds.
Damn, it was invented in 1929. Imagine being at the forefront of the ice cream movement and having an idea for a fucking type of ice cream. And being like, yeah, and then now that a type of ice cream exists, and it's just like a benchmark in ice cream. I mean, that's crazy.
What about making ice cream and then you're just like realizing you could put stuff in it? Kind of along the lines of what you're saying.
I wonder.
And you're like, nobody's done this before.
Yeah.
We could throw strawberries. We could throw pineapple. And the guy's like, no pineapple.
Yeah. I wonder how long after they invented ice cream did they invent like putting stuff in the ice cream? You think the same week? You think like a month after?
That's an absolutely fucking phenomenal.
You know what I'm saying?
That's an absolutely banger question.
And I got a follow-up question.
What do you think was the first?
No. Go ahead.
What do you think was the first thing that they decided to throw out in there or on there?
I think I'm just following their kind of lineology. I think it was just chocolate chips.
You think so?
Yeah, because they didn't have a ton of shit back then. It's not like Ben and Jerry's back then.
You got a whole
Yeah, like it's not a froyo.
All right.
Yeah. read my question here.
How long after inventing ice cream did they figure out they could put stuff into the ice cream? And what was the first ingredient mixed in?
I wanted to be like,
And yeah.
boy, let's get this day. Let's see what chat says. Hey, chat.
Hey, chat.
Searching the web.
Where's Nick, by the way?
I don't know. He's ready. He was first ready.
Yeah, he was.
That's a great question. It turns out we don't know exactly when people started first mixing things into ice cream or its predecessors, but historians have put together quite a lot of. All right, God, give me the fucking short answer. I'll walk you through what's known as what's speculated one might be counted the first mix-in. If you want, I can try to track down the earliest documented case. Oh my God,
Bro, so much. Bro, sometimes I say to ChatGPT, explain it like I'm 5.
Give me the fucking short answer here, dude.
Update on Nick. He didn't see the Zoom link because it was sent from him. The link is coming from inside the house.
What's that? Well, it comes from ancient China.
Call it inside.
Alright,
That's a surprise.
why is that a surprise, Chin?
I didn't think the information.
I didn't either, to be honest.
Wait, by the way, so the first ice is the vanilla, then, right? What else could it be? But the actual ice cream, the foundation, base.
I don't know. I don't want to read all of this. It's too much.
Could you guys jump into what they mixed into it before we even figured out what ice cream really was in the first place?
Well, here we go. But what do we know about early stuff in addition? Ancient China and other early civilizations had frozen desserts that included flavorings like fruits, honey, wine. For example, Bing Lao, a frozen dessert in the Yuan dynasty, was flavored with fruits, honey, wine. Also, snow or ice was mixed with fruit purees. That's what I think. They'll mix stuff, blend it all up, or mush it all together, and have it just figure out how to think freeze stuff. That's the question. Ice. Freezing stuff is but
Imagine you don't have a freezer and you gotta freeze something right now.
not even that long ago they would have ice delivery guys.
If it gets below 32 degrees, then you just put something in a bucket and you got ice.
What if you water in a moderate temperate climate? You fuck.
Well, I don't know about China's climate, but I'm sure there's areas of
clearly.
China.
Clearly he doesn't.
I'm sure there's areas of China that get cold enough.
Chin. Does China, how cold does China get, Chin?
Wait,
132.
There you go.
oh, he knows?
No, he knows less than you.
Damn, that's
Imagine how little you know, and then think about it knowing even less than that, and then you have Chin.
You said crap. You said you were ready to be nice, or you said you weren't mean.
Yeah, at least I waited for you to show up to be mean. Unlike Kev, he was bashing you. You'll see on the episode.
bro. The stuff I was saying,
Crazy.
you probably never talked to me.
Crazy.
Jen, have you found any tattoo artists in Texas that you like?
I haven't even looked yet, but I did. Once I have, right now there's like just a ton of moving parts going on. So once everything's settled down, I'll go ahead and look for a tattoo artist.
Oh, there he
Oh,
is.
look at the guy. There's the kid. Young man.
Where is he?
Young Nikolai. I think he's in Nebraska.
Here in the Big Apple, huh? Omaha. No.
Oh my! It looks beautiful behind you.
Look at how funny. Yeah, who knew? It's like Chin and Nick. That's what meat will get you.
What? That's what meat will do.
Oh, or steaks. Omaha steaks.
Oh, my steak.
That's what built that.
Yeah. That was a
And the One World Trade Center is in Omaha.
It is.
I would never thought.
I heard they moved it.
How do I sound? I just bit the bullet and finally got new AirPods.
It sounds nice and clear and loud.
You got the new AirPods, Nick?
Yeah, 4th generation. Noise canceling is fucking crazy.
No.
I can't even hear myself.
Nick, there's newer ones coming out on Friday.
Oh, whatever. I don't need the newest ones. I just want the ones that were shaped like the original ones. And they got rid of those. And the 4s are the closest thing.
Got it. Copy that. How's New York?
You wouldn't know. Omaha's great. Mark Norman and Theo Vaughn are having a show in Omaha tonight, so I'm going to go see that. I think I love this Omaha bit almost as much as I like the Billy Bass bit. Nice. I really thought I was going to be the first person to bring back up Billy Bass.
You thought wrong.
Do it.
Yeah, just one of the legendary moments in After Hour history.
Yeah, I mean, the fans
I don't know how you
ready
guys start.
for it.
I don't know how you guys started the show, but just shout out to we are now up to 4 YouTube members. Getting me all the extra episodes. 112 paid Patreon subscribers. We're gonna reach my nemesis in no time.
Hey, your hair looks. Did you do like a new thing with your hair or what? What's going on? Your hair looks good.
For Shabbos purposes, a ring that has a signet to it. A woman who walks out with that on Shabbos is considered right. If it doesn't have the signet to it, then it's served to rub up. When it comes to a needle, if it's a whole needle without any rust, it's a cobble point. And even if it has rust, as long as it doesn't hurt the sewing process, it's a cobble point. Yeah. You never made a hole, you never made the eye to the needle, and you're planning on making that hole. So right now it's not Mikabel, it's not a completely thing. However, it's not Muktzah because it still serves a certain purpose to remove a splinter. When it comes to Shabbos and taking it out, if it has a hole, you're chayav. But if it's for a woman to put it in, it doesn't have a hole, then she's allowed to go out with it. I mean, wonderful thing. Shabbos after dinner, I hope everybody's doing great. Mishnah tells us, someone called it a das, a saddle. It's much wider than a saddle. The saddle goes on top of that. It provides for the donkey. So therefore, the donkey is allowed to go out rather with the saddle cloth, provided that it's tied to the donkey. You don't have a shadow to fall off and you pick it up. So Shmuel then must tie this for Shabbos. Christ tells us, or das,
Yo, how are you? What up, G? G, can you hear me? G, can you hear me? How's your day going? G, how you living? G, can you hear me? Did you find out about me from Twitter? G, how's your day going? What's good, son?
This episode is brought to you by ExpressVPN. More on that later. Let's get into the do.
You're watching The Honeydew with Ryan Sickler at your mom's house.
Welcome back to The Honeydew, y'all. We're over here doing it up at Studio Jeans at your mom's house. I'm your host, Ryan Sickler. I'm on social media at Ryan Sickler, RyanSickler.com. Quick date, Baltimore, September 14th. I'm coming back. One night only. Get your tickets for that show. Any in-town dates, just go to my website. It's all there for you to check out. And as I say every week, thank you. Thank you for the messages, the feedback. Thank you for supporting the show. I mean, it's still new. It's still a new show. You know, I've been podcasting for a while. This is still a new show, and I'm learning a lot about everything. So thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting the sponsors. That's how we keep this free show free. And anything you want to know about the show, thehoneydewpodcast.com. Go there. That's where you follow the social media, the email, all that merch, everything. We got some new merch coming up for you soon, too, as well. And very excited for this episode here today. Somebody I've been wanting to have on for a minute. As he said, we're family. And I say all the time, if you're new to the show, we're highlighting the lowlights over here. If you're a fan of the underdog, this is your show. These are the stories behind the storytellers. Today's storyteller, ladies and gentlemen, Joey Diaz. All right.
What's up? How are you then?
Listen, I have to say something. You just did a quick jump. I've been watching this video of you when the Star Spangled Banner comes on, and you have your head down. When that shit kicks on, you jump so hard. That just out of the game makes me laugh. You know the video I'm talking about?
I love the Star Spangled
Oh, you jumped up
I
so quick.
fucking love it. I fucking love it. Like, it's, you know, when I came here, like, you know, they let you into school. When you're an immigrant, you know, you come here and you walk around for a few days, and they let you into school, and also you start reciting that. Pledge of Allegiance. Yeah, when I did it in kindergarten, like, you gotta remember, when I got to this country, it was 1966. When I busted into the school system, it was 68. We were involved in a war. We had just finished the Cold War with the Cubans and Russia. You know, there was underground shelters in every building with Tang. Remember Tang?
Tang, I do.
Tang, and like fucking Spam.
That's the astronaut.
Yeah, sardines. Every basement was prepared for a nuclear thing. But
we had the pear jars, mason jars.
Mason jars.
We had all like
everybody had a fallout shelter.
We did have one.
If you're young, a fallout shelter is when you go when fucking Iran sends a missile over here. Back in the 60s, you would go into the fallout shelter. Thank God you never had to go into them. But patriotism was big. And it was bigger for me because I was in another country. I was just trying to fit in. So the Star Spangled Banner, I pledge allegiance. You know, it's so funny how right now there's a thing in the news that I hate to highlight, but let's talk about it. About a guy who said, go back to your own country. Let me fucking tell you something. 20 years ago, that was a staple in New York. You couldn't just talk from the language from your country in New York when I was growing up. They would look at you after 3 minutes and go, oh, America.
Really? You speaking Spanish?
Yeah, Spanish. Whatever the fuck you were talking that wasn't New Yorkish, they would say, oh, cut it out. You're in America. And then you would yell something back, and then they would yell back. If you don't like it, go back to your own fucking country. But on this fucking street, you're speaking English. And that's it. And, you know, it was something that was, I remember because it was said to me.
So here's what I want to talk to you about, because I want to go back to the beginning. You said you came to the United States in 1966. How old are you at that age?
3.
All right, so you have no memories of
nothing.
So this is your country. You get here at 3 years old, and where do you begin? Where does and are your parents married? Are they together?
My parents are married. They're in somewhere in New York. I remember waking up in a house in Union City, a block and a half from my mother's house, across from a school called either Robert Waters or something. Tragedy struck. My father died.
How?
Heart attack at the bar.
How old?
37. Ooh. So my mom didn't like the Jersey house. She didn't. When somebody dies, you move.
But how old were you when he died? So?
3.
Okay, so it happened. All this is happening just
right,
to get
3.
here.
So then we go to 89th Street and Riverside Drive.
Just you and your mom.
Just me and my mom.
No siblings.
No siblings. I'm with my mom 24 hours a day.
And her family's where?
Cuba.
All back in Cuba.
Except for my uncle who's in LA.
Okay.
I still talk to my
She's
uncle.
still by herself. All right. And how old your mom? Single mom, new country?
38. My mom had been here as a teenager.
Okay, all right.
My mom had been here and knew the language and already was running numbers. Then she went back to Cuba.
Okay.
What happened to my mother was very interesting. My mother was 16 or 15, and she went to a dance with my aunt, like a high school dance. And somewhere along the dance, my mom noticed that his sister Rosita was missing. So she went outside, started yelling for Rosita, and she found a guy raping Rosita.
Whoa.
My mom took a glass, broke it, and stabbed the guy.
Wow.
The guy dies.
What?
They take my mother and ship her out of Cuba that night. Just a young kid. Like remember Vito Corleone was half retarded. He got the Ellis Island, he's singing songs and shit. That was my mother, right?
Wait, so they literally took her,
My family.
your whole
Put
family,
whatever pennies they had, as poor as they were,
and said, you're out.
You're out.
Where?
New York City.
They were sent to New York City.
Sent to Miami.
This wasn't a work.
She had distant cousins in New York City. She
Wow.
went to New York, stayed with them for a while, snuck into the country. You know, but you gotta remember, there was no TSA.
Right.
You know, you could just give them a fucking piece of paper then, and if you could fog the bottom of the glass, they'd let you in. Fog this. Okay, you're in. You know, this was way before anything.
Right.
You know, there was no drug smuggling going on, so it was wide open border. So she came in, moved to like the city or something, went to work for a fucking numbers guy, and she met a girl, and her and that girl became partners. Like they were a team for a couple of years.
And doing what? Running the number.
And her and my dad met in New York, but they went back to Cuba because my grandmother was sick. So when we were in Cuba, my mom had my sister, who was about 4 years older than me, and me. Then something went down. Like I couldn't get all the accurate stories. I get store bits and pieces from my uncle. He's 80 and he lives in Glendale. I just went to a Dodger game with him.
That's your source.
So, but whenever I ask him, somebody tells me a little bit more than I want to know. So I stopped asking. You know what I'm saying? So I had to stop. So then they came back, and my mother used that girl's name to get back into the States. When my mother went back to Cuba, she went back as a lady named Sophia Cecilia. She was a Puerto Rican woman. That was the mother of the girl my mom hung out with.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so then my mom came back. My dad died a few months later, and here we are on 89th Street. I was probably 4.5. And then that apartment got raided. For what? Over the numbers. There was a shakedown. I still remember the cops sitting me down on the couch and then separating me and my mother. My mother had already trained me, shut your mouth. You don't know nothing. You know, my mom was already training me in a way that I didn't know. And then my mom had a bag with cash and all the numbers receipts. So what happened was my mom had the building wired. The landlord called. And I answered. It was like 8 in the morning, and they're like, the cops are on their way up. So I woke my mother up. My mother got up, went in the closet, and took a bag out the receipts and the cash. Went to the kitchen. There was a balcony under her, an old lady. She would do the old lady like 50 a week. And she threw the bag under. The bag landed on the second floor on her balcony. The cops rushed in. There was nothing to arrest my mother for. But I still remember being my mom being handcuffed and me sitting on a couch. And then the landlord, and they left. They didn't arrest my mother. They gave her a ticket. It was basically a shakedown in those days. If they find 10 G's, they take 6 of it. And they leave you 4 and you don't go to jail. But my mom was hip to them, whatever, and they kept threatening my mom. 2 days later, we moved around the corner to 205 West 88th Street, between Broadway and Amsterdam, and I went to a grammar school named PS 166. Okay. Stayed there until like the 3rd grade, 2nd grade, then 3rd, 4th, and 5th. I went to Sacred Heart School for Boys. That was a private school.
Were you starting to have trouble? Were you?
I just admitted to my wife something that a lot of people don't know about me. I didn't want to tell my wife until my daughter got older. From the age of 4 to 6, I was a very sickly kid. There was a lot of problems with me. There was mental problems with me because of my father. And I was a sickly kid. I was allergic to maple syrup. I had stomach problems with my ears. I had problems with my throat. I couldn't breathe at night. You know, they knew me by first name basis at Medical Center on 165th Street, and they knew me like I went to the hospital between the ages of 4, without exaggeration. If I average it out, it was every 10 days.
Damn.
Like I wouldn't go for 2 weeks, but then I'd go 3 days in a row.
And it would always be something else. It wouldn't be consistently
It was just
asthma.
I was a sickly fucking kid.
Yo,
I was really skinny.
how are you?
My mom didn't know what to do with me.
Can you hear me?
I didn't really like a lot of the foods.
What's good?
Emulsive of God.
Hello?
Emulsive of God is like the fish grinded down his eyeballs, his feet.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, you go to CVS now because kids are pussies. They flavored it because these little faggots are young. They're like vanilla flavored and fucking strawberry.
They really
flavored.
have this shit? I'm
Look
gonna
it up.
go look. I have.
It's called Emulsive of God.
All right.
And I'm gonna tell you something. A couple years ago, I went back on it.
You did?
I found a little bottle. First couple days, I fucking puked it up. But after a while, I felt how much better I felt. It's a tough fucking swallow. But your dick will never die. You'll never get sick. You'll never get AIDS. You'll never get dementia. If you drink that fucking stuff, Scott's Emulsive of fucking, you'll never get nothing. No dementia. Nothing. It's a proven fact.
One a day?
I don't know how it is now, but when these fucking people had it before, they just threw the fish in the blender. His tongue, his brain, and it was a milky paste.
And you drank that?
I was not allowed to go to school until I drank in the morning. So she would give me a fresh glass of orange juice, and she'd be waiting with the spoon, and I'd have to drink it and fucking down the orange juice. And I'd puke it, she'd go, let's do it again. I mean, it got that bad. Like, I was that sickly of a kid.
Well, why wouldn't you want to tell anybody that? Why didn't you want to admit that?
Because I didn't want, if my daughter would get sick, I didn't want it to be like genetic. Like, I didn't know. My daughter does have asthma, but it has not affected her like it affected me at that age. I was allergic to dogs. Really, I was allergic to cats. I was allergic to just my eyes would swell up, my throat would swell up when I would choke.
And did this fish shit, did it cure you of allergies, or did it just protect you from that?
What happened was, my mom went to see like in Cuba, what's the big thing in Santeria? So my mom went to see a Santeria lady that she knew for a long time and asked her. And it said that I needed to be inducted because for health reasons. And by the age of 6, by the age of 5, I would go up to 100. I lived on 88th Street with a bunch of little faggy white kids, and they were nice kids and stuff. And we had a good time. You know, we played kick the can and stickball and hot peas and butter. Go get your mother. We would, you ever play hot peas and butter? Go get your mother.
No.
That's when you hide a belt with a metal buckle. You have to hide it. So I hide it, and all of us are playing, and we're in this room. I'm like, you're hot, but the base is 30 yards away. So if you find the belt, you get to whip us all the way till we find it. And it's up to you if you want to whip us with the belt or the metal side. So if you whip somebody with the metal
play
side,
that game now. Remember when you complained like that? Like, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to fuck you up all the way back. So you can say ABCD, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and whistle.
hot peas and butter, go get your mother. The only thing I hate Bill Cosby before the rape, like I always thought he was a sack of shit, but he really always was a sack of shit. Like I thought he was a sack of shit. It was confirmed to me in '93 at the Colorado Festival that Judy Brown put on, and in '93 and '94 he showed up and I saw him. He was talking shit about dirty comics. So I never liked him. I always knew he was a pukey fuck. But the only thing he ever said on his one good album was he spoke about a game named Buck Buck.
Yeah.
That's another New York City
They have that on Fat Albums.
That's Buck Buck. Buck every day. You can't
You run and jump on somebody's back, right?
Yeah, you jump on somebody. That's why all these kids got that nucleosis shit with the fucked up back. Scoliosis. Whatever the fucked up. These little fat kids today, they all got scoliosis. Because You don't play fuck. When I play
You know what? It might be some
dog, one kid in my neighborhood's got scoliosis. He might have had a punctured lung, but scoliosis did not exist in my neighborhood because we played fuck, and the girls played too.
So if I remember correctly, so somebody grabs on a wall, whatever, they bend over. You're standing up here, now you're bent in a 90.
So I'm the pillow.
And then you connect like a centipede,
with my
right?
neck, and we all connect like centipedes.
And then somebody sprints from back
30 yards, sprints and leaps.
and legs out, like dropping their ass on your spine.
On your spine.
And you're supposed to try to hold.
You're holding on. So what you do is
But then does that person stay and another one comes, or do they get off?
we have strategies
Going, right?
Some assholes would just jump over, they play to be frauds.
Yeah.
Me, I play to fucking win. So I would jump. I tell you, so Ryan Sickler, who's the weak link in that Bert Kreischer. Everybody jump on Bert. Everybody jump on Everybody jump on Bert.
Right.
So we would all just get
But I'm
Bert.
saying you go first, but you get to stay on the bird's back and then the next bird until he
I
breaks,
can
right?
crawl all the way up.
Oh, okay.
Let's say you put the skinny guy up front.
Okay.
Because there's different rules. There's English rules.
Yeah.
There's white rules.
Right.
Black people didn't give a fuck. Where they landed, they landed. They had afros. They had the helmet, you know what I'm saying, in the 70s. So when let's say you would land, like the English rules, you could pull yourself up. But in the black and white rules of the city kids, where you landed was where you landed.
And you stay.
So I went for the weakest link.
Okay.
So let's say there was something like, let's say Bird, me, Tom, Rogan, Ari, and Duncan were playing Esther Coop. I'm just throwing Esther Coop up because she's a tiny girl. Let's say Esther Coop was, I want to play. Our plan is to break Esther Coop.
Yeah, I'm running up
Whatever
there and
Esther
drop
Coop
on
lands,
us.
and then this was the
30 yards. I get to sprint 30 yards.
20 yards, 10 yards.
And then I just get to leap and try to break us.
But here's the beauty of it. Once we all get on top of Esther Coop, then there's a countdown. 10, 9, 8. That's when you have to try to break them.
Oh,
Right.
so what happens if they don't break?
So right now you're on top of Esther Coop, and everybody starts grabbing Esther Coop's tits and her pussy, right? They just everybody. Like so,
For us.
it could be Esther Coop, it could be Whitney Cummings. They all go down. Like the girls would be stop grabbing my tit. We'd be fucking choking them, pulling their fucking hair. So girls weren't allowed to play. After a while, girls were like, that's too rough.
Yeah, no shit.
So then it was just guys.
Would the girls go dirty too? Would you?
Oh yeah,
balls
girls
and
would
everything?
scratch with their
Oh
fucking-
yeah.
And it was legal. Some girls were fucking dirty bitches. They'd scratch. But let's say you landed on a guy, it was the same thing. It was and it was punching
up the ball,
grabbing his
yeah,
ball,
everything.
and he'd be yelling, "Stop grabbing my balls! One of you is a faggot! Why are you doing this to me?" And all of us would just be punching his fucking nuts until the line breaks, and then we kept doing it over.
But what if the line doesn't break? What is
Then now it's their turn.
Oh, they get the. All right,
They're walking away from you with their hair messed up.
Bleeding.
Now it's our turn, motherfucker. Fucking tremendous game.
Dude, I remember that. Yeah.
So I graduated from playing all those street games on 88th Street to 148th Street. That was a different type of individual. Like,
What were they doing up there?
they were killers.
All right. Buck
Buck was like nothing for them. They didn't even play
out
buck
up there.
They played buck with garbage cans, and they just threw it at each other. The kids on 148th Street were Puerto Rican, Irish, Italian, a couple Jews, and all of them were tough.
But we're talking same age range and everything.
Same age range.
World.
Before I got into Santeria, my mom would send me up to my godmother's house on 148th Street in Broadway, 20 blocks from the epicenter of the world. Harlem. You're 20 blocks from home. I was the heartbeat of New York City. I'm 20 blocks from the heartbeat of New York City. 6'5". Wow. So I'm hanging out down there on 88th Street playing Buck Club, killing rats. 148th Street.
6 years old, you're killing the rat.
Complete different game. First day on 148th, they came up to me, how you doing? Ricky, whatever. They're like, what do you want to do? I don't want to play stickball. They're like, nah, you want to see a body? I'm like, what are you talking about? They're like, let's go see a dead body. I'm like, I like these kids.
They took me down to West Side Avenue, and they had some guy who had been hit by a car. This is the 70s. This is like 65. There was no CSI. If you got hit by a car, you were there for like 2 or 3
You
days.
saw that your first dead body.
The first dead body I saw, he was already had the flies on him, and they just threw plywood over him, and he was starting to stink like from 10 feet away. Like he had just been there, maybe like his kids were. He was right by the Hudson River, and we would walk down to the Hudson River. And then finally, 2 days later, we went down there. It was a crime scene, obviously. Some fucking, in those days, people didn't jog. It's not like today that they're jogging.
Yeah,
I can kill you and drop you on a 170. They'd never find you. Today, these fucking joggers are out there looking around. And they always find bodies, joggers. It's not like they find like a $20 bill. You don't see the jogger go, I found an envelope full of money. They always find some lady beat up and raped. What the fuck kind of morning is that?
Oh my God. Oh shit. We're only at 6. All this we're only at 6. Holy shit.
I was ashamed. I was ashamed of going up there.
Why?
Because my mother had money and these kids didn't.
All right, so what was the reason you first went up there? Just
because my godmother lived up there, and my mother wanted to see if we could mix.
So your mom would go up with you, and then you'd go outside
and play with my mom. Play them. She had a dog named Lassie for Collie. And even though I was allergic to dogs and my eyes would swell up, I really liked going up there and playing with the fucking dog. So, over time, my mom let me do sleepovers up there. She had an older daughter. My godmother name was Bella. Rest in peace. And her husband's name was Raul. And they had a spare bedroom, and I would just go up there. And she would talk to me about Santeria. Little by little. Every day she'd tell me a story. She would just tell me things, like little things, like a story about, I always liked Catholic stories, like Frank's, I don't know what saint it was, he got accused of murder when he went to court. A note came from the heavens and said he was innocent or something. When you get into those Catholic type stories, I really enjoyed that shit as a kid. But in Santeria, they're entities, but they're supposed to be, because they hid them from the slaves in Cuba, by the slave owners in Cuba, by tying them in with these same Catholic saints. So nobody would really know. So she would just tell me little things, little stories, and then she would let me sit in when she did readings.
Yo, what up, Jose?
Like in the living room. No, she had like her own little room with a safe.
Yeah, go fuck yourself, dog.
At this time, I had never seen chickens' heads getting cut.
So I want to talk about it.
Yeah, like at that time, I wasn't hip to that. That's not what I wanted to do, or nothing like that. And it was just about love. It was just, she would just tell me about different things.
You say sit in when people from the neighborhood come over.
Yeah, they pay like $40 and you read them. Not their future, but who's working against them. What they can eat, what they can't do.
More of a guide, sort of.
Yeah, so
spiritual guide.
Yeah, so with me, like this, it's just like Catholicism. You have to receive, like, first you have to get baptized, then you have to get some different things you receive. This thing named like water.
Is baptism the same as the same style as Catholic?
No, they don't throw no water at you. They kill a chicken.
Yeah.
And they fucking give you this thing called guano bones. You put them by your door. And they guard your house. And then you graduate to other things. And then let's say you want to commit to the religion. And that's completely different than like this. People who go to Cuba today and do the whole week long ceremony. It's a week. No phone calls, no TV, it's a week. And for me to get healthy, that was the only way I was going to get healthy. So I agreed to do it, and my mother did it. We both did it together. It wasn't like my mom. I can't stand when parents put their kids into cults. If you want to be an asshole and below the cult leader, leave your kid with the grandmother. I dated a girl for years who I loved dearly. In fact, today we're still very close. And
And the only reason why we didn't pass a certain point was because the parents involved those kids in the cult. And I always used to tell them, you got to press charges because they were victims of, I don't know, the mother or father went to Mexico to go to school. They joined the cult in Indiana. And, they have 9 kids and 4 of them belong to the cult. For real. And they live as a family today like nothing happened. And I'm like, I want to respect your mother and father. If you want to be an asshole and go to Jonestown, that's fine, Brian. I wish you all luck in the world. But leave the kid with me. I'll leave your kid with me. I'll take care of the best as I can. Don't take him down the guy hand because you want to be an asshole. No, in that case, my case, I wanted to do it. My mother gave me $1,000. I'm like, no, I want to be healthy. I want to do it. And it's a week-long process. It starts on a Friday, and then I'll let you out on Friday, then you got to dress in white for a year.
All right, so what are you doing that week? How old are you when you go?
6.
All right, do you remember what you had to go through, some of what you did that week, what rituals, what did you do?
Rituals. I can't tell you all of them. It's like being born again. You start from scratch, they shave your head.
Okay.
Then you go into the next level.
Is there any water dumping or any of that?
Yeah, no, they take you. You gotta go to an ocean.
You do?
Yeah, and jump in. And I'll never forget that they were all dark-skinned Cubans. And I did my Saint in November. It was so cold that they had to break. It was a river. They had to break the river to get the water poured over my head. So while they did it to my mom, I'm like, fuck you fucking Negroes. And I started running. And they're chasing me in the front. Come back. So they brought me back. They hit me with whatever your Saint is. That's how many scoops you get. I got 8 free water, and then you go somewhere and you have to close your eyes and they initiate you and the whole thing. And then Sunday is your big day. Sunday is when they tell you about your future and what things you have to avoid in life. And I sit here before you at the age of 56. I'm going to have my 50th year of anniversary of being I have my stuff. I practice to myself, but I only practice it with other people. Like, I don't go out. I don't go to Santeria parties, even though I've been invited to thousands of them, because the guy who played Edie on me was that big black guy that was the black guy in the movie with Sean Penn.
Oh, Forrest Whitaker?
Yes, Forrest Whitaker's a big Santeria guy.
Oh, yeah.
The model that got 5 feet, pussy, Playboy. She won that Vanessa Williams.
I love how your descriptions and I'm getting them. That was Fast Times original.
So all those guys, there's a big black community that has involvement in Santeria. I went to one party, and there was no offense against them. I didn't like it because I was raised in Cuban Santeria environment.
And is that where it started? Is it a Cuban religion?
Yes, it came from the slaves in Africa. Okay, when in Cuba, they practiced in Cuba. It's in Cuban culture. Cuban culture, like the Filipino. There's so much. A lot of people don't know this. The biggest Chinatown in the world outside of China of 1959 was Cuba.
I didn't know that.
Cuba had the biggest Chinatown
in
in
San Francisco. Maybe that's
Cuba would eat it up in 1959. So Fidel took over. They had the biggest Chinatown and influenced Cuba. That's why when you go to a Chinese or Cuban restaurant, the last thing on the menu is Cuban style Chinese fried rice. I pay attention. I do acupuncture because my mother did acupuncture. We were kids every Thursday. My mother drove me down to Chinatown and buy minerals and herbs. What good did it do? She snorted coke.
I was just about to ask about the minerals.
When it comes to the minerals, the Colombians always win. I used to go to acupuncture to stop snorting coke.
Yeah.
And she put like a needle in my ear. And I'd still snort coke that night. The needle would fly out of my ear.
Alright, so do you start to see changes in health and everything now that you practice?
Confidence, health,
allergies getting
Settling. I was more settled as a young kid. I wasn't settled after my father's death. His death really fucking hurt me. Like it really. And then my confidence, my self-confidence, not having a father, but my mother was a tough motherfucker. She doubled as much as she can, but you still need a father's love.
But all the time they're talking to you about your dad.
Oh yeah,
Photos
my
of him
father. Yeah,
they're asking.
Yeah, there was two specific guys that. Oh my God, I was baptized Catholic, and again, I am old school Catholic. If Ryan Sickler comes to me and says, I'm having a child, and I want you to be the godfather, I have to sit Ryan down and explain to him what my rules are as a godfather, because these white people today, they just baptize your kid. They have no respect.
I love these. A friend of mine did.
No respect.
Said, here's the deal with me.
No respect.
He was like, I'm not the godfather.
Yeah, no respect. If Ryan Sickler comes to me and says, I want you to be Nicholas's godfather, Nicholas knows one thing for sure. If I'm not on the road on Saturday, I have to break away from my daughter for 2 hours every Saturday for my date with Nicholas. And when I get to the house, you're supposed to say to me, do me a favor, he didn't eat breakfast on Tuesday, and he's getting B's on his report card. Talk to him. Because I'm through with him. Like it's a two-hand game. It's a psychological game. So now your godfather, he's the good guy. He takes you to the movies. He takes you to the toy store. But he tells you to listen to your fucking mother and eat all your fucking steak. Well, I can't come over or your mother won't let me take you out. I had a really good godfather. His name was Gabilan. And he grew up with my father in Cuba. And he had a hot wife. The wife came baptized me. Him and his wife broke up. And I had to pick a side. So my mother picked Gabby because they had grown up together. But every time I would go to Miami, that godmother would come visit me, give me $1,000. Wow. Spend the day with me, hug me, kiss me. And she said, you can't go back and tell your mother because I'm not allowed to do this. They'll kill me. But you're my godson. So she risked her life to come see me. So I had a Santeria godmother and I had a real godmother. But my godfather was Ace. Ace. First motherfucker there. When I was about 8, he took me to see the chicks eat dead pussies. That type of dude. Like that type of godfather. And if you tell your mother how fucking I can't come by. But he had me. He was the baddest motherfucker.
Where did he take you? Where did you go to see that?
Somewhere
a party,
midtown
a
Manhattan.
movie.
He was a pop star. He was a heavy-duty pop star. So as soon as I got in his car, he would roll a joint in front of me when I was 5 and go, don't say nothing to your mother. Even though I knew my mother smoked. Okay. So he'd roll a joint. He was one of those guys that smoked it. And then he got giggly with me. So then we'd go to 42nd Street, park, we'd get a hot dog, and he'd let me pick a movie. Like, so the first 2 thirds, he did basically like the world's greatest athlete and the love bug. And then he sat me down there, he's like, listen, I ain't taking you to those faggot movies no more. So he started taking me. The first movie he took me to was the Valachi Papers. Yeah, Charles Bronson is Joe Valachi when he were at it. And that was it. I was hooked. So every Saturday, every other Saturday, he took me to all those famous movies. The Killer Elite. I mean, across 110th Street, like he was taking me to see adult movies, even though I was telling my mother I wanted to see Disneyland. Yeah. And then, but the movie that he took me that was just traumatizing. And he did this, guys. He did this till I was about 12, guys. He did this till I was about 12. That was his dedication. That's why I'm the way I am, because I was raised around people who were very consistent like that. It was a big piece of their life. But I still remember going to see Dirty Harry. Oh, yeah. Okay? Going to the movie, leaving Dirty Harry, we went to Tad's Steakhouse in New York. It's it's still there. If you eat it, dads, you're gonna die. It's like a fucking steak. It's like a steak that's just 2 days older than a steak. They didn't freeze it. It's like a black guy's leg, and they throw it. They give you a baked potato, a salad, garlic bread, and Jello.
Jello.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Jello or whipped cream, I'd lose my mind. And I'll never forget, after, like by this time, he was already smoking dope in front of me. He was already giggling in front of me. And he would always ask me, "You like girls?" I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? So he would take me to his girlfriend's house and make out with them. And then on the way out, he'd grab their tit. You gotta grab their tit. You get older. He'd say shit like that to me, and I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And then about a year later,
I'm 8, man.
And then about a year later, he goes, "I'm gonna take you somewhere where you can't tell your mom." And he took me to this girlfriend at his house with another young chick there, and they just started eating each other out, using dildos. And I was about 8. All I could think about was going to sleep. Like, it was so overwhelming.
They knew you were watching, or they didn't know?
No, they knew. He was giggling, smoking a joint. Oh, what do you think? What do you think of a pussy? All this shit. Do you like it? Is that something that you would be attracted to? Because my mother was...
you would be attracted.
My mother was very concerned.
He knows you're not. Yeah, wait. He's up there showing you this to go back to tell your mom that.
No, he didn't want to tell my mom. But the problem was, he did not want my mom. When I was young, my mom had a bar. She hadn't remarried yet. So I was always surrounded by women. So my mom was scared that I would be gay. So she would make sure Gabby would talk to me about pussy and getting my dick sucked and all this shit.
I got this, don't worry.
Gabby talked me into asking my babysitter for a blowjob. The night that Muhammad Ali fought Joe Frazier, see if they can pull up the date. Whatever night Muhammad Ali fought Joe Frazier the first time, Gabby gave me money. Gabby asked me, "You got money? Just give her money." Like, all these kids in school were talking about a blowjob. So I was 8 years old.
71.
I was 8.
It's on my birthday, March 8th. You got
There you go.
I fuck out their birthday. March 8th.
Joe Frazier fought Muhammad Ali at the garden. My mother went to the fight, and she looked at the Puerto Rican babysitter.
And 2 years later to the day I was born.
2 years fucking later.
How about that?
No, on that day, I had a bunch of quarters, and I had a bunch of singles, because I used to hustle at my mother's bar. So I had a babysitter named Tina. And Tina came over.
Now, how old are you at this point? You're 9? 8. 8, okay. 8. And Tina's how old?
She's about 31.
What?
My mother died when she was 48.
Oh my God.
So my mother was about 40. Yeah, she was about 40, 41. Tina was about 32, 33. And she was babysitting me, and I had it all planned up. I waited for my mother to leave. And I had like a bag of change, a couple dollars in there, and I went right out there.
Change.
Like, Tina, let me ask you a question. Because my godfather told me to ask her.
Yeah.
Because he kept telling me, when you think something, it's going to be great. You're going to love it. I'm like, what are you talking about?
You asked Tina?
I go, where do I Tita? I go, where do I get my dick sucked? And he goes, ask your babysitter. Don't say nothing about it. So I went to Tina. On that night, about 7:30.
March 8th, like,
and I go, Tina, if I give you $20, will you suck my dick? And she's like, yeah, but you gotta take a shower. At that time I was dirty. I was a dirty little fucker that like showers every day. And that night I took a shower, I put underwear on, I put like a gold chain on.
Gold chain?
Cologne on, and I went to bed. And I waited for her to come to suck my dick. I'm like, Tina, I'm ready. And I had my little tidy whities on, no skid marks, the whole fucking thing. And this dirty bitch comes in and blows on my stomach. And she goes, that's a blowjob. And she walks out and I go, that's not a blowjob. So I started arguing with her, right? This argument for about an hour. I want my money back.
8 years old.
I'm like, I want my fucking money back. People are going to get hurt and all this shit.
People are going to
She calls my mother. She's like, I don't know what's going on with him. You know, you better talk to him. He's threatening me and all this shit. Now I'm crazy. When I was a young kid, I used to play like bingo with my mom. I would go to the bar and clean toilets. My mom would make me stick my hand in the tampon box and take the tampons out. Out. When I got $10, it was my $10 I was going to kill you for it. Like, there was no charity in my world. I remember, like, my mother going, they want $1 for the Heart Association. They're not going to get it from me. And my mom was like, you have to learn to donate. I'm not donating shit. I got to go clean latrines for this money. So I gave Tina, like, my hard-earned $20. And she didn't suck my dick. I barely went to sleep. Like, I was crying all night. And then my mother came home at 3. And when I got up that morning, my mother went to give me Tina was asleep on the couch. And my mother was in the room, like, making eggs, getting the emulsive of cotton ready. And here I am sharpening a knife. Like, I was that crazy at that age. Like, I was sharpening a knife. And my mom was like, what's going on with you? Well, let me tell you. My poor mother, God rest her soul. My poor mother, she's hungover. She probably did a gram of blow the night before, dirty cocktail. And she's smoking a cigarette. She's like, what's going on with you this morning? I go, listen, let me tell you what happened last night. And I'm telling her this in Spanish. I go, mira, le di 20 pesos a Nita. Porque my mamá la piña. And she wouldn't suck it. She didn't suck it. I want my $20 back. And then, like, took my mother for, like, a fucking loop. And she was like, come again? Yeah, I can't even imagine. I gave Tina $20 to suck my dick last night, and she didn't do it. I want my $20 back. And I'll never forget my mother just smoking that cigarette, looking at me going, like, she was just starting to worry. And she goes, can I ask you a question? I go, what? She goes, there's women that hang out at my bar, and they get $100, maybe $50 for a blowjob. Why would Tina suck your little dick for $20? And I'm like, listen, I don't know what the fucking stock market or the stock value is. All I know is all my $20, I'm gonna stab this bitch. And as I went, like, I was sharpening it. I'm dead serious. Like, I remember I was ready to kill up my $20.
This is March 9th,
March 9th. I was gonna wake her up like Henry Hill's wife with a knife to her throat. Yeah. And say, you better give me my $20. I'm gonna stab you right now. It got so bad in the living room, and my mother had to hold me back. And my mother gave me $20.
Tina just wouldn't give it up?
Tina would not give it up. I didn't talk to Tina for months after that. I hit her in the head with a shoehorn. Like a year later, and she wouldn't let me watch Hawaii 5-0. Hawaii 5-0 was on, and she told me how to go to bed. And I had one of those shoehorns on a string. I just blasted her on the fucking head with it. Oh, and that was the end of the Tina fucking babysitting thing. But it's crazy how my godfather took me to see Dirty Harry. We were sitting at Tad's Steakhouse, and at the end he goes, open your hands. I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, open your hands under the table. And he put a 44 Magnum in my hand.
A 44 and an 8-year-old man?
He goes, this is the same gun. This is the same gun that police would have. They'll blow your fucking head off. I just want you to feel what a gun felt like. And after that, I got a different look at my life. Like, after that, I was like, he was my God. He was like my God, you know? Yeah. After that, my mom remarried. My mom remarried before all this shit happened. Like, I got good after my mom remarried. My mom got married 50 years ago, 3 days ago. Jerk off land on the moon. Whatever the fuck. That wasn't even the moon. You could tell it was fucking Santa Barbara dirt. That wasn't even the moon. And that's not even a conspiracy theory. There's no way that was the moon. That looked like Yankee Stadium with dirt on the floor.
Let's take a quick break to tell you about our sponsor, ExpressVPN. If you believe that you're not being snooped on or that nobody cares about your online data, well then I'm sorry to disappoint you, but you are wrong. Because you listen to my show, you're clearly smart enough to understand that your privacy is under attack, all right? Hackers, governments, ad companies, and ISPs are all gobbling up your data, like all of it. That's why I recommend getting the software I trust to protect my online activity, ExpressVPN. Their apps use powerful encryption to secure your data. ExpressVPN runs in the background of your computer or your phone, and then you just use the internet like you normally would. You download the app, you click to connect, and voila, you're protected. I'd never go online without ExpressVPN, and you shouldn't do it either. ExpressVPN is the fastest VPN I've tried. It costs less than $7 a month, and it comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. ExpressVPN uses new cutting-edge technology called Trusted Server to make sure there's no logs of what you do online. It's time to stop hackers, Big Brother, and internet companies from grabbing all your data. Take back your online privacy like I did with ExpressVPN. Protect your online activity today and find out how you can get 3 months free at expressvpn.com/honeydew. That's expressvpn.com/honeydew for 3 months. 3 months free with a 1-year package. Visit expressvpn.com/honeydew to learn more. Now let's get back into the show. So wait, real quick. Your mom remarries. Do you get close with her new husband? Is he a stepfather or is he her second husband? How do you look at that? That's got to be.
He was a big time bookmaker. And I met him while he was doing time in Sing Sing. He would send me Sing Sing is in upstate New York. He would send he would send me pictures every week of Disney and Hercules and shit like that. He would draw. He was phenomenal. And one day my mom said, "Do you want to go visit him? He wants to visit you." And I go, "Yeah, I don't know." And she goes, "We gotta get up early in the morning. It's like a 3-hour drive." I would go up there and visit him, talk to him. And my mom was like, "What do you think?" I'm like, "I guess he's okay. I'm gonna accept the fucking black and white suit. He seems like a nice guy." You know what I'm saying? So when he got out, he was dating my mother, but he was in the halfway house. So he would only come over for dinner.
He had to go back there at night or whatever.
Yeah, he had to go back at night. So it was pretty nice to have him around. He filled that. He was a good team. At that age, yes, he was. He taught me how to comb my hair. He taught me how to take showers, how to be a man, how to iron, how to color coordinate your suits. He was just a great all-around guy. So my mother wasn't going to marry him. And they got married on July 11th, 1969. He was always 6. And he moved in with us. He was a great dad. He never laid a hand on me. He would make me kneel on beans. Like if I did something wrong, I would have to kneel on beans and stare at the wall. That was an old Cuban punishment. Or he would make me write in Spanish. I will not yell at my mother. I will not talk back to the teacher.
Respect for your mom.
Yes. Your mom. At that time, yes. At that time, everything was great. And he filled that void, you know. I got into karate. I used to get beat up. I used to get into a fight like 3 times a week with Rudy the Haitian. There was a kid on my block who was a Haitian kid. He used to blah, all that shit. He was Rudy. So we just called him Rudy the Haitian. When I was in the 1st grade at kindergarten, I played hooky. I was in the 1st grade. I was telling Steve Simone this yesterday. In the 1st grade, my mom, the 1st grade didn't monitor you in kindergarten. So I would leave the 1st grade and go buy hot dogs.
Where? You just outside school?
Yeah. You made it right on BS 166. You in like St. Nicholas or something else. Correct me if anybody's from New York City. And there was a hot dog behind the corner. So I would eat hot dogs. And I felt that the more hot dogs I ate, the more American I became. So I would eat hot dogs. One day they called me to say, "No, I have to go leave the building." And I didn't give a fuck. So now I knew that they had that route protected. This is a true story. So they had blood beef. They had a blood beef base. And I loved their roast beef with lettuce and tomato and fucking vinegar and oil with mayo. And one day I'm walking and guess who picks me up? The children's office. And they go, "You're supposed to be in school." I go, "No." He goes, "Let's go back to your house." But I knew that my mother was sleeping with me. My mother would get home at 3 in the morning at the bar. So I didn't knock on her door. I knocked on the neighbor's door because I knew the neighbor was at work. So I said, "I told you my mother's not home." And he goes, well, we could go either go back to school. This is a true story, guys. Can you believe it? And I go, you hungry? And he goes, I could eat. So let's go over with the rugby face. You know, I brought this motherfucker up Olympic and he let me go. In 1969, I won this guy at Olympic and he goes, all right, we can't walk out of here together. Walk out to make a left and I'll make a right. That was it. I never saw the truant officer no more. So I kept playing hooky because they would call the house when my mom wouldn't answer the phone. I like school, but I didn't like that 12 to 3 sessions. Suck my dick. We only need 9 to 12 when I'm good. That 12 to 3, it don't work for me. You know what I'm saying? It's nice out. You want to sit in a classroom like a fucking prisoner of war. You know what I'm saying? So one day I go to Central Park. I had a lunchbox. My mother gave me a lunchbox. They made me bring a lunchbox. Like a bagel or something. I fucking hated a lunchbox. You have them like white kids, motherfuckers get like a sandwich and an apple and like a napkin, like a pudding. That's Spanish people. We get like Cuban soup in the thermos, cologne, a sandwich, rosary beads, a candle while we eat, a napkin, Spanish music, they put the radio in there. They do everything. Like it weighs 80 pounds. Like if I flew United with that thing, they charge me the yardstick with a little Beetle lunchbox. So I figured if I told my mother I lost it, she wouldn't get me the lunchbox. So I went to Central Park to throw it in the lake. As I went to get to the lake, these 3 little Irish kids came up to me like, "What's the lunchbox?" And I would have gave it, but I was like, "You know, I didn't want the lunchbox." So I hit one of the kids with the lunchbox and opened it up. And I'm fighting the 3 kids. I'm getting my ass kicked like 6, 5. I don't know what I'm doing. And the kid hits me in the head with a thermos. Those metal thermoses, the glass inside. That might have hit me in the head. I touched my head and I had blood all over it. And I fucking ran home. And they couldn't take me to the hospital. My mother was in the war in Jersey. So what they did was they sent me to the hospital and they had to wait for my mom to get the consent form, and they stitched me up. You know, when my mom found out I played hooky, after they stitched me up, she beat me at the hospital. Like she was just beating me at the hospital. Then another time, you're in the right spot. Let me say how retarded I was as a kid. But that beating I got changed my life. That beating opened me up to society. And then she put me in karate with black people. I was on 90th Street in West End, Mr. Orange. In fact, his son is one Eddie Bravo's black members. Oh, wow. That's how small of a world. Yeah. Rashad is Mr. Orange's son. So that's where I learned to toughen up a little bit more. It is a funny one because I had told my wife the other day, there used to be a game play, but they used to all spill the beans. Yeah, I played off my daughter. It was a pot. Yeah. You gotta put beans in it and it goes back and forth. So one Christmas, I get it for Christmas, I'm sitting there watching The Wonderful World of Disney, whatever the fuck it is. And I take one of the beans and I pop it in my ear and I pop it out. So I pop it in my ear and I pop it out. And I'm doing this for about a half hour. I pop it in my ear, but it won't come out. But you know me, I'm in the mafia at 6. I don't say nothing to nobody. I don't say nothing. Christmas Eve, I put it in the bucket. It's good for the sun will happen. Something will happen. By fucking February, I'm walking around like my ear got big. They couldn't figure out what it was. There's my mother coming home every night at 3, exhausted because my mother fucking worked. Let's get one thing straight. My mother was a functioning alcoholic. What most people do sober, my mother could eat your ass alive and with logic. She was business savvy, happy hour before happy hour was invented. Just a fucking handful of a woman. What we talking about? Oh, you're here. So my mom would come home at 3:30 and I'd be crying like a little pussy. You're in my ear. Not once did I mention the fucking bean in my ear. So here's my mother doing witchcraft. She's putting hot oil in my ear and they're telling her to hang me upside down. And, you know, she's staying awake with me every night. She's suffering. And finally, they take me to New York. They take me to 165th and Broadway, the medical center there. I don't know what it's called, Cedar Sinai, whatever. we go, and at that time, like I said, guys, they knew me on first name basis. Jose, hey, you're back. How you doing? And that's how much I used to go to the hospital. And they're like, what is it? You haven't been here for a year. Straight. What's going on? Like, I got a year thing. They went in there, and I'll never forget, my mother was like 4 feet from me. They stuck in those tongs, and he fucking goes, voila. You know, like the guy put like a tube in first, and they sucked after that. And then they stuck the thing in, and they pulled the bean out. When that bean came out of my hand, my mother goes, what's that? I go, oh my God, how did that get in there? And it was a wooden bean.
Yeah, I know exactly what it is.
And a bunch of earwax came out.
Oh my God.
But the bean, she had put so much hot oil in there, the bean had cooked. Like it was a wooden bean. And it was ready to eat now. Like it was ready to eat. Do you know my mother started throwing rights and lefts? Like 3 fucking surgeons on my mom back. She was beating me with the purse. Oh, she fucked me up that time.
How'd that get in there?
6 months. I've been fucking staying up 24 hours a day.
Oh God, thinking you have cancer or brain tumor or anything.
I pray to God that she forgives me. You know, it's so weird. Like, you don't really think about your parents till you become a parent. That's when your parents really, you really think about them on a daily basis. Situations that you haven't thought of in 20 years come back because you did the same thing.
Don't you wish you could ask them, like, how did you handle this? And what would you do here?
No.
What would you do now? What would you do differently? How would you ask?
I would fucking hug her and go, thank you for not shooting me. You know what I'm saying? Like, most people that are adults today forget Mother's Day and forget Father's Day because I don't have them both. My parents have been gone over 30 years. But every year I would go over there and give them a big hug and go, fuck Mother's Day and fuck Father's Day. It's March 9th. I just wanted to give you a hug and tell you thank you for not shooting me. Thank you for not drowning me like Casey Anthony. Thank you for not selling me in the black market. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's a lot of fucked up.
We did a lot of things to our parents. I mean, we really tested. We really do test our parents' patience. And that's without their lives. What they're going on in their lives. You know, they're getting unemployed. Their boss is on their ass because they're not selling enough encyclopedias. Or, you know, it's so weird that if your parents are alive today, if you take anything from this podcast once a year, man, go over there, give them a hug, at least bring them a bulletproof sandwich, and go, thank you for not killing me. Thank you very much for not killing me because I see it. I have a daughter, and she's a great kid, but it's a lot of stress being a parent. It really is. Whatever your financial status is, whatever. A tough thing when you have a child, you know.
So, what age now do things really start to shift? Like when you start getting to be, what age would you say you're running the street?
7 or 8. Once I did the same. Once I
got, for a lot of kids, it's teens. I feel like you were younger than that.
For me, it was from 7. Like 7.
You're running the street.
Second grade. I'm living at home on 88th Street. I'm allowed to play in front of the house. I was an arsonist. I used to light things on fire and then piss on them. To turn them off. And then one day I didn't have enough piss.
Turn it off.
And one day I didn't have enough piss. The building next to me went on fire.
Wow.
Oh yes, I did.
So the building on fire.
205, all the back of it. Not the whole building didn't burn on fire. Just the engine still black. It was like the stairs to the bottom.
Yeah.
And I would take newspapers and I would light them on fire and then pee. And then one day I showed my friends, come here, I got a drink. And I threw a bunch of newspapers down there and lit it on fire. And I started peeing. The fire got bigger and bigger. Now I lived on 205 West 88, ACO 3, apartment 3A. And I didn't have, my living room had a view of 88th Street, Broadway. But my bedroom did not have that. I had a view to a parking garage lot that was empty. So people would play stickball, you know, play tag in that yard. So I would take pennies and throw them out the window, and people go, "Who's throwing pennies?" You know what I'm saying? I was terror. Some days I would throw eggs. Some days I would throw pennies. But the best thing I started doing ever was, you know what a 45 single is?
Yeah, back in the day.
Back in the day, they had these 45 singles. You have to put a little clip in the middle, put them in there. They had the fat hole. My mother had a record player at the bar. So every week, the record guy would come and rotate the singles that were popular. And I would go take them. So we lived on the third floor. And I would open my window and I would hear kids playing back there. And you really couldn't see who was playing because there was a ledge. And I would take those singles and just whip them out the window. Like a fucking, what do you call those things? That spin around, not tomahawks. But the other things Indians use. Boomerang.
Yeah.
They were like a boomerang. I did it about 19 times.
Just throwing them out there at their heads.
And people would say, "Man, somebody keeps throwing singles out the window." And one day I clocked one of those kids with one of those singles. I saw a kid, he was like one of those guys from Walking Dead. Yeah. Like if I hit him with a machete across the head, he had like 3 stitches. Like, I go, "What happened?" He goes, "I don't know. I was playing stickball and all of a sudden a disc hit me in the head." You have no idea how guilty I felt, but not really. I loved it. It was my fucking. Of
course you got one.
I would go tell Oh my God.
Oh my God.
During the week, I would go to PS 166, and once Friday came, my mom would drop me off at Bedler's on 148. And there I would just run wild. Like Halloween, for example.
I want to ask you real quick. You're 7'8". Are you the only one of your age hanging in this group, or are there other 7'8"?
Everybody is 7 and 8.
Okay.
Everybody in this group, we all knew each other. We're about 5 and a half. And then next stage is, let's say, from 5 to 10 and a half. Well,
so there's a couple older brothers in the crew.
Yeah, I hung out with Ricky Cedeno. But he had an older brother called Nelson Cedeno. He had an older sister called Nancy Cedeno, who sang for a band called the New Riders of Purple Sage. And they were on Saturday, they were on the Midnight Special when I was a kid. And they lived on 148th and Broadway, 9 Puerto Ricans from the apartment. You know, I would go up there to sleep over, and I would feel embarrassed. Like I never took them to my house. Because I had my own air conditioning, I had my own TV. These people I don't feel. Yeah, there were 7 people in a 1-bedroom, no air conditioning, fans, kids sleeping all over the floor. So I never played the card angle with them. I'd always bring them money and say, because I worked for them, I would always buy them sodas. I always took care of all those kids, but those kids wanted to take care of themselves. Like Halloween, for example, that was the best Halloweens I ever had. Because they have a rule. We don't fucking walk. Like where I live on 88th Street, the fags, you know, when all the faggots, you walk up the stairs and you knock on people's door, they refuse to do that. They shut down business. They go, 6 of us will walk into a business and go trick or treat. If that motherfucker didn't put a quarter in each of our baskets, like we didn't accept candy. Like those kids,
that's shit that everybody gets on.
We don't want
They're
candy.
not ready for you.
We're not ready for candy. We don't take candy. That's how tough these kids were. They didn't want candy. They wanted quarters, pennies, nickels, and dimes. If you didn't give us each a quarter, be ready to get to the party the next day with eggs on your business. And every other week after that, you would just break your window out of spite. So everybody knew 145th Street.
These are 7 and 8-year-olds.
These kids were tough. They shoveled your the front of your business. These kids never waited for a handout. These kids didn't want a handout. Ricky, and Nelson Cedeno, and a couple other kids, when it snowed, they were out there at 6 shoveling businesses. They would pull the garbage cans out for people and charge them a rate $2 a week. These kids taught me what it was, and they were tough, like they were firm. Like I said, Halloween we don't want kids. We don't knock on doors. We don't go upstairs. Like that fucking little faggy kids that do that. We shake down business owners at that age. And what happened was, my mother didn't like that. My mother didn't like that I was running with those kids. So my mom would do surprise attacks on me. My mom would just come out of a cab and go, "Oh, Santonio, get that fucking," and she would yell at my godmother, "Why do you let him out there all day looking at me dirty?" My mother didn't like that because my mom grew up poor. And she's like, "I don't fucking work 15 hours a day for him to have a ripped shirt or to be dirty on his neck or take a fucking shower." And she'd take me away for 3 days, and she knew that was my life. On 48th Street, that was my thing. And then the final, then, I told my wife this about a year ago. I used to get, at that time, something was found on me that I would get shaken down before I left the house and when I came back.
By your mom?
By my mom. What? She found, so like one day I went out and I came home and she had like $100 on me. We went to the bar because at the bar I had a scam at my mother's bar. When bookies came in with mistresses, I would go over and talk to them and like throw hints that I was going to talk about the wife. And I would talk to them. Yeah, so they were like, "How much you going to take for you to leave?" Give me $5.
What's it gonna say for you?
Yeah. Like I would go up to them and talk to them about their kids. And then I go, "Man, I can't wait to go back to the house and eat that chicken again." And they would just look at me. And they like pull me aside, like, "Why don't you take $10? Go up the corner and get a hot dog." So I would rake in like 50 a night just by shaking down guys. Can you imagine? You got 3 lines of coke and a couple cocktails. And the woman of your dreams is sitting next to you. And I go up to you and table episodes. Yeah, and I would give you like an EMP about Scooby-Doo. Like just for 20 minutes. Let me tell you what Scooby-Doo did today. And they'd be sitting there like, "Why do I need this? What's it going to take to get rid of you?" Maybe $4. So my mother made a rule that nobody was allowed to give me money at the bar. But it didn't matter. She didn't know what I was doing to them. She didn't know that I was shaking them down mentally. Like, go up to them and start, "Hey, how's your wife?" I said, "I'm not married no more." And then they would throw me a 20. Like, and this went on. So my mother found me one day. It was like $80. Here I am, 7 years old, and I got like an equivalent of $200 in my pocket. She goes, "That's it." So she would make me put money in the bank every week. And I was only allowed to leave the house for $10. And I swear to God, I should be embarrassed about telling this story, but I'm not because it happened. Before I would leave, she'd go, "All right, hands up."
And she pat you down?
Pat me down, and I'd empty my pockets. She'd go and take my sneakers off. And there were times I tried to put the 20 in my sneakers. That was take it off, a smack to the face, and go to your room and come. So I got to the point where I couldn't get away with nothing around her. So I would go, she'd shake me down, I'd leave. And then when I came back, she'd shake me down and leave. But then one Sunday, she pulled a surprise attack on me during the summer up on 140th Street and 8th Street. And I had bought a James Bond knife. A type of a James Bond knife from the 70s. There you go. Look at the size of this knife. When I was 7, I bought a James Bond knife. And she surprise attacked me and went in my pocket and found that knife. And that was it. That was the end of fucking Joe Diaz. She put me in captivity. She threatened me with Loyola Military Academy in Miami and Sacred Heart School for Boys. And she went with Sacred Heart School for Boys from the 3rd grade to the 5th grade. She didn't want to deal with boys. And there was other factors that happened.
But was that, did you go away to that? Or do you
know it was in New Jersey.
You stay home and go in the morning? Okay.
They drop you off on Thursday. And they drop you off on Thursday. And you get picked up. They drop you off on Sunday. And you get picked up Thursday. But let me tell you what else was going on in my life. When my stepfather moved in, my stepfather was a good man. My stepfather was always a good man. In fact, there's things that I do today that I I ended up hating him. And I got my peace with him. He died, and we made our peace in a way. But there's things I do today that I learned from him that have gotten me to where I am. He was that smart, straightforward. He was that intelligent. He played you like a fiddle. If he had to meet you to talk to you, he wasn't sure about you. If he had to meet you at 9, he'd come here at 6 and plant 2 guns and a knife. I mean, this guy was a genius. He was a fucking genius. You know, and I told one of the stories on Ari's thing that, you know, when he got off parole and probation, he could go back to bookmaking, but he couldn't do it in New Jersey. Because in New Jersey, bookmaking is a felony, but in New York City, it's a misdemeanor. So his bank was up in the Bronx. The tracks closed at 2, like you know the number for the day by 2. So after you add up and pay everybody, you're pretty much on the way home by 3:15. And one day I was coming home with him. And this is my first view of him. We were at a light, and he saw a guy hitting the dog. And he beat the guy. He was going in that dog. The guy was fucking him, mind your business. He didn't pull the car over. He just put it in the park, got out in the street, dead in the street in the Bronx, and just proceeded to throw a beat on this guy. Like, I mean, broke his fucking face, kicked him again, because when you're Cuban in that part, you dedicate your life to St. Lazarus. So you can't mess with dogs. People who dedicate their lives to St. Lazarus in Cuba, like Michael Vick got sentenced, there was a lot of prisons he couldn't go to because there was Alacqua Cubans there. They'll kill you. They'll kill you. Really? You don't know what is it about the dog? It's St. Lazarus. It's the patron saint of Cuba. St. Lazarus, the patron saint of Cuba. His birthday is December 17th. Any Cuban on December 17th is losing his mind. December 16th, you stay up till midnight, you light candles, and you pray to him for the following year that everything works out. So he's big in Cuba. So you have to, like, my mother hated dogs. When my mother saw dogs, she would have to give them food. And, like, you know, I got puppies when I was a kid once, and my mother would go, get these fucking dogs away from me. And I'd wake up in the middle of the night, and the dogs would be licking them. And then she would go get bones, butcher them, oil them to get the gravy out of the bones, and she would pour it over their food. So no matter how much my mom hated dogs, her DNA told her genes. It's deep in your Cuban genes. But to make a long story short, they threw a beat on that guy, and I was here just in the car watching. Yeah.
UFO abduction cases. Going to use hypnotherapy to bring out some of these repressed memories, sometimes going back years and decades. But very fascinating. I want to make sure we have as much time as we can to keep on. So if you have any questions you'd like to get out, since we'll give the time to call, and do me a favor, try to get to your question as fast as possible. We want to be able to get to as many as we can, get to your point as quick as possible. I think that will help. On top of it, you'll want to email me a question. I'll try to get to those two. Ryan Record at coasttocoastam.com. And if you have been at paranormalthing.com, you tried some of these other dating websites, and you can do that. It's just, I'm not going to issue it, but speaking of one for you, maybe you'll find that there's someone that has something in common with the same interests, and right away, you know, they're going to be into the same things. I'm going to say this to Coast to Coast AM. We're now like paranormal page. Lots of members that have fun and telling them would make for a great story too. Hey, how did you guys meet? What's this? I'll not just wait until paranormal.com. We put the recordings around. It's also Yvonne Smith with more questions for her next. And this is how it's going. The reason why I'm everybody, it's awesome. Where's my money? If you need $5,000, because WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com is the name you can trust. It's free to use, available 24/7, and you're never required to accept any loan offer. Some lenders offer same-day funding. If you need up to $5,000, type WeFixMoney.com directly into your browser. WeFixMoney.com has been helping customers for 15 years and has a B rating from the Better Business Bureau. So if you need cash for medical bills, car repairs, child care, or anything else, go to WeFixMoney.com. Make sure you type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser and go to the company you trust. WeFixMoney.com. Just fill in the information and get an answer in minutes at WeFixMoney.com for up to $5,000. Go to WeFixMoney.com. That's WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com. This is just a game. It's a once-in-a-generation event. Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dogs. 100 years of show-stopping. 100 years of changing the needle. Be part of a legacy that never stops. The Hard Club Tickets today at HarlemWorldJotters.com. Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, overpay the mortgage and other bills. With Ethos, you can get covered in 10 minutes and with a family protector. Ethos. Fast and easy long-term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/today. Ethos.com/today.
A powerless man of gold, which is a top shit. Nobody will take that off because the pick of a bill. Clothing might fall off one moment. Another luxury, and it's a solid one. And the reason why you're not aware is because you're not
Yvonne Smith is our guest, and she's worked with hypnotherapy for decades. Right now, abduction,
that's America's burden, and it's also
they have repressed states. One way or another, maybe the brain just doesn't think. Maybe it's something more serious. Yvonne, thank you so much for joining us. Happy race. Let's run all the bit. Let's go. Wild card line. David Tad. He's in San Francisco. Ted, you're on with Yvonne Smith. Go ahead.
Explain the
We got you now. Go ahead.
Hi.
I don't see the work. I don't have a radio. It's sort of on anyhow. You're right to towards that temporary patriarch in Washington. A big player in the game.
Shabbos got like no, there's nothing woman. How did you
I saw you recently on his Facebook page, but I have not kept track of it.
the guy from the division that does have a signal, and that's also very
Very,
The
busy.
problem is
So,
that the division knows what's
unfortunately, I've
considered
come down.
a ring that has a signal or it doesn't have a signal. So you see, even though it has a signal, it's
That's the whole idea. Here's the problem idea. You see those things on the internet is that you don't really get a chance to observe it or study it yourself. And these different items that turn out to be fraudulent or attention. So I'm always skeptical when I see things like that.
if it doesn't have a signal,
All right, Kate, thank you very much.
not rating success.
Let's
When it
go
comes to the total, all you need
to
is
the Rockies and Joe.
and if it has a signal, that's
Joe, you're
not
on.
a bitch. It's not and therefore, when it comes to shopping, we're looking for this. Is this thing considered or is it considered ignorant? It has a signal, it's considered a monster. Therefore, it's supposed to go out with it. She tells us what should I go out. If I need it, doesn't have to go out. But if she takes the needle and wraps her hair around it, and then takes the needle and puts it underneath the spot, the covering of her head, we're not interested in that energy. Because she's showing her hair in the sense that if it's a needle that she's using to part of her hair, then it is also according to Rabbi, this particular needle has on the other side of the core, and therefore during the week she's jewelry. She puts it into her head. Therefore, it's also
Yes, I feel that
a very interesting thing. Now, like with sandals that have nails because of the ISIS, there's a story that Jews were fighting with the enemy. And they made a rule. Like, if you come into the house, you cannot leave the house, you cannot go. Or the cave. And they noticed these things moving away from them. In fact, what happened was, the soldiers walking into the cave, it was dirty. The sound of the sword back put it on both ways. Made it zero. Now, walking out of the Shabbos, the sound of the sword. And since the story happened on Shabbos, and zero is walking in on Shabbos, and Yom Tov, which is very similar to Shabbos.
I will say anyone that's
There's another zero.
recommend President
I gave my the ashes of the bread
on show.
They wouldn't say shit. The ashes over the Jordan River. And they realized they were not going to precise.
You can tell they've done their research.
By the way, committing zero. That's where
A lot of times we found
ashes
with maybe
over any body of water. In any form of matter,
comic book illustrators,
and
it's right storylines that are
all over the Jordan River, and only in the ships that you swim across the Jordan River. If you use ships on any other river, it's also our kids,
that were hit by the government during that zero. Take another fall here in west of the Rockies. This is in Alaska.
Zero is not exactly what happened with shoes that happened. Most of them was sandals and sandal that had nails to strengthen the sandal, not for the core. So if you use nails as the core, it's looking. And any other shoe is not exactly zero. Another, as we described, the government says like the right is you're allowed to have up to 5 nails per shoe. On each side of one of the nails. Sometimes when they're you have 7 in a case where you use these nails to lift up the shoe. According to Rabbi Rothschild, you have 7 per shoe. And each side of that. And the foot Rabbi is 15 per shoe. They try to raise. 7 and you could be 11 and you sold it into the sandal. That's what it's not like Xavier. Xavier had an the price says it's so much. You're one of these sandal super shoppers. You can't even go from one bed to your house to the other. These foul pieces are like a lot of the sandal super and cover another vessel. You like the sandal super and look at your bed with it. Rabbi Rothschild says it's also you might hear it. But no, it makes a lot of sense. But since he's one against many, you don't pass one. If you take a piece of leather and you cover the whole bottom of your shoe, one thing that's not what Xavier was. If you use staples, it's not Xavier. If you use a pass or just narrow nails, wide nails, or you cover the entire bottom with nails, it's not what Xavier was. If most of the nails are worn out, but you can tell that there's nails. So that's not how it was created, it's like how you made it. Look at it, they have 4 nails on a very tight shape, and that's tight. Well, Ricky says, not for the fact that people pull my person that's bigger, I don't see a lot of people apply nails. But Ricky said, you meant 24 nails, it's really saying, you meant big. I want to remember, he went from Butler, so he has no sewer by that time. Muslim lost 2 out of 24 nails, therefore, he said, 22 nails.
Back in the 90s when we had those stores, Circuit City, you know, we used to joke around and say that the group, like the workers, going to walk through the aisles of Circuit City and see what happens. And they will, when they try to go through the security in the airport, it'll set something on and they're always supposed to buy. So yeah, absolutely affecting electronics happens all the time.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Let's go to the first time caller line. And James is calling in from California. James, you're on with Yvonne Smith. Go ahead.
Hi, Ron. My brother were out fishing, and we seen the U.S.
Shabbos, not Sabbath. We went to the Mishnah. One shoe on one foot. It's also for him to go out and touch his rabbi if he doesn't have a wool. The concern is according to Rashi. What possibility? Either the concern that people might think that he's carrying a second shoe, or perhaps people might not find that he has one shoe and then remove that one shoe that he has. It's much for the Mishnah. If the person does have a wool, he's permitted to go out with that shoe. Like they say, on what foot is he wearing that one shoe? He's wearing that shoe on the foot that has the injury. And we don't have the two reasons. Since he has an injury, and since we're moving forward, he has a more serious shoe. Not working on the plan. We won't remove the shoe when he's made from like they want it. And people are not going to think that he's hiding his second shoe because they see that he's injured. According to Rabbi here's the one shoe on the foot that does not have it. And again, since they see him, they realize, yes, the reason why a person wears a shoe is because he is
I've heard many cases
see, look, therefore, he doesn't have a shoe on the foot.
where
or the reason is because they think that he's carrying second shoe. They won't think that because they see that he's looking. There's the ones that ask for the shoes. He was given the right shoe. The shoe for his right foot. And he commented and he said, "Oh, so he ate it as if I have an injury." The simple meaning would be, since they gave him the right foot, and the other one holds that he had to put the foot on first. Therefore, he would not put on his left foot because he recognized his right foot. You're going to think that he has an injury on his right foot. Like the woman that says he's supposed to put the shoe on the foot that has the injury. Perhaps you could say, no, the Sisi Magba is not referring to the foot that he just put the shoe on. Perhaps it's referring to his left foot. Make him left foot. He put the injury. The other one holds that a shoe. Just like right puts his foot on the left.
Interesting story. Thank you for sharing it.
Let's go to Wildfire Line. Taylor is calling from Burlington, Iowa. Go ahead, Taylor. You're on with Ron Smith.
The right shoe first, and you want to put on the left shoe. The left shoe, in fact, the Lord says, I'm actually saying, but in the hand of Midmai, put on either one first. The Lord says, however, that the racial value to be made take what do you do? You first put on your right shoe, then you put on the left shoe. Tie the left shoe, then tie the right shoe. Of course, you have a second shoe, says Tysus, with the right arm. The Bryce says, put on the right shoe first, the left shoe. Take your left shoe off first. When you bathe yourself, bathe the right side of the right arm before your left arm, your right foot before your left foot, etc. Bathe your entire body. You start from the head. The head is the key. All your limbs you start. It says the Mishnah, do not go out on Shabbos. Which Sandra said, either he said, this is going even according to the method Omer that says that Shabbos compared to the Shabbos. Nevertheless, do not go outside because perhaps in the floor of the bathroom you will be carrying valid observation. Another way to learn our Sandra is that it says in the Mishnah if you did go out with Tefillin and all other things in the Mishnah, you're not hide the fact. Sandra says, even if you hold like my woman that says Shabbos is not a time, you still don't have the fact that Tefillin is like a bush, it's like a bag. It's clothing. You wear it during the week as clothing. It says in the Mishnah, the person should not go out and use rabbit with a kameah that's not a with an amulet that wasn't written by a professional. If it's written by a professional, you go out with it with rabbits. They're dealing. Even if it's a professional kameah, meaning that the person that wrote it is a professional, certainly the kameah itself, the amulet itself, already healed people. You go out with a piece of rabbit, it doesn't make a difference if the amulet is words written or it's grasses and herbs. Even if the person doesn't have a disease that's dangerous, even if he's not even sick, he's just concerned that perhaps because of his genetic makeup, he will have this particular disease. His family has epilepsy, for instance. the wear of the male, you can tie it and untie it in a strap. As long as it's not on a bracelet or on a ring, because then it's a matter of fact, if they carry it as jewelry, that's what exactly is metal? There seems to be some confliction in the studio. Even with Rashi itself, there seems to be confliction, even though according to Rashi, based on something shown. If a person wrote 3 commands, the amulets for 3 different diseases, and they all work, this particular person is either completely right kind of commands for any disease in your life carried on chance. If you wrote one command, which worked 3 times for the same disease, even on one person, the same disease, 3 times on one person, that particular command is a month. In other words, anybody in the world should write that exact command and will be considered a command with them and walk out of it on chance. The one remains in the thing. What happens if you wrote 3 commands with 3 different diseases but for the same person, and they all work? You say, look, those are students, professional, they only do what you're actually saying, the person that was healed, he has a special nozzle that is healed by these commands. The word remains in the summer. The love is that a command, like brothers, such as the brothers of Shoshana, even though they have the name of Hashem and Pesukah, you don't save them from a fire on Shabbos. However, obviously, you have to bury them using them just like you bury even a foot, a leg of a table that has Shem Hashem on it. If the Kameya is covered with blood, you need to if it's made out of herbs, if it's a toilet that has fun, his life is in danger, you can go to the bathroom if it's not covered with blood. Somebody that's not afraid of shark is another question. If it's covered with leather, you may go into the bathroom. And it's been inserted. Even afraid of shark is many of the life not a walk, valid options. Fill it. It seems like they are covered in blood. Since they have a shit, and the shit is part of Shem Hashem, because we have a valid on the back of the tools of children. We have a yud on the signature, the end of this fellowship today. Therefore, it's also to go into the bathroom with
one person came away with an object in her shell. Many clients that have had implants, some of them that were removed. I do not recommend at this point in time.
Shabbos Dasham Beis. The Mishnah brings a list of things that is also for one to go outside with on Shabbos. The Isser Deiraisa, starting with a needle that has an eye that has a hole in it that's a burden. A ring that has a signet for a woman since she typically doesn't go out with a signet. That's Isser Deiraisa. Ula says for men it's the exact reverse when it comes to a ring. If it has a signet, it's normal for him to run around with a ring with a signet. But a ring without a signet, it's not the derech for a man in those days, and therefore that would be a Isser Deiraisa. Ula holds that women are a nation to themselves, and therefore what's considered a beged, clothing for a man, is not clothing for a woman. For instance, if some men wear sacks, such as shepherds, then all men are permitted to go out with sacks, but not women. When it comes to saving tefillin from danger of being destroyed on Shabbos, the way to save them is you put on a pair of tefillin, you go out for safety, you remove them, and you come back and try to save them. Women should also save them in the same fashion. But what about the fact that women are not the same nation as men? We must say that this man hold that tefillin is not a mitzvah sensation as man grows, and therefore women are mechuyev. He'll hold that Shabbos is a time for tefillin, and night is a time for tefillin. Therefore, women are in the same nation, so to speak, when it comes to tefillin. Rabbi Rothschild holds that a typical woman, when she takes out on Shabbos, when she carries a ring that has a signet, that's considered collateration. That's not the derech, that's a weird way of carrying a ring. You don't carry something that has a signet on your finger. Rothschild says, since there are situations where a woman will carry her husband seeking, for instance, when he tells her, please put this away in a box, she doesn't want to lose it, she puts it on her finger. Or when a woman asks her husband to bring the ring for her hair shop, he doesn't want to lose it, so he puts her ring on his finger, and it becomes the derech for a man and a woman to wear all rings. The Mishnah continues. One is not permitted to go out with a boot. The boot is a pin that closes a blouse. If you were to wear it to close the blouse, that would be wrong. But we're discussing a case where a woman wears the inner clothing, and that's considered deeper. A woman should not walk out with spice bags or spice bottles attached to her neck. And the Gemara says that if a woman didn't walk out with these things, or with a key on her finger, the mayor holds, she's chayav machachas. Listen, the right. The Chum say the whole issue is the Rabbanan issue that she might take it to her friend, with those spices, with the nice beautiful bottles. Therefore, this is the Rabbanan, and she's not having it. According to Eliezer, what the person go out with Hashila, because older women that don't have very good smell wear these bottles. And such a woman won't dare take off the spice that masks the smell. And now we go to the base. According to everybody, it's all the choices that the bottle is empty. It's considered carried. Even though the bottle might have some remnants of the perfume and it smells good, it's still considered carried. In other words, the bottle is not buckled to the smell that's not there. So the Gemara wants to say, perhaps, according to Rabbi Rothschild, that the same would apply if you have a vessel that contains food that's less than a gregaris, less than the sheep. In that case also, we won't say that he's carrying food. Rather, he's carrying a vessel and he's fighting with their rights. Ravashi argues, he says, no, when it comes to perfume, there's physically nothing there. It might smell good, but there's nothing there. When it comes to food, although it's less than the shear, but there's something there, and therefore, perhaps the flea is buckled with whatever's left over of the food. La halacha, the Chachamim made zeros to remember the Korban Habayis. And they said, if you have a combination of joy and pleasure, tainug and simcha, those two things combined, you shouldn't do them after they're over. Therefore, to anoint yourself with oil that's pleasurable but doesn't bring sin. To drink wine, two people out of one cup with straws, or to juggle wine and drink it, that brings pleasure but not sin. And therefore, it's the Gemara, we're going to what got to that. The Gemara brings Psukim. Ashadrim Amidei Shed, referring to Klal Yisrael, Shalayim, that they put their beds together and they were over on Tzilus on Ishas Ish, they were switching couples and they left the Shechva Zera there. And the Gemara tells us that three things cause a person to lose his money. A person who urinates in front of his bed undressed. It doesn't mean he's dafka on his bed and undressed. It just means he does it in a disgusting way in a place where he typically doesn't do it, would be in front of his table. And he doesn't bother to go to the bathroom. There's a malach Rashi explains that loves disgust, and he goes there, and that malach, which is in charge of poor people, will create a situation where you do this. If a person has zilzul with Yilas, he doesn't care about the kids' time, he doesn't wash his hands at all. That's a shot that he washes his hands, he doesn't wash his hands. Carefully, but Rav Chizah says he became wealthy because he used extra water. And finally, a person's wife curses him because he has the means to buy her jewelry and he doesn't buy her, and she's upset about that. That will bring him to lose his money. In Yeshaya, the Navi tells them because the women who are married women would try to entice the men, they would go with kind of with their heads up in the sky. Rashi says their heads were up in the sky, it was hard for them to see where they were walking, so they would walk small steps, their toe to their ankle. They would put a lot of makeup on and would give it to the boys. And they would, the tall ones would walk with shorter ones so that they looked better. They would also put perfume in a bottle by their feet. When they would walk by the boys, they would bang it on the floor so that it sprays. And it would be like a mad snake. With the Eretz sneaky boys, they bring them into heart. What was their punishment? We did the negative. Everything they did, they got punished back. In the place that they put perfume, their flesh decayed. In a place where they put a nice belt, they got wounded. They did their hair up, nice to money, they became bald. Their hair belt that have to put a sack. As Rabbi says, instead of beauty, they had wounds. Or says, some say they even got sirach. The Lord tells us that they said, we don't care, let the guy take us. We're beautiful. And the guy took them, and immediately the Lord made them disgusting to the point where they threw them off the carriages and the wagons and killed them. Why? Because they saw a lot of davida or a lot of hair, they were disgusted by them. The Lord says the people of Yerushalayim were disgusting. They said in the rivers, they were talking for him. Notice what he said. He said, ask each other what you have for breakfast. Meaning for slows. Did you have a well-kneaded dough? In other words, a non-basula? Did you have white wine or dark wine? Did you have a wide bed, a narrow bed, skinny, fat? Do you have a good friend, meaning good-looking? And finally, Rabbi says that in Yerushalayim they had cinnamon trees that made such a beautiful smell throughout the entire city. But after the Lord went over, we were left with this one barley smell, which is like the king of Tzimtzvoi, have a wonderful day.
Your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Apple CarPlay interface was built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction. Making sure you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. You don't need to download another app. Just plug or pair your iPhone with your dash, and if CarPlay is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio.
Shabbos Daf Samach Gimel. The mission tells us that
CarPlay. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to
war
listen.
gear, such as armor, sword, an arrow, a spear, even a club that has a nice ball like that with spikes. It's not considered jewelry. Nobody shows up with it. It's disgusting, actually. One of your lesson of people have to show off with it, and therefore it's considered jewelry. It's only the Rabban go at. According to one lesson of Rabbi Eliezer, when Mashiach comes, we're no longer going to need these tools, and therefore nobody's going to use them as jewelry. He argues that the Shita on Shmuel that when Mashiach comes, nothing's going to change. The only thing that's going to change is that by Yisrael, it's not going to be in Golas anymore. It's all going to be in Yisrael, it's going to be something else. But the argument is more for the guy that these tools will be necessary. According to another lesson, though, according to Eliezer, these tools, in fact, won't be buckled for flying Yisrael. And he holds like
We want to share all of
in other words, he argues on
stories that you will see in
why is Rabbi Eliezer hold that these tools are considered enormous and actual? Because it says in the Pasuk, take your sword and put it into its holster on your head. The height for that it should be your splendor and your glory. The Lord says, wait a minute.
necessarily consider themselves as listeners.
It's referring to the retire means. Now, look away from the simple meaning of the simple meaning of what it says. Take your sword, refer to a real sword.
But it's going to be about something.
Says Rav Kahana, I was 18 years old when I finished shots and all shots. I didn't know about this concept that things can be placed in the
Tuesdays and
until I learned it now. In other words, says Rav Kahana, you have to learn all of the Torah. The hug of the Torah. Afterwards, yes, the hug is right understanding. First, you have to know
If you click it
all
now,
of the
you'll never miss an episode.
before it goes into a series of chabuses that learning together, and there are different levels. Two come to the Chachamim that sharpen each other with halacha or with Torah. So the Shmuel gives them tzlacha, and they rise to greatness. But they have to be learning the Shema, and they can't be learning from Gaiba.
The other side of Erie.
And then there'll be Zaycha, the Torah that was given to them. It says in the Pasuk of famous Pasuk, Torah Yamin, the spoil of Shabbat. It says tomorrow, it doesn't necessarily mean that you learn Torah when you write notes, everything, and you'll only get a longevity and longevity. You'll get longevity and you learn Torah like a lefty. In other words, not complete. You don't go down to its depth. Then you'll be such a show. Such the wealth, but not too much.
Two-time New York
Times best-selling
If you come to home, sit together, and they're calm with each other, they don't know how they listen to each other. So we're just gonna get a why is it sit down and listen to them.
Learn about that, and
if they teach each other,
she's been on the show.
In other words, they accept from each other.
Months back,
then they're going to get this or listen to them and answer. Just like you accepted me,
receives a great email over the last couple of days. I'll tell you, it is a really
you don't listen.
Able to really get that spending your money coast to coast. Great airways.
If you get together from the standpoint,
you want to reach me, Ryan Rack, coast to coast.
Then I could walk level. And says, Robo,
that's
the helping about a situation where they really had to see heard some of the story. Now they want to elaborate and enjoy each of them. So there's more
and as described,
it's a person thought about doing a mitzvah, but they had a mitzvah. There's more mitzvah. If you do a mitzvah as you're supposed to, by all the halachas and everything around it, then you won't hear of that Surah Ra. And I'm talking about something zero, not the zero. Lord tells us what's better. Give one person alone.
Advanced technology that's out there. Advanced technology. If they are developing
will be happy, he thinks he can pay back. He says, Lord, something better than believers. That is,
and you wonder to yourself, okay, where's that
somebody money and invest, and you share the investment. That person feels good, feels like he's doing something he's accomplished, and the says, maybe he'll get even more money because of that. Therefore,
as well.
Has bad meanings. He thinks revenge. He's not even like a snake. It's better to be his friend because he learned something from him. Rather than to be, I'm a artist. And it's Mirandus could steer me wrongly in Kairos, even though his beautiful holiness is a pious person with a muscle. Also it says, show me light, do what you want, follow your heart, and that's his positive things around it says. With that, you should know about the daily what's going on. One side of the verse talking about the hate your heart, fight, and then what's supposed to be someone. Or vice versa, the first person needs heart, and then moves on to hate your fight. Lord the Torah is telling us, learn as much as prayer as you can, but when you learn, you do the dafiyah, you do the minute part, apply it to yourself. Don't just learn it, you have to apply it. You should know it. The person knows that you know this stuff now, you better apply it to your life. It's beautiful, Moshe the Duke of Maki says that there's a poor person who didn't have anything to his name. He went to show me for a meal. And I said, you know what? Why do you need to learn a meal? Come with me to a hotel. There's a special hotel here that gives you free room and board. Stay as long as you go to the hotel. The guy checks in the problem, and he stays there for a week. He's about to check out. The person at the front that says $7,700, $1,100 a night. He says, but the guy told me it's free. The guy lied to me. You know what to do. This guy in the lobby, the guy tells him, listen, you told me to check out. Stay there. Stay for a month. Stay for a year. Who cares? You don't have money. Stay for as long as you want. He says it. A person wakes up in his life. He says, what do they do? Look at all these others. Let's be true. He says the AIDS are eventually true. It's not a good idea. Stay in. Go check out. Keep on doing your events. Every day. Versus earning people's
your investment should help you live it.
Says the Gemara, there's a woman
choosing gold. Noble Gold is sold thousands
the Lord is discussing
gold real physical gold. Visit noble.com to get your free gold protection kit. That's Noble Gold Investment.com. That's where you have to make bread.
And yet a dog just was barking at scared her. She lost her pregnancy. Why is so scared of dogs? I forgot his teeth. He doesn't have claws. He says too late. When pregnancy is over, in other words, be careful with a bad one. He had in the Mishnah years. There is a belt that goes around the side, which was supposed to come off according to Rabbi. It's here's one belt and a couple. It's two belts. And when you're it's two belts with a chain between them. Why do this chain? So that there are certain families that have very large steps that are prevent them from having large steps and losing their pursuit. When the Rabbi agreed to that shot, and he said, he woke up from his sleep, he heard it, he says, you will have it to reveal. With that, have a wonderful day.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast AM. I'm Ryan Racker, joining us now, a two-time New York Times best-selling author, Christy Whitman. You have a book coming out on Tuesday, The Flow Factor. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, Ryan. So happy to be with you.
That's exciting. It's at this point hours away from down the flow factor. What is this one about?
Well, it's how to really master your energy and get into a state of flow. So flow feels good, right? We're out of flow, that's when we're in survival mode, that's when we're stuck in that limitation. Flow just feels good. And that's what all of us want to be, this kind of good stuff is.
So it's important. It's for our own well-being. We want to get into a flow because it makes us feel better, or is it something deeper than that?
It's much deeper than that. I mean, there's a flow that all like an extremely intelligent, highly responsive current of energy that brings order to every energy. It's staying alive. It covers every aspect of manifestation from the planetary to the individual. So the flow of energy that connects us with the darkness of the distance between us is the same intelligence that orchestrates the growth of a single microscopic cell into a highly complex human being. So flow is really that place of full integration of all things in the inspiration of love. And it can be seen as the light time for suddenly conceive of a awesome genius solution or idea. It can be felt as a comforting sense of blessedness. You're so blessed, you're so grateful that you find yourself in the right place at the right time. It's kind of like driving along, right? We all know every red light, right? But when it's actually the green light, right? And all the doors open, it feels really good.
They say fire in all cylinders.
Yes. Or in your zone, right?
So is there a way to put yourself into the zone when you fire in all cylinders, or is it something that just happens organically?
No, the proprietorship of the factors is the flow always exists. So energy, everything in this universe is energy. We know this from quantum physics, modern science. We know this. Everything is energy, and including us, our thoughts, our energy, our words, our energy, our beliefs, our emotions, the actions that we take. So we are the factor, we're the free will individual that needs to tune ourselves into that flow. And most of us get knocked off by contrast. Contrast meaning what we don't want, right? It can be past traumas, big or small. It can be, you're driving to work, eating a flat tire, or someone posts something rude on a comment of yours. There's a wide variety of unwanted things that we experience. Maybe the death of a loved one or a pet, there's so many things that create a survival instinct in us. And meaning that fight, flight, freeze, where I'm stuck, or I'm stuck out here, or I'm going to push back, resist. So contrast happens, but our resistance to the contrast is our choice. And when we get that we have a choice in how we respond to something, and that we can be back in the flow, that's when life becomes really fun, and we become more empowered, knowing that we have that choice. So that's really what the flow factor is about. Flow exists. We're the factor in our own lives of are we in or are we out?
Is it making the right decisions? Is that what keeps you in the flow? Or is it just being motivated and the right decisions going wherever it goes, like a staying in the flow? So what puts you in that right mindset?
It's being in that place of focusing on pleasures, what those solutions are, right? Connecting with faith is convicting. There's a difference, obviously, if someone's focusing on doubt worry versus being in faith. And so being in faith, you can't see or don't see something yet. You focus on what does it feel like, knowing that there's something greater out there or something higher for yourself. That is working therapy, that works, as the council says, that really is in your favor, then you back in that flow. The minute you're in our minds of this isn't going to work out, I don't know how to do this, I'm too old to do this, who am I to do this, that's where those thoughts are out of flow. Just really think about it. We create from our consciousness, and what is consciousness? It's the words that we say. the thoughts that we think, you know, the perspectives that we hold, the emotions that we feel or don't feel, and the actions that we take. That's all. And so when we are focusing on words that are negative or that are in lack, we're not going to feel good. When we have a perspective that is going wrong or we're judging something too bad or wrong, we're out of flow. And so the way back into flow is really coming into that neutrality, the neutrality from the lack. Meaning, the best way I can describe it is that soothing energy of compassion. You know, something's maybe not going your way, and instead of judging it, going, oh, God, this is really bad, or oh, God, this doesn't work out for me. Bringing that energy of compassion in, and compassionate thoughts of, it's going to be okay. I don't like this doesn't feel good, but I'm here, right? Things always work out, it's going to be fine. You know, coming back into that place of neutrality, that's what we, you know, create the factor of flow, is coming into that space. Because I like to say there's three different states of being. There's lack, which never feels good. On the other side is abundance, which always feels good. But most people can't go from lack to abundance in one fell swoop. It's too big of a vibrational jump. So coming into neutrality, into that middle ground, into that second spectrum of emotions and vibrations, that's what we can start to feel. I'm okay, I don't feel bad, I don't feel really excited, like I'm abundant, but I'm okay. And once we can find that place, now we're back to flow, because one of the laws I talk about is the universal law of sufficiency and abundance. So when we can find that sufficiency, I'm okay, this is all right, then we go back to abundance, but not within the state of lack.
And I understand that sometimes your mind will deceive you. It'll give you a thought that may, on the surface, seem like a good idea, but deep down inside, your gut feeling says it's a bad idea. So how does your gut feeling play into your flow? Because in some ways it seems counterintuitive. It seems like you're not following your gut, you're making some bad decisions.
Yes. So when you feel your gut saying go this way, your mind might say to you, don't do that, because it's coming from the past experience or what the limited part of the mind knows. But if you're getting this intuition, if you're wisdom, there's a wisdom around the side, you feel his wisdom is the guidance of that's a longing of your soul. And I try to now understand this gut feeling is the counsel guiding me forward. And when I don't follow it, it doesn't turn out well. But when I do, it turns out really well.
Isn't that something that I think everyone understands, that sensation? Maybe trying to make a decision over something that just feels right or just feels wrong. So how can you learn to trust your gut with such a conflict at times? When sometimes you think, man, but what if I just...
Shabbos Av Samachet. How's everybody doing today? The Mishnah tells us you're permitted to go out with a wad of cotton in your ear, provided that it's tied around the ear, wrapped around the ear. You go with a wad of cotton on your foot if you have a foot, provided that it's tied to your foot. So it's not tied to yourself because it's disgusting, exposed. We're not going to pick it up, even if it has a handle. It's not that most.
Then about 6 months later, me and my mom
got older. He had a lot of earwax. So he went to Rosh Rabbi on Shabbos with a wad of cotton in his ear without trying it.
The guy goes, no, this rock. My mom goes, take the fucking rod, I'm telling you. The guy goes, this rod's quicker. Something happened. There was traffic. My mother said, I told you there was going to be traffic. Because my mother didn't like this batting practice for the national anthem. So she was being on the national anthem. So she was going to get late. So she got to her. And she goes, pull over. I've got a different cab. And the guy's like, I'm not pulling over. So at a light, my mother went, took the keys out of the ignition, and said, I'm going to call Juan. I'm going to call the police. The guy said, call the police lady. But when they were wrestling, my mother cut her hand on the keys. So my mother called Juan. Juan was like maybe 2 miles away at a cookie joint. And my mother put the blood on her face. Juan.
You already knew what Juan did to that motherfucker that had the doll.
Juan showed up.
Yeah.
And at that time, his partner our family partner in the bookmaking operation was Nelson. He was a Puerto Rican guy, Nelson Rivera. I loved him dearly. Him and his daughter Evie and his wife Delilah, I loved him dearly. He showed up with Nelson and Nelson's Mustang. And my stepdad was like, what happened? I'm like, and I was like a little fag. I'm like, well, we got in and all this shit. He's like, come with me. I'll never forget the guy had glasses. And I was part of the BAL. The BAL's the police athletically. And the first thing they tell you is not to hit somebody with glasses. So I just think Juan's going to talk. You know? And Juan goes up to the guy, and the guy's a big burly white guy. The guy's like, fuck you, she took my keys. I'm about to call the cops. And Juan, I remember, like, he took his left hand, he just moved me an inch. And he fucking just leveled this guy. Glasses went flying. There was blood everywhere. And he got on top of this guy. And it's 4, you know, it's 1 in the afternoon, and he's punching this guy like a UFC fight. And in those days, that was New York City, dog. When people didn't say nothing. Nobody even stopped. Juan punched this guy like 50 fucking times. There was blood everywhere. Juan stopped punching him. The cops pulled up, but they pulled up behind the Mustang. They couldn't really see the guy. This is the funniest story ever. Juan was slick. You know, Juan was here 80 years. And if you spoke English to him, he'd look at you with all, you know what I'm saying? You know what big ego is. 2 cops pulled out. I'll never forget this. 2 cops pulled out as they came towards me. Juan turned, went in his pocket, and shook the guy's hand. It's like, isn't it a beautiful day? The guy had like 200 in his pocket. Juan and Nelson were talking. I'll never forget that. And I'm like, shit, the brick Juan's got blood on his hands. The cops were saying nothing to him. And all of a sudden, he's like, oh. And the cop looked over. He's like, what's going on with him? Like, he was like, what? And Juan's like, nothing. He fell. He's gonna be fell. Yeah, guys, have a good day. They just left the guy there.
Oh, they did.
They just left the guy there. Like, they didn't call an ambulance. Nothing. They're like, everything's cool. Nobody said nothing.
They didn't even call.
We all went home. And then, so now I'm like, fuck, this guy's on me something. And then about 6 months later, we're at a Santeria party on a Saturday night.
And he's in it as well, right?
He's not a Santeria guy. He's an Abacoa guy at the time.
What is that?
Abacoa, the longshoremen of Cuba. They're the male supremacy. What's that? They're like they don't eat pussy. They don't go into a room if there's a gay man in the room. They don't have communication with gay men.
Really?
Yeah, it's a society.
Is it a religion or a society?
It's a society.
Longshoremen.
But now you can be gay. Like Yoel Romero was on Rogan with me talking about Abacoa. He goes, this was a religion of men. You had to talk to them in a certain way, you had to approach them a certain way. Like, let's say your name is Ryan Sickler, but I grew up with you and I call you Beansy. I'm allowed to call you Beansy. But if some white kid comes up and goes Beansy, you pull him aside and go, excuse me? My name is Ryan Sickler. You ever call me Beansy out of line again, I'll stab you. And what they did was,
these are fishermen.
You know what they did to you, right? You know what they were? Let me tell you what the
It's so peaceful to fish.
Let me tell you what the masculinity level was in this. Just so you know. When you had beef with them, they would beat you or whatever. After they got finished with you, they flip you over. They pull your pants down and they slice your ass cheek. And that's a warning. Like the next time they put a mark on it, they put a mark on your ass cheek. That's like, I could have fucked you here, but I gave you a breather. And I sliced your ass. The next time, I won't fuck you in the ass. Don't ever disrespect me again. That was the level of masculinity, machismo that this guy had. Like, he was up there. Nor did he drink alcohol. He detested marijuana and any type of drug. It's so weird. He was by the book. And that's where the conflict with my mother came in. He didn't like the drinking. He didn't like the bars. He didn't like drunk people. So we're at a Santeria party. About 6 months later at my godmother's house. Let me tell you how fucking crazy it was. He would read ladies' novellas, the Spanish novellas about love and shit. And he would wear glasses. He would make believe he was half deaf. So he didn't have to. If you went up there, like, dude, I'm talking about something, hey, and you go, what about him? And I go, don't worry, he can't hear. He would say that to people, let you think he was deaf. He wasn't deaf. Towards the end, when this guy was worth millions, you know that he still had the same car he had when he was married to my mother in 1971. An Eldorado, like the size of a ship, 2 miles to the gallon. He didn't believe in flash. He knew that the feds did math. Let me tell you how. Never did drugs. This is not paranoia. This is intelligence. He was such a good bookmaker that he would not speak in a room where there was a phone hung up. He said on the receiver. He said they stole it. He would talk to the outside, very cautious, very smart. Took that pinch in 1966. Never took a pinch again. Took a pinch for shooting a guy and he got away with it. After my mother died, somebody tried to jump him. He took the guy's gun and shot him at like 55. He shot both kids. And then he got to another beef later on, but he always stayed out of prison. How long was he in when he did his bid? When I was a kid, whatever, I don't know, a few years. That was for bookmaking. That was for bookmaking. And then, so it's a summer night. Like, it's like a July. There's a party at my godmother's one on 48th Street. And there's a guy there named Eagle Picadillo. His name is Nico. I don't know what his last name was, but his street name was Picadillo. Picadillo is a Cuban dish. It's chopped meat with raisins, olives, and little fried potatoes. Just not a lot of raisins, just enough raisins to throw off the beef. It's delicious. He ate it so much that he just called him Picadillo. But the guy was a real jerk off. He was married to this woman named Rosanta, who was a real sweetheart of a lady. Like, he had a bar on 143rd and Broadway, or Nico's. So for some reason, my stepdad had a reputation in Cuba. He had 4 brothers. They were called Four Winds. Again, you couldn't call him Four Winds to his face. Right? Yeah. They called his name was Juanito Margarita. That's 4 guys. That was his street name. You did not call him that. You either called him Juanito, but if you called him Juan Morriento and you weren't friends with him, when you were going to get an ear beat or a smack or a gun put in the head, you never knew what situation it was. So at this time, I had seen guns from my godfather. I had seen guns at my mother's bar, you know, whatever, but I had never seen Juan with a weapon. I knew he carried a knife, a straight razor. He didn't even carry a knife. Those Cubans carry straight razors. It's that little flip over one, the ones that you shave with. That shit does a lot of damage. So we're at the Santeria party, and Nico Picadillo has a couple cocktails, and the party was in the living room where they were playing the conga drums and killing the chickens. And there's a hallway. There's a long hallway. There's a kitchen. And then in the back, there's 2 bedrooms. In the middle there, my godmother was the superintendent of the 3 buildings. So she had a path behind the kitchen to go to all 3 buildings. It's about 3, let's say 1 in the morning. It's me, my mother, and my godmother are talking in the kitchen. Juan is standing by the doorway with little faggy glasses on, reading a novella. Pretending he's deaf. And Nico walks back there with like half a bag. And he goes, look what it is. My proyecto. Right away, I'm like, oh, no. My mother ignores it. My godmother ignores it. The poor guy's wife ignores it. And the guy's drunk. Now he comes into the kitchen. And he's telling these women, he goes, I knew this fucking bum in Cuba and his 4 brothers weren't shit. So I go over and I immediately hold my stepdad's hand. don't worry, but I know he's hearing everything. I'm like, oh, this is gonna be good. And this guy's in the kitchen fucking saying shit, Cuban style, you know, like real big machismo. And this guy would have sucked my dick in Cuba if I would have met him in Cuba and all this shit. And finally, I see my stepdad take his glasses off. He goes, what's this fucking guy saying? I'm like, nothing. I was like a little faggy kid. I'm like, nothing. He's just talking about the weather or some shit. And he looks over at Nico. He goes, you got a fucking problem. And Nico goes, yeah, I got a fucking problem. He pops up. And sure enough, my godfather doesn't run out, go to the basement. He runs to the back bedroom where the saints are. Like the little, it was her Santeria room. And I guess he hit a 45 in there. And we're all like, what the fuck are they going there for?
You'd already set it up.
This motherfucker comes out with a 405, with a 405, a 45 over his head. Like just walking like nothing. He goes already, like his wife grabbed him and said, you better get outside. He's like, I'm not running for nobody, that whole thing. And I'll never forget that I went to hold my stepfather, and he didn't push me off. But my godmother went to hold him, she just fell off. It was like one of those tackles where you grab the guy.
They just fall right off.
Just fall off you. She just fell off him. And this idiot, it was on 48th Street in between Riverside Drive and Broadway, maybe 20 yards away from the top of the corner. We run out, I come out there, I'm like, Nico's gotta be fucking running by now. Nico's in front of the place drunk, and he's like, fuck you. What are you gonna do with that thing? There was like 30 people outside. He goes, what are you gonna do with that thing? Shoot me, you don't have the balls. He goes, as a matter of fact, if you had the balls, if you're a man, you shoot me right in the dick. That was the level of machismo. One, he went with the gun and shot this motherfucker. It hit him in the leg. The guy went down. One took me by the hand. We walked up to Broadway. Walk. Yeah. We fucking started the car. We went, because 148 goes up. We hit 147, went right down. He went about 2 blocks. He pulled over. We had walked like 30 yards. We threw the gun into the Hudson. We walked back to his car. We went home. Let me tell you something. We left my mother there. That's how crazy it was. Like, fuck your mother. She should know the deal.
Your mom knows what's up.
I go to bed like, Jesus, he just shot somebody last night. I go to bed like nothing happened. I wake up the next morning, eat breakfast. There's my mom walking, and she's like, "What? You got no way to cook?" You know that it was bad, but disgusting. Yeah.
You never were like, you shot somebody. There was no conversation about
that. Again, I just knew that our family relations were ruined. We weren't going to be getting invited to a lot of parties anymore. Our party days were over with.
Oh my
So
God.
one dies in 2006. This happens 1971, 1970. Yeah, this happened about 1970, 71. And I think by my mom seeing that, my reaction and everything, I think my mom knew it was time. Once the knife incident and the Juan incident, my mom knew that it was time for me to. I think that my mom had it with this one and me. The next level was like a bat, and she wasn't going to do that. So she gave me to the nuns. But here's the interesting thing about Juan. We never discussed it. Like, it was discussed around it, but it was never discussed with Juan. My mother dies.
You other people will be like, Juan shot me.
Juan
never thought name.
My mother dies. I go to prison. You know, 1,000 fucking things happen in our lives. You know, and him and I reconnect. And like, I don't know when the Sopranos got on the air. Him and I reconnect like in '90. When I went to do Analyze That, he gave me the ring. He gave me a good luck ring, and I booked Analyze That. And I wear that ring in every movie I do now. Out of respect for him. Even though he robbed me.
Juan gave you that? I can't even say anything before some more shit.
Even though, Juan took, because when my mother when my mother died, they were married. So I didn't get the house. I didn't get the jewelry. I didn't get a lot of things. And I'm happy that I didn't get it because I always said that if I deserved to get it, I would get it somewhere in my life.
I believe that too.
And so I didn't make a big deal about it, but I put all my anger aside years later because I realized all the shit I'd done with Juan growing up also. And we always were friends. And whenever I would go to Jersey to perform, I would always go to my buddy Chrissy Fish and I would get a box of shrimp from him and bring it over to Juan's. And Juan would make this great dish called camarón enchilado. It's like a Cajun style shrimp with this red sauce with peas in it. And you put it on white rice and you cook those fried hard bananas. So I would go over there around 5. He had remarried. They were very nice. She was very nice. They would, he would cook this for me. I would eat, we would talk, and I'd give him a hug. He'd ask me if I needed money, and he'd throw me like $15. He'd go through a whole wallet. He'd go in his wallet. He wouldn't carry a wallet. He'd go to a thing. He had 3 inches of money. He was so cheap. And he'd just go through hundreds, 50s. They give me like a 10. I'm fucking 40 years old. But he meant well. So one night, him and I, this has to be 2005. The Longest Yard just came out. I brought him a poster. I brought him a copy of the movie. He was really happy. He kept telling me how I gotta lose weight. You're getting too fat. And then I'll never forget that. We're sitting there. They go, "Oh, really gotta go." I turned to him. I go, "Hey, can I ask you a question?" And he goes, "What?" Remember the time you shot Nico Picadillo on 148th Street? He goes, "I don't know what you're talking about." That's how old school he was. And when he died, I couldn't go to the wake that week. I was shooting something, but I had to go to Jersey the following week. And I went to see her just in case she was going to give me money, She didn't give me shit, no jewelry, no nothing. But the funny story is when I used to come home from Catholic school, I would always, I would sleep at the house Friday and Saturdays. And one Saturday night, something was being done to my room, the air conditioner. So I had to sleep in the attic. And I went to him. And I go, "I gotta tell you something, I'm scared. I'm sleeping in the attic." And he goes, "No worries." I'm back to the attic, and he had a small gun with a silencer on. And he goes, "Here, you can see it. Don't shoot." He took the bullets out, obviously. Because I'm up all night shooting at the air. So after he dies, I finish eating. His wife says, "Come over," and I give her a hug. Condolences. She apologizes. And I thought she was gonna say, "Hey, he left you jewelry, he left you some money." She goes, "Before you go, you're more than free to go in the room and see what he had in there." He was a hoarder. He just had everything. He was the type of guy, if he was driving down the street, you saw TV, even though he was a millionaire.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he became a millionaire from loan sharking. He was very, very good at loan sharking. And he got into it with a bookie bank. So if you fell behind, he was the loan shark. He made great money over the years. But he was such a stoic that he lived in a fucking building with had no elevator. And he walked 4 flights every day at 70, whatever he was. He was in great shape. Towards the end, I saw him without a shirt. You could see half his shoulder was missing. The shotgun blast. I mean, the guy he had a scar. They tied him up in Cuba one time with wire, and they squeezed it. He had a scar all the way under, and it was cheap stitches. You could still see the holes. Like, as I was a kid, I would look at the guy and go, "Jesus Christ, what type of life did he have?" But I went in that room, and I was just going through boxes. That was just garbage. At the bottom of the box was the gun with the silencer that he had offered me years ago. So I unscrewed the silencer, I took the gun, and I still got it. It's buried in Hollywood just in case anybody gives me a hard time.
Well, listen, brother, I know we got to get you out of here. This is what I plan to do. We did childhood today. Next time you come back, we're going to do preteen. We're going to get you all the way through your years, brother.
Thank you for being here. Will you please, whatever you want to promote, your date,
I got
see all that stuff.
August 9th at Lincoln Theater in DC. I got September 13th and 14th, the 13th in Dallas, and the 14th in San Antonio. And that's it. I got nothing else to promote. Just Ryan Stickler, my brother from a different brother.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
I got to give credit to Ryan. He's been calling me since he started the podcast, and I've just been busy. But I haven't done a podcast. This was the first one. I kept my word. You did keep your word. So thank you very much. I love you too.
I am Ryan Sickler, all social media, RyanSickler.com. We'll talk to y'all next week. This episode is brought to you by ExpressVPN. More on that later. Let's get into the news.
You're watching The Honeydew with Ryan Sickler at your mom's house.
Welcome back to The Honeydew, y'all. We're over here doing it up at Studio G's at your mom's house. I'm your host, Ryan Sickler. I'm on social media at Ryan Sickler, RyanSickler.com. Quick date, Baltimore, September 14th. I'm coming back. One night only. Get your tickets for that show. Any in-town dates, just go to my website. It's all there for you to check out. And as I say every week, thank you. Thank you for the messages, the feedback. Thank you for supporting the show. I mean, it's still new. It's still a new show. You know, I've been podcasting for a while. This is still a new show, and I'm learning a lot about everything. So thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting the sponsors. That's how we keep this free show free. And anything you want to know about the show, thehoneydewpodcast.com. Go there. That's where you follow the social media, the email, all that merch, everything. We got some new merch coming up for you soon, too, as well. And very excited for this episode here today. Somebody I've been wanting to have on for a minute. As he said, we're family. And I say all the time, if you're new to the show, we're highlighting the lowlights over here. If you're a fan of the underdog, this is your show. These are the stories behind the storytellers. Today's storyteller, ladies and gentlemen, Joey Diaz. All right.
What's up? How are you there?
Listen, I have to say something. You just did a quick jump. I've been watching this video of you. When the Star Spangled Banner comes on and you have your head down, when that shit kicks on, you jump so hard. It makes me, that just out of the game makes me laugh. You know the video I'm talking about?
I love the Star Spangled Banner.
You jumped up so quick.
I love it. I fucking love it. Like, it's, you know, when I came here, like, you know, they let you into school. When you're an immigrant, you know, you come here, you walk around for a few days, then they let you into school. And also, you start reciting that. Pledge of Allegiance. Yeah, I did it in kindergarten. Like, you gotta remember, when I got this country was 1966. When I busted into the school system, it was 68. We were involved in the war. We had just finished the Cold War with the Cubans and Russia. You know, there was underground shelters in every building. Tang. Remember Tang? I do. Tang, like fucking Spam.
Astronaut.
Yeah, sardines. Every basement was prepared for a nuclear thing, but
we had the pear jars,
mason jars.
That all like
everybody had a fallout shelter. If you have a fallout shelter, is when you go when fucking Iran sends a missile over here. Back in the 60s, you would go into the fallout shelter. Thank God you never had to go into it. But patriotism was big, and it was bigger for me because I was from another country. I was just trying to fit in. So the Star Spangled Banner, I pledge allegiance. You know, it's so funny how right now there's a thing in the news that I hate to highlight. So let's talk about it. About a guy who said, "Go back to your own country." Let me fucking tell you something. 20 years ago, that was a staple in New York. You couldn't just talk fucking the language from your country in New York when I was growing up. They would look at you after 3 minutes and go, "Oh, American."
Really? You speaking Spanish?
Yeah, Spanish. Whatever the fuck you were talking that wasn't New Yorkish, they would say, "Oh, cut it out. You're an American." And then you would yell something back, And then they would yell back, if you don't like it, go back to your own fucking country. But on this fucking street, you're speaking English. And that's it. And, you know, it was something that was, I remember because it was said to me.
So here's what I want to talk to you about, because I want to go back to the beginning. You said you came to the United States in 1966. How old are you at that age?
3.
All right, so do you have no memories of
nothing?
So this is your country. You get here at 3 years old, and where do you begin? Where does the and are your parents married? Are they together?
My parents are married. They're in somewhere in New York. I remember waking up in a house in Union City, a block and a half from my mother's house, across from a school called either Robin Waters or something. Tragedy struck. My father died.
How?
Heart attack at the bar.
How old?
37. So my mom didn't like the Jersey house. She didn't want somebody dies, you move.
Well, how old were you when he died?
3.
Okay, so it happened. All this is happening just
right,
as they get
3.
here.
So then we go to 89th Street, Riverside Drive.
Just you and your mom.
Me and my mom.
No siblings.
No siblings. I'm with my mom 24 hours a day.
And her family's where?
Cuba.
All back in Cuba.
Except for my uncle who's in LA. I still talk to my
Still talks to her. All right. And how old your mom? Single mom, new country.
38. My mom had been here as a teenager.
Okay, all right.
My mom had been here and knew the language and already was running numbers. Then she went. She went back to Cuba.
Okay.
What happened to my mother was very interesting. My mother was 16 or 15, and she went to a dance with my aunt, like a high school dance. And somewhere along the dance, my mom noticed that her sister Rosita was missing. So she went outside and started yelling for Rosita, and she found a guy raping Rosita.
Wow.
My mom took a glass, broke it, and stabbed the guy.
Wow.
The guy dies.
What?
They take my mother and ship her out of Cuba that night. Just a young kid. Like, remember Vito Corleone? He was half retarded. He got the Ellis Island. He's singing songs and shit. That was my mother, right?
Wait, so they literally took her,
My family.
your whole
Took
family,
whatever pennies they had, as poor as they were.
and said, you're out.
You're out.
Where?
New York City.
They were sent to New York City.
Sent to Miami.
This wasn't a
She had distant cousins in New York City.
Wow.
She went to New York and stayed with them for a while. Snuck into the country. You gotta remember, there was no TSA. You know, you could just give them a fucking piece of paper then, and if you could fog the bottom of the glass, they'd let you in. Fog this. Okay, you're in. You know, this was way before anything. You know, there was no drug smuggling going on, so it was wide open border. So she came in, moved to like the city or something, went to work for a fucking numbers guy, and she met a girl. And her and that girl became partners. Like they were a team for a couple of years. And doing what? Running number. And then her and my dad met in New York. But they went back to Cuba because my grandmother was sick. So when we were in Cuba, my mom had my sister, who was about 4 years older than me, and me. Then something went down. Like, I couldn't get all the accurate stories. I could store bits and pieces from my uncle. He's 80 and he lives in Glendale. I just went to a Dodger game. But that's your source. So, but whenever I ask him, somebody tells me more than I want to know. So I stopped asking. You know what I'm saying? So I had to stop. So then they came back, and my mother used that girl's name to get back into the States. When my mother went back to Cuba, she went back as a lady named Sophia Cecilia. She was a Puerto Rican woman. That was the mother of the girl my mom hung out with. Okay, so then my mom came back. My dad died a few months later, and here we are on 89th Street. I was probably 4.5. And then that apartment got raided. For what? For the numbers. It was a shakedown. I still remember the cops sitting me down the couch and then separating me and my mother. My mother had already trained me, shut your mouth. You don't know nothing. You know, my mom was already training me in a way that I didn't know. And then my mom had a bag with cash and all the numbers receipts. So what happened was my mom had the building wired. The landlord called. And I answered. It was like 8 in the morning, and then like the cops are on their way up. So I woke my mother up. My mother got up, went in the closet, and took a bag out, the receipts and the cash. Went to the kitchen. There was a balcony under there, an old lady. She would do the old lady like 50 a week. And she threw the bag under. The bag landed on the second floor on the balcony. The cops rushed in. There was nothing to arrest my mother for. But I still remember being not handcuffed. My mom being handcuffed and me sitting on a couch. And then the landlord, and they left. They didn't arrest my mother. They gave her a ticket. It was basically a shakedown in those days. If they find 10 G's, they take 6 of it. And they leave you 4 and you don't go to jail. But my mom was hip to them, whatever. They kept threatening my mom. 2 days later, we moved around the corner to 205 West 88th Street, between Broadway and Amsterdam. And I went to a grammar school named PS 166. Stayed there until like the 3rd grade, 2nd grade, then 3rd, 4th, and 5th. I went to Sacred Heart School for Boys. That was a private school.
Were you starting to have trouble? Were you?
I just admitted to my wife something that a lot of people don't know about. I didn't want to tell my wife until my daughter got older. From the age of 4 to 6, I was a very sickly kid. There was a lot of problems. There was mental problems because of my father. And I was a sickly kid. I was allergic to maple syrup. I had stuff problems with my ears. I had problems with my throat. I couldn't breathe at night. You know, they knew me by first name basis at Medical Center on 165th Street. And they knew me like I went to the hospital between the ages of 4. Without exaggeration, if I average it out, it was every 10 days.
Damn.
Like I wouldn't go for 2 weeks, but I'd go 3 days in a row.
And it would always be something else. It wouldn't be consistently.
It was just I was a sickly fucking kid. I was really skinny. You know, my mom didn't know what to do with me. I didn't really like a lot of the foods. She made me drink emulsive of God. What is that? Emulsive of God is like the fish grinded down his eyeballs, his feet.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, you go to CVS now because kids are pussies. They flavored it because these little faggots are young. They're like vanilla flavored and fucking strawberry.
They really have this shit? I'm
Look
gonna
it
go
up.
look. I am.
It's called emulsive of God.
All right.
And I'm gonna tell you something. A couple years ago, I went back on it.
You did?
I found a little bottle. First couple of days, I fucking puked it up. But after a while, I felt how much better I felt. It's a tough fucking swallow. But your dick will never die. You'll never get sick. You'll never get AIDS. You'll never get dementia. If you drink that fucking stuff, Scott's emulsive of fucking, you'll never get nothing. Nothing. No dementia. Nothing. It's a proven fact.
1 a day?
I don't know how it is now, but when these fucking people had it before, they just threw the fish in the blender. His tongue, his brain, and it was a milk paste.
And you drank that?
I was not allowed to go to school until I drank in the morning. So she would give me a fresh glass of orange juice, and she'd be waiting with the spoon, and I'd have to drink it and fucking down the orange juice, and I'd puke it, she'd go, let's do it again. I mean, it got that bad. Like, I was that sickly of a kid.
Why would you want to tell anybody that? Why didn't you want to admit that?
Because I didn't want, if my daughter would get sick, I didn't want it to be like hereditary genetics. Like, I didn't know. My daughter does have asthma, but it has not affected her like it affected me at that age. I was allergic to dogs. Really, I was allergic to cats. I was allergic to just everything. My eyes would swell up. My throat would swell up when I would choke.
And did this fish shit, did it cure you of allergies, or did it just protect you?
No. What happened was, I did my mom went to see, like in Cuba, what's the big thing in Santeria? So my mom went to see a Santeria lady that she knew for a long time and asked her. And it said that that I needed to be inducted because for health reasons. And by the age of 6, by the age of 5, I would go up to 100. I lived on 88th Street with a bunch of little faggy white kids, and they were nice kids and stuff, and we had a good time. You know, we played kick the can, stick ball, and hot peas and butter. Go get your mother. You ever play hot peas and butter? Go get your mother. No. That's when you hide a belt with a metal buckle. You have to hide it. So I hide it, and all of us are playing. And we're in this room, and I'm like, you're hot, but the base is 30 yards away. So if you find the belt, you have to whip us all the way till we find it. And it's up to you whether you want to whip us with the belt or the metal side. So if you whip somebody with the metal side,
Remember when you come on? Like, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to fuck you up all the way back. So you can say A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
so hot peas and butter, go get your mother. The only thing I hate Bill Cosby before the rape, like I always thought he was a sack of shit, but he really always was a sack of shit. Like I thought he was a sack of shit. It was confirmed to me in '93 at the Colorado Festival that Judy Brown put on in '93 and '94. He showed up and I saw him. He was talking shit about dirty comics, so I never liked him. I always knew he was a pukey fuck. But the only thing he ever said on his one good album was he spoke about a game named Buck Fuck. Yeah, that's another New York City game. Have that on Fat Albert. That's Buck every day. You can't run and jump on somebody's back, right? You jump on somebody's back. That's why all these kids got that nucleosis shit on the fucked up back. Scoliosis. Whatever the fucked up. These little fat kids today, they all got scoliosis. Because they don't play Buck. When I play Buck, one kid in my neighborhood's got scoliosis. He might have had a punctured lung, but scoliosis did not exist in my neighborhood because we played Buck, and the girls played too.
So if I remember correctly, so somebody grabs on a wall, whatever, they bend over. You're standing up, you're bent in a 90.
I'm the pillow.
And then you connect like a centipede, right?
And we all connect like centipedes.
And then somebody sprints from back
30 yards, sprints and leaps.
And legs out, like dropping their ass on your spine.
On your spine.
And you're supposed to try to hold
You're holding on. So what you do is...
But then does that person stay and another one comes, or do they get off?
We have strategies
going, right?
Some assholes would just jump over, they play to be frogs.
Yeah.
Me, I play to fucking win. So I would jump, I tell you, some Ryan Sickler, who's the weak link in that? Bert Price, everybody jump on. Everybody jump on. Everybody jump on Bert. Right. So we would all just get
But I'm saying you go first, but you get to stay on the Bert's back and then the next part until he breaks,
I can crawl all the way up.
Oh, okay.
Let's say you put the skinny guy up front.
Okay.
There's different rules. There's English rules.
Yeah.
There's white rules. Right. Black people didn't give a fuck. Where they landed, they landed. They had afros. They had the helmet, you know what I'm saying, in the 70s. So when let's say you would land, like the English rules, you could pull yourself up. But in the black and white rules of the city kids, where you landed was where you landed and you stayed. So I went for the weakest link. So let's say there was something like, let's say Bird beat Rogan, Ari, and Duncan. I'm just throwing Esther Koo up because she's a tiny girl. Let's say Esther Koo was, I want to play. Our plan is to break Esther Koo.
Yeah, I'm running whatever Esther Koo.
And then this was the
30 yards. I get to sprint 30 yards.
30 yards, 10 yards.
And then I just get to leap and try to break Esther.
But here's the beauty of it. Once we all get on top of Esther Koo, then there's a count-off. 10, 9, 8, and that's when you have to try to break them.
Oh, right. So what happens if they don't break?
So right now you're on top of Esther Koo, and everybody starts grabbing Esther Koo's tits and her pussy, right? It's just everybody. Like, so it could be Esther Koo, it could be Whitney Cummings. They all go down. Like, the girls would be, stop grabbing my tit. We'd be fucking choking them, pulling their fucking hair. So girls weren't allowed to play. After a while, girls were like, that's too rough.
Yeah, no shit.
So then it was just guys.
Would the girls go dirty too? Would you
girls would scratch with
yeah.
and it was legal. Some girls were fucking dirty bitches. They'd scratch them. But let's say you landed on a guy, it was the same thing. And it was punching up the ball, grabbing his ball, and he'd be yelling, "Stop grabbing my balls! One of you is a faggot! Why are you doing this to me?" And all of us would just be punching his fucking nuts until the line breaks, and then we kept doing it over.
Oh, what if the line doesn't break? What is
then now it's their turn.
Oh, they get the
and they're walking away from me with their hair messed up. Bleeding. Now it's our turn, motherfucker. Fucking tremendous game.
I remember that, yeah.
So I graduated from playing all those street games on 88th Street to 148th Street. That was a different type of intervention.
Like, what were they doing up there?
They were killers.
Buck
was like nothing for them. They didn't even play Buck there. They played Buck with garbage cans. And they just threw it at each other. The kids on 148th Street were Puerto Rican, Irish, Italian, a couple Jews, and all of them were tough.
But we're talking same age range and everything.
Same age range. Before I got into Santeria, my mom would send me up to my godmother's house on 148th Street and Broadway. 20 blocks from the epicenter of the world. Harlem. You're 20 blocks from Harlem. I was the heartbeat of New York City. I'm 20 blocks from the heartbeat of New York City. 6'5". Oh, wow. So I'm hanging out down there on 88th Street playing Buck, killing rats. 148th Street.
6 years old, you're killing rats.
Complete different game. First day on 148th Street, they came up to me, "How you doing? Ricky, whatever." They're like, "What do you want to do?" I was like, "Play stickball." They're like, "Nah, you want to see a body?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "Let's go see a dead body." I'm like, "I like these kids." They took me down to West Side Avenue, and they had some guy who had been hit by a car. This is the 70s. This is like 65. There was no CSI. If you got hit by a car, you were there for like 2 or 3 days.
You saw that your first dead body?
First dead body I saw, he was already had the flies on him, and they just threw plywood over him. And he was starting to stink, like from 10 feet away. Like he had just been there maybe like these kids would, he was right by the Hudson River. And we would walk down to the Hudson River. And then finally 2 days later, we went down there, was a crime scene. Obviously some fucking, in those days people didn't jog. It's not like today that there's joggers. I can kill you and drop it on 170. They never find it. Today these fucking joggers are out there looking around. And they always find bodies, joggers. It's not like they find like a $20 bill. You don't see a jogger go, "I found an envelope full of money." They always find some lady beat up and raped. What the fuck kind of morning is that?
Oh my God. Oh, shit. We're only at 6. All this, we're only at 6. Holy.
It's a shame. I was ashamed of going up there.
Why?
Because my mother had money and these kids didn't.
All right, so what was the reason you first went up there? Just
because my godmother lived up there, and my mother wanted to see if we could mix.
So your mom would